We should be live on all the platforms. Yeah, is there a radar range not smaller than the character's radar range? Yeah, no, I'm not aware. So we're going to pick up where we left off in Factorio. So where we left off is we did reach the lava planet. That's actually where we started. Yesterday's stream was I was standing on the planet by myself with some jettison stuff because our first ship here technically arrived, but was no longer in a meaningfully functional state when it arrived. Yeah, so you have everything piped in already? Do you have everything piped in already? I don't think you do. Let me double check that. So you have red circuit boards in this. They've got the green and all that popping in here. What conveyor belt is this? Okay, right, so I didn't finish setting up the drill, because we were setting up the rocket. So let's go ahead and get the red circuit boards and the motors. So there's the motors, there's the red circuit boards, and my plan was to just do... Oh, I forgot, I already tossed everything into boxes because I just didn't feel like dealing with it. There. That'll do. Give those back as well.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, we had Voyager 1, which is our first ship, which I felt was aptly named to go, you know, explore the universe and all that. It set out on its voyage, and it arrived. That's the good news, but arrived is as much as it did. It was in a pretty sorry state when it got here. And the asteroids that were continuing to bump into it were just chipping away at it. There. And with that, we are now producing the really big drills. Oh, we do not want all those. Can you ask something about landing of items on a planet? Yes. I'll be happy to answer whatever I can with that. Alright, because I noticed we weren't getting enough tungsten here, and that we do want to make sure happens. Yeah, so these big mining drills have a very large overlap area. No, I didn't grab power poles. Alright, what it should probably do in the meantime is we should get in the habit of dealing with this. Let's go ahead and copy the drone port. And get our drones droning. Because when we leave here, I'm going to be depending on those drones to let me fix and adjust and do all sorts of things. Alright. So I just want to go ahead and get that configured up here real fast. Just so I can, you know, run power down here and do all that stuff. Yeah, so you're much bigger, so we'll go like this and that. Alright. So if you launch items from space platform in orbit to be delivered to the planet, do they arrive in a drop pod? You missed the actual delivery last time, and if so, yes, do the drop pods items always survive, or do they sometimes get destroyed? They seem to always survive, and they will appear at spawn, like just around where you appear on the planet the very first time, if you don't have a specific place made for them. But you can make a specific place for them where you no longer get the drop pod, but instead it gets put into storage. Which is here somewhere. Yeah, this. So this thing, if I have one of these, instead of it just drop podding into the middle of nowhere, it will go into that thing. But if you don't have one of those, you get these little drop pods, they hit the ground, and then they're just like a chest, so you just yank what you want out of it. And go from there. Okay. We're gonna need more drone things. That should be fine. Yep, so I'm basically trying to get in the habit of using the drones over here to expand this out more and more so I can reach all the different mines and all that. I do wonder if genuinely it would be a strategy to just build a ridiculous amount of artillery, like 40, 50 artillery guns, and then just sit back, let the ammo pile up, and then once you've got enough of it, just open up to kill the worms. You understand? Thanks for explaining. No problem. Yeah, so those are still doing their job. That's gonna be the big thing when we get back home we're dealing with, is I need to capture probably this iron and this copper here. So that way I can just go and build the wallet here, and then we have probably a place we can cut across here. Once I do that, I'm gonna want to start trying to make our base back into a square. So where we have like this area here, I am probably going to take a campaign to try and clear out as much of that as we can. Ideally, if I get artillery, I'll just put the artillery here and just let it go. Just let it go and just hold the line over here with like whatever I can and just clear out all those nests. But that's the reason I'm sending the tungsten over as a regular supply is my intention. Is just so you do it. When you get to unlock the requester chests, is that doable after building the space platform? Yeah, it's doable after building the space platform. I believe the space platform is the... I think you needed white science. I know you need yellow science. I think you need white and yellow science, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's right after the space platform. Like, you don't need to take it to another location. I believe just the space platform by itself is sufficient. That's your preferred way of dealing with the enemies? Yeah, no, it's like, early game, it's fine. But like, later game, usually what I would do is I would make a very hardened outer wall, and I would just start popping off artillery shells. Now, because they locked the artillery so much farther down the tech tree this time, since the DLC dropped, I can't do that immediately, which has been an adaptation, because usually, like, by the time I'm at where I'm at in the game now, I would have already had my artillery just sounding off like 24/7, just dealing with making sure the biters had no chance to get any ground. Alright. I'm just trying to get... We've got ore up here. So while we're waiting here, I'm just trying to do the best I can to... get that situated as good as we can. The lava cliffs make things rough? Yeah. We do eventually get the ability to get rid of those using the orange science. The orange science is what is the blocker for that. Oh wait, you're not positioned at all well. Okay. Nukes can do it too. That is a very expensive way to get rid of a cliff. I mean, you're not wrong that it works. But 100 uranium for that one nuke to get rid of a section of cliff is some pretty steep price to pay for cliff removal. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, put you up here because I already know I'm going to go this way anyways. Artillery all the way, but only until you get 257, 348 ion cannons. Full command and conquer voice alerts. Set up in orbit. What is the old, was it Red Alert 2 where it's like, A-bomb launch detected. Or it's like nuclear bomb launch detected. There's something like that where it's just like bomb launch detected. And you're like, oh no. Alright. So I think I've got it where we can network all those. And these are going to take a while to go. But it's looking like the other thing I'm going to need to do is we're going to need to increase our tungsten mining rate. Because that's our orange science and all that. And I do want to keep that moving. Like, ideally, I'd like this to back up a bit. So that when we have, the stuff arrive, I can start loading up that ship. How is the ship doing, by the way? This is Hope 1. Yeah, so it's still stockpiling its guns. Yeah, so as it's grabbing the ore, it's processing it, which then it's smelting that down, and it takes that smelted ore, and it makes bullets. Ah, we have a problem here. There we go. There's a lot of guns coming online. Oh, people had mentioned repair kits. We do not have repair kits. Add section, go here. I would like... just give me repair kits.
Oh gosh, okay, I'm over here for one.
It's fine. Okay, 1 second. Tomb just arrived with my food. Give me 2 seconds. While this is going real fast, I'm gonna quickly grab my food out of this bag and I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Normally she's not here for like another hour or so. It just so happens that today she had like a really early meeting, so went into work early, got out of work early. So she did pick up food for me and everything. But no, she was laughing because she came upstairs and I did a late lunch where I ran by like the gas station. We have a place that does like really good subs, and they give you these really big sodas. So she brought a soda with my food, and she was just laughing because of this giant soda that I barely touched yet. And she has the other soda for me. It's fine. I'll get to it. But yeah, so we've got Hope 1 going here. Oh, we got another one of these.
Not just another soda, the same soda.
Yeah.
I wanted to give you a kissy.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
Buddy, make sure he makes good streamies.
I'm fixing.
Hold him to account.
I'm fixing all of my broken conveyor belts. Like every one of these is turned the wrong way. That one's not. Okay, so that should be fully set up now. All right. So yeah, so we're waiting for it to all get ammo. We're doing pretty good. We got all the way around to around here before I stopped having bullets available. So it should fill up pretty quickly. Giant sodas. Or did you mishear a thing? Giant sodas. Yeah. They're unreasonable. which is the correct size, because then it means I don't have to run to the fridge every 15 minutes, or not really 15 minutes, like every hour or so. Instead, I just have to run to the bathroom every hour. It's a very different situation. Yeah, so it looks like Hope 1 is actually coming along nicely. We just had a couple of these undergrounds were turned the wrong way and a couple stuff like that. And then we did request repair kits. Oh, right, I need to go back down to the planet because you weren't accepting stuff. Where are you? There you are. Because I turned off its logic earlier. How much does it say you can carry per rocket? Oh, good. 1 stack. Oh, yeah, so drop pods, that's what happens if you have the thing, is they drop in there, and then it empties out there. Otherwise, it would just stick in the ground. It's just like a kit, like a case, and you pick it up. Alright. There's a gas station near where you live that's owned by a little old lady. She makes the best bread in town. You got a recipe. It's super delicious. Yeah, we have like a Tex-Mex place that they have a person who comes by and they make these like little cake pop things. And they're pretty good. And our tank is almost fully kitted so that when we do get back, we can just start our campaign. Because the first priority, well, crap. So the first priority is I'm going to need to capture these. That's what I need to focus on. I'm going to need to capture these resources down here because the iron and the copper we're getting low on. And I could go over here, that iron's closer, but I don't get the copper. And then the copper, my options are more limited. We got one down here. We got that one over there. And then I think there was like one way, yeah, there's one up here. We'll end up getting all of them. But it's just, what I'll do once we get artillery is what I'll end up doing is just putting like an artillery cannon here. Just letting it keep firing until everything in range is clear, and then I'll move it up. And it's just one of those things that I have learned not to put up like 20 artillery cannons, because if you have lots of nests in range and they start firing in different directions, you can just get overwhelmed by the number of biters all coming at once as you destroy all of their nests. So I have found it to be way better to just have like 2, 3, 4 of them going and just let them whittle away at an area for a while and then just move them forward. The other thing you can do is get a train that's got like 3 or 4 on them and then just drive the train, park it near the outer perimeter, and just let it start sounding off. Oh, you don't space it automatically when I do it that way. Interesting. Yeah, so just while we're here, I'm upping the tungsten. Trying to get that covered. That'll probably be the biggest thing of when I need to come back here. It'll be situations that, you know, we have to take out the demolishers. That the demolishers are a big enough of a problem that doing it remotely is probably not going to be particularly effective. Yeah, we still need more. That's fine. Alright. The one thing we ought to do... I ought to get the foundries I can go here. And these are holding up fine. That's the interesting thing. I was expecting to have to do a lot of foundries for all of our production here. We only have one foundry making our iron and one making our copper. And they're holding up just a-okay with all of these other foundries going on. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure we could scale it till it's a problem. I've just found it interesting how long it's taken to become a problem. Sorry about that. The other thing I debated was I've also debated building a second rocket platform here, just so that when the rocket arrives, I can just start popping off one rocket after the other to just resupply faster. Because we do have the goods coming in here to make it. It's just the three of them, the blue circuits. Yeah, so it's the blue circuits, the rocket fuel, and these. So it's just these three materials. I would need to produce another factory. And that's not exactly the easiest, or another rocket, which would not be exactly the easiest thing to set up. But it would be worth potentially doing. Because my well, no, because I'm going to have to replenish my ammo anyways. It might just be totally fine that the platform just takes its time to meander over here, and just the rockets fire off, and it just brings back, like, 10,000 materials on its return trip or whatever. We'll see how bad it's looking like it's going to be. Yeah, let's actually go down here and just do this. How much power do you use, by the way? I haven't been looking. You're not going to tell me there, so that's fine. We'll just check here. You take 300 kilowatts. You eat a lot of power. Oh, right. I was also going to make turbines. So for the turbines, that's pipe, gears, and copper. Let's get that on the network. So grab you, and you. That's fine. Alright, so pipe, gears, and copper. So we've got the gears here. We got copper over there. Where's my pipe at? I know I've got a couple places I'm making pipe. So there's pipe over there. So I could easily get the pipe and gears up here. Copper is a little bit complicated, because copper just... Oh, no, I have copper going the whole way around up here. Right. But yeah, no, if it's pipe, gears, and copper, I can just split that off, bring it over, and we'll be good. So we can go here. So you're going to go ahead and you're going to make pipes. You're going to go ahead and make the actual turbine. Now you just bring the gears over. So just, I'll need you and you. Add the power. Then you'll need this. And now I just need the gears, and I've got a giant gear production over here. That's the wrong way. And turbines. Let's get those on the network. There we go. Posture check. Yeah, I'm being bad. People are on top of it. How dare you? How dare you be on top of keeping me honest? Alright. I have no idea how many of these we can run, but we'll do that. Or I'll be slouching. Hey man, if I want a full crab mode... There we go. Gotta go full shrimp. Oh, you don't have power. Okay, so with that, we should be able to get ourselves a decent amount of steam going on.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
You want the numbers you remember offhand? Oh no, I'm not too worried about it. Like, it's one of those things that if I notice these start getting out of control, then I could just have one picked up, and then we can add in our chemical plant and all that. Have I eaten? Not yet, but stream has just started. I'm not gonna eat right yet. We did get food. My food did get delivered a little bit earlier than I normally do. Well, I mean, I ate lunch right before stream, which is another reason I'm not looking to eat right this second. He is not shame. Yeah, so I'm not gonna eat right this second. But what I'll probably do is not this ad break, but the next ad break I'll probably knock out some food. Yeah, so both our water and our steam storage are at maximum capacity. Because these are barely running right now. They're just not needed. But we can scale that up as we need to. Like, our power grid, as you can see here with just our solar, it's just barely needed. It's just basically idling. And we have 1.2 gigajoules of power sitting here, with our consumption only being around 25 to 30 megawatts. So, we have more than enough power grid for what we've got. Let's see here. It's probably a mistake to do this. Give me that provider chest. Actually, I shouldn't do it that way. We can just do it through the UI here. Oh, right. If I use the map, I can do it this way. I'm just gonna do this the lazy way. It'll be incredibly slow and probably a terrible idea. That's the wrong ways. Alright. So good news is it requests only enough for one production. But my thought here is make ourselves an extra rocket silo, put it directly next to the other one, and belt this over. I just have this feeling what's going to happen is the platform's going to get over here, and it's just going to take way too long to load it up. I could be wrong about that, but if I can have two rockets just popping off one after the other, then that'll be good. And then while it's flying the whole way back home and all that, it gives it plenty of time to recover and rebuild the rockets and all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, we could sit there and get back home, drop everything off, let the platform sit there and recoup and everything, then it comes back out. But I do think for all the risk that happens with the platform going back and forth, I do think it'll be one of those things that we don't let the platform just go rapidly, that we want it to sit there, wait till it's fully rearmed and recouped, and then go on to its next stop. Wait, does the silo have to build a new rocket each time it wants to send something to orbit? Yes. The good news is it carries two rockets. So it does have to build two. That does mean I can have 4 rockets primed with two rockets per pad. So if I put down 2, I can do 4. Terajoules of power is easy here. It's fun to see the number go up. See, fun fact, New Zealand has a shelter that is teaching dogs to drive. I don't... Yeesh. I don't... That sounds like a terrible idea. Oh, you know what? We're not making one of these. I really don't have a good way I can get at that either. Well... Can do a little bit of that kind of nonsense. Okay, so let's grab you. Chuck you in there. Grab you. Chuck you in there. Sorry about that. Alright. Oh dear goodness. Let's make sure we have that set. That'd be really bad. It would be really, really bad if we forgot to set a limit on the rocket silo production and just came back to like 30 rocket silos there. While that would be fun for the memes, I don't think that would be a good idea. But yeah, so we're just letting the stuff do its thing. So the blue circuit boards and all that. The blue circuit boards are not on the network. We should get those on the network. Okay. Yeah, this will be in it, and we need another logistics drone thing. It's fine. We have a little bit of a convoluted mess with our drone hubs here. Because they were kind of like a later thought. I need to just use this. Alright. And you can have 4 stacks of those. Actually, honestly, just go for it. Okay. The goal is making a box full of rocket silos would launch them all simultaneously. Well, that used to be kind of one of the things that people would do. Like, everyone had their different, like, when the factory was done kind of scenarios. And for a lot of people, the factory being done scenario was, being able to launch, like, 1 rocket a minute or whatever. Usually that have some goal in number of rockets a minute. And just keep going until they, you know, hit some absolute, you know, ridiculous number. Let's do it this way. Yeah, it's on range. Yeah, so just letting them build all that up. Or launch them in wave from left to right, covering the whole screen, or launch them in a checkerboard pattern, or yeah, have like it be run by automation, so you have like if light on, launch these one, if light off, and just have like toggle back and forth. So you have like it constantly going back and forth. Yeah, so you're all in range there. And you're working on expanding our range here. Oh, you're missing... Conveyor belts. Okay. So the good news is it does seem we're like right even with our tungsten, because we look here. Oh no, we're not. This belt doesn't do anything here. Why are you set up that way? Okay. Yeah, so it looks like you just need more and more tungsten. It's also consuming literally all of it we're making for drills. That'll do. I will need to expand our drone network again. That'll be fine. Alright, so bringing all that online. Okay. Alright, so they should be able to bring that online. Let's make sure our splitters and all that are in the chests. So this is the good news here. We are finally pulling up enough tungsten that it's not able to process it as fast as we're drilling it. So we're at least making progress. Okay, so it looks like this is a problem here, that we're only getting by right now because those aren't already upgraded to the better chests. So the remote chests. Okay, let's check on Hope 1. And actually, how are you doing? You're actually coming along really well. Sorry about that. Yes, that's actually coming along really well. Is our steel on the remote, or you've just been pulling it? I don't think it is on our remote. If it isn't, we're gonna put it on here, and we'll just figure this out. We'll do the thing with the map again. But in just a minute, we're gonna try and get our stuff moving over here. So let's go ahead and put the brick on there. We already have the cement. I would like to get the steel to be on our remote network as well, as soon as I remember where that is. That'll do. Keep like 4 stacks so I don't completely obliterate it. Alright. Oh, you don't have power. That'll fix that. Cool. The real hard part's to be able to get more of that tungsten happening. But yeah, so this is all going really, really smoothly so far. I don't think we actually have more of these little drills. I do think this is a situation where we are going to discontinue the little drills and use the big ones. I'm just trying to not shut... Let's grab it from here back. I didn't actually mean to get rid of those two, but I'm gonna just do it anyways. And go down to where we got our big drills down here. And grab a set of 4 of them. Or 6 of them. Yeah, it should do. I'll just cancel it, don't mind me. And I know the power poles aren't laid out well, I'm just going to live with it. Okay, and they're on range. Okay, so we're just switch those over and just start using more and more of these. It'll be fine. Electric motors might not be on our network either. I don't think they are. Okay, so we can go here and just say, hey man, how about you carry a stack? Alright. A pork spaghetti? Hey, that sounds good. Okay, so let's go check on Hope 1. Hope 1 is getting bullets that are going the whole way around. So you get the idea of how this works here, where these bullets are just going to keep circling and circling and circling. Interestingly enough, it looks like the outside lane is filling up, which is jamming things up. So this tile here needs to go. Do I have a place I can... Yeah, I can reverse it over here. Yeah, that'll work. So basically, this one will try and put on that lane, this one will try and put on this lane. And so it should go until they hit a level of, like, saturation. But we're looking really close to Hope 1 being ready to go. Did you actually get your delivery of repair stuff? You did. So genuinely, this is looking pretty primed. The ship should be full on ammo soon. And when it does get there, we will have that going. It is one of those things I wondered how much sense it would make to make this a buffer. So, like, have it so you had, like, one claw that would be putting in... like, in material into one spot. Like, you'd have, like, one claw putting in a bunch of this extra ore in here, another claw taking it out, like, doing that for the ice or the water or whatever. So, as far as our stuff goes, we do not have any spare water right now. We do have nearly full oxidizer and thruster fuel. And it's not surprising that the water's basically empty. Pretty much as fast as we're getting the water, it's being converted into oxidizer and fuel. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? You're okay? Gotcha, gotcha. Alright. But I'm just trying to let that saturate that belt to basically... Yeah, no, just giving it a moment to, like, saturate that belt so we have as much ammo as we go, because we really don't know how this is going to go with this trip. And I am trying to make sure... Like, I want to give this the best chance of success, so we're letting it fully buffer up and get everything, and if we just knock this trip out and it goes super buttery smooth, then I'll feel comfortable with automating the ship to have it go back and forth with the science on its own. If it is still pretty rough, then I gotta figure that out. And we're just researching higher levels of the existing stuff right now. Which helps everywhere we do that. Yeah, because you're both almost full. How's the ammo? Ammo's looking good. The belt here is almost saturated. So for people who don't understand what we've got going on here, so basically these claws are grabbing the little bits of rock nearby me. And so this inside loop, that gets to be a huge mess here because of my filters. It goes ahead and brings it all, like, no matter where you're at in the ship, it all brings it to this area right here, where it's just sorted out to go, you know, ice there, this here, and the metallic stone down there. And any extra is reversed back up here and chucked out the side of the ship. So that way it doesn't get stuck if we get too much of it. And all of this is doing is all three of those resources, part of the materials are being dedicated to producing the fuel for our one rocket engine over here. But we've also got going is the extra iron ore is being buffered down here, where we are rapidly producing bullets. And then the entire ship has one big looping conveyor belt that all the guns bring off that just loops endlessly. We barely stand still going, oh, pretty colors. Yeah, so we basically just, this outside conveyor belt is just bullets the whole way around it, and it just literally loops endlessly, so that any extra bullets being produced just get kind of woven in as able, until the belt is fully saturated. And that way, while we're fighting, if I have, like, this whole area is getting hammered real bad and they're burning through lots of bullets, it is going to be just continuously fed more bullets. Because if I have it end, say like there's not this loop here, it just ends here. As these guns start firing, it starts running low on bullets. Eventually, we get to the point that the bullets stop after that grabber, and then we still have all these bullets here, but the gun will never get them because they're too far down the line. Did Probably Doomed finally explode? Well, Probably Doomed is fine. That just sits over our base and is okay. Voyager 1, which is the one who went to the lava planet, yeah, that exploded. That died. It did get us to our destination, but by the time it got there, it was not doing well. So it did ultimately blow up. But we did strip it of absolutely everything we could before it went. Once we realized it was kind of just not going to be able to make it, just took everything from it. Alright, so it's got maybe a couple more minutes till it's done. How are things going here? Our ore is still getting pretty dangerously low. The coal is fine. The copper is still, like, we've got one big node here being hit. It's just, now we have a throughput issue, which surprisingly, you're asleep. I guess the copper's not a problem. Oh, it's probably because of some of the other stuff. I'm willing to bet it's because of reduced iron throughput. We're now running into situations where we're just not getting other stuff done because we're waiting on the iron so the copper is catching up. Even our guns have guns? Of course. Well, we don't want our guns to be left undefended. Hey. Hey. Keep it down over here. I'm trying to listen to my factories grind away loudly. Okay, so we're right about to get our second rocket silo going on. I like how you get so close to them. Yeah, it's basically only when you start... Like, you can even go in their territory and they don't care, but the moment you start building on their territory, they don't like that. They get real murdery. Or if you shoot them, they don't like that either. Yeah, so my intention is to build the other rocket silo, like, right here, and just feed the stuff into both of them. That way, when, you know, we have stuff brought over here, we could fire at least 4 rockets. We won't want to try and sustain this forever, though. And actually, let's make you don't ever keep more than 4 stacks. Okay, sorry about that. So while that's happening, we might as well get the next thing going. Let's go ahead and hit M. So that way I'm doing this. We'll have 2 claws on this side, 2 claws on this side. Actually, let's space them. So now I can go ahead and say, alright, splitter here. There's a rocket fuel in. There's our processing units in. That'll be those in. Cool. So when you have the rocket pad, basically I'll be able to have 4 rockets primed at a given moment to pretty much launch whatever we need. And we are making a rocket launch, or not a rocket right now. I don't know if you like getting shot at either. Sounds like a bad time. Where's your sense of adventure? Oh, good. It is going to prioritize science. I think that's good to prioritize the science. And then we just fill up the extra with the tungsten. Because the tungsten is nowhere near as space efficient. And I would say the science is more important while wanting both. Cool. Alright, so we've got all that in Hope 1. That is really close to a saturated belt. Like, that is really close to a saturated belt. You'll know it's saturated because it'll start backing up. There we go. Yeah, so it's stuttering just a little bit. And that stutter's letting you know it's getting really close, because eventually this will sit here and no more bullets will be able to go through. At that point, there's no reason for me to wait anymore. We are full on fuel of this variety. We're about to fill up on fuel of that variety. We are going to start building up a little bit of water into reserve. And that'll all be good. Because the good news is if I get all these extra bullets and I don't end up needing them at all, then it just means I never have to wait for the restock again. Oh yeah, and you're waiting for those. I have to make those myself, don't I? Actually, no I don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey. It's fine. You are going to make production modules. Cool, because I'm trying to get it some stuff that I'm going to want to be in production anyways. We just have out of the way. I'm not doing a whole lot with the logic bots here, so it's fine. Alright, so we got 2 rockets ready to rock and roll. Yeah, these are obliterating our blue chips. So I do think those will be one of those things that we'll be able to fire off like 4 rockets, and then realistically I just won't have... I won't have the throughput on the blue processors to do more than that. I need to check. Do we have the green and blue circuit board, or green and red circuit boards on the network? I don't think we do. Let's just do this real fast. And then we should probably be good for the rocket. Okay, so we can put a passive container here and here. And a claw there and there. Don't keep more than 4 stacks of each. They don't murder all our supplies. Cool. And with that, they should be able to get the production modules. Because I want the production modules because occasionally that'll give me a free rocket part. Basically, it'll make it more cost-effective to make the rockets. Alright. So let's take a look at Hope 1. Still not saturated. Real close, though. Like, I'm only seeing the occasional gap. Because that'll also mean while we're flying, if we're not using ammo, we will start to build up a buffer of the metal plates in here and in here. And then the ore in there, and the bullets in there. So we'll actually get a little bit more of a buffer. I'm not going to wait for that to fill up before we go, though. I just want the belt that's feeding the guns. Because I am anticipating burning through a lot of ammo along the way, because this is the crappy ammo. I can't make the good ammo up here because it requires copper. And I don't have a source of copper up here. Now, I could ship up a whole bunch of copper and have them manufactured up here, but I don't think that's worth my time. Because you look at how expensive... Oh. You see that there? That's a sign. I wonder why the other one's still getting through, though. Oh, there they are. Okay, I am going to do a quick save just because we can. Because I am a little bit worried if this ship doesn't make it, which I don't think will be a problem. If it is destroyed, we might be in a real bad way. But with that, I think it is time for Hope 1 to start its journey. So it is going to go to Volcanius to pick us up. We are just going to go ahead and say go. And let's see. Let's see, do you have to start on Novus, or can you choose to start on one of your planets? I believe you can only start on Nulfanus or whatever it is. So what we should see happen is, unlike last time where we massaged the asteroids into awkwardness, in this particular case, we should be able to just plow through here and clear. The big question is the bullet supply, how it's gonna do. Alright, first asteroid is coming into range. It doesn't... I mean, it'll be a glancing hit on the armor. Let's see how these do compared to the other ones. Oh, yeah. Okay, those laser guns didn't do crap. Those machine guns just rip through them, even with the crap ammo. This is looking real promising. Yeah, it's almost instantly vaporized. And how are we doing on our reserves? We are slowly diminishing our ammo, but we should be long ride before that becomes a concern. Honestly, we could expand the manufacturing setup on this ship a huge amount with this. This is so much better. Like, there's not even a comparison. The lasers would stay, like, concentrated on target the entire time and not destroy it before it hit me, with me stopping the ship and letting it slowly drift. Versus this is just straight up obliterating its way through. So is this a ship transit between planets? Does this just transit space collecting stuff? Yeah, so it is transiting between planets. So if you see right up here, that's showing my progress. But yeah. We don't need any of the walls. Yeah, I'm still going to keep them just in case something happens. Like we have some like weird timing, or I lose track and the ammo gets falls behind, or some jam happens on the conveyor belts. Like, whatever could go wrong. But yeah, no, I think you're right that this ship feels very safe. What I'm enjoying in this over here, this is amusing me that this stack sorter is just, or stack inserter is just hucking materials out of this thing as fast as it possibly can. So let's see how badly our ammo looks diminished when we arrive. Okay, so we're at Volcanus. We have hit our ammo pretty bad. That is maybe 1/3 of our ammo to 1/4 of our ammo consumed. So that is one thing. But what we can do now is deliver cargo, Hope 1. Deliver cargo, Hope 1. And how much is that going to take on Hope 1? Oh, I have an unreasonable amount of cargo. So if I just tell you, hey buddy, give it all to me. Hey buddy, give it all to me. Will you just do? Because I'm hoping we can get that configured. So we'll load up the rocket as much as can and just put as much of this stuff as possible on there. And meanwhile, you're making my next replacement rocket. Don't need this and this and this forever. Yeah, so my other fear is while it's orbiting here, is it consuming ammo faster than it's making it? That's the concern. So you do show as having 11 ammo currently on board. Man, it goes through like 3-4 magazines in those few seconds. It does look like it's slowly recovering the ammo supply though. Like just hovering here, it does look like it is more recovering than losing. Okay, so the thing we're gonna do is once this tops off, it can launch. Then I'm gonna jump on this one. Alright, so we're on our way up to the platform. Okay. And then meanwhile, I need to look back down here because I do see one issue we're going to run into with this design. And that's none of the stuff's getting past here. So this way it splits half and half because this thing's almost full on this side. And I do want it to finish topping off. I see Rual is the first person who built Fort Knox in space. Well, yeah, no, we weren't sure because like the first run went really badly. That we did arrive, we were successful, but by the time we had arrived, we had lost a number of modules. The ship wasn't looking too hot, and there wasn't a good like. It might have technically survived getting back by just putting the solar panels in the way and just letting it get wrecked on the front and just going with it. But we'll see. Alright, so that one should deliver its cargo. If we do the automatic request, though, will it automatically shove all this in here? Where did all the tungsten go? Did you just put all of that into storage? Okay, hang on. That's not really what I was looking for. The hope here was that you would deliver all this. Oh, it's saying you already have more than that. Because I did try to set it to like infinite. Well, hey, robots, could you never do that again, please? Yeah, so if you ever get tungsten, I don't care how much it is, if you ever get it, put it in the box. If you ever get science that's not in the right place, put it in the box. So any of that gets put in the wrong place, put it in the box and just load up the ship. Yeah, so we won't automatically do requester chests, we'll just do it this way. Deliver cargo. And our red and our blue circuit board, or sorry, red and our green circuit boards are just getting obliterated right now by just how many rockets we're doing. Okay, so if we check Hope 1 storage. So, we could surely wait for more. I've got pretty close to 1,000 orange storage on and a ton of tungsten. This is one of those things, though, I just really don't know how to go about it. All requests satisfied. So the interrupts we can do is all requests satisfied, any planned import 0, any request 0, circuit condition damage taken, item count, passenger not present. Yeah, so the question is, so we have the requests for construction, That's fine. So we'll take that off here. We will add on... I only need 4 of these. Let's see, if the maps aren't limitless, then they had to be finite. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The technical answer is no. They are not limitless. But, and the practical answer, yes. And it is, you eventually do hit a technical limitation where stuff stops working. But, even taking a vehicle going at the absolute fastest it can go, it takes physical hours of travel time to, you know, make that happen. Okay, so I think what we're going to go ahead and do... And go here. Those are on the network, right? No. The answer is no. Maybe make them requester chests? Yeah. Okay, so this way any extra orange or tungsten that gets put anywhere gets put here and then fed directly in there. And then when we don't have a rocket present, it will just continue to buffer in those so that we can potentially have enough to launch it again. Because I'm debating waiting until we have one more. I mean, that's still going to take a while. I think we go. I think we go and we come back. Like, we don't come back, the ship comes back. Alright. So, wait condition. This is the thing I'm not sure about. Is, like... how, like, we have the whole thing about waiting till all requests satisfied, but I can't tell it, no, really, I want thousands of this. Because we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, so you have 16 stacks of that, and my request is only showing 500. So you sit there and say, I want 2,000 tungsten, and I want 2,000 of this. And then it would say, okay, until all requests are satisfied. Now, obviously, that's not going to happen right now, because I don't want to wait that long. I don't think I want to sit there and give this rules for other stuff going on. The other thing I'm noticing is you don't seem to be automatic requests from space platforms. Alright, so let's go ahead and turn that on. It's going to dump all that crap out. Because in theory what should happen is you do not have your full amount of orange science and tungsten here. I just want to see if I can get this set up with the automation so that you should move that in there. Logic bots. Like that should be brought in here now. And it switches over to passive provider. Logistics stuff. So that should, in theory, be getting our stuff on here. So it's automatic requests from the space platform, automatically request supplies from local logistic network to fulfill the requests of the space platform. Fair enough. That has materials in it that need to go in there. And so we go up here and it says, okay, you have your requests here. Yeah, and this would be for construction materials. We have that turned off. That's fine. This is saying I am supposed to have 2,000 and I have 786. And it's saying I'm supposed to have 2,000, I have 856. And it's even showing that this isn't full. So that's... Oh, let's get rid of that. Allow unloading a cargo at this stop. That's fine as well. Does your logic box deliver directly to the launch pad? You don't need a requester chest. Yeah, no, I switched those over to passive provider chests, just because it's all wired up. And that's what I'm waiting for, is they don't seem to actually be bringing anything over. Which is probably because a good chunk of it's getting gobbled up by this one. Let's kick them out of here too. And let's see if this will start moving the stuff where I think they need to. Because I just want to test to see if this is working. I'm not going to wait for it to fully satisfy. Not enough to fill one rocket, not enough to fill one rocket. A rocket is 250, a rocket is 1,000. We should be pretty close on the ingots, though. Because we mouse over this, it says there's 144 available on the planet right now. 145 available on the planet right now. So 5 stacks of that will fill it. So that's what we're waiting on. I just want to test this before I leave. Because then what we'll do is we'll manually tell ourselves to leave, and then I'm hoping I can just leave it running automatically, and then we will build another station. Were those drones stacking in each other? They look like they're floating train. Oh yeah, no, when you do a thing that says, like, give me 100 of these, all of the drones just suddenly fly over as, like, one massive ball to satisfy the thing. Alright, so all our solar panels are done. We've only got 2 more shields and a laser, and then that's fully kitted. Yeah, so basically we have these buffer chests right here. That should help. Obviously, I'll probably want to expand a lot of these productions. How hard would this to be expand, actually? Because you need the... So, you'll be the easier one to expand. Okay, so that takes care of that part. In the meantime, I'll keep this going. Cool. So that'll increase the amount of tungsten we're getting and how fast. We also have the orange science going, which is waiting on tungsten as well. Getting the orange science, we get another one of these on relatively easy, I think, too. Because you'll be set to the orange science. We can go and put this claw here, just like the other one. Turn you around. You will have a pipe that goes like this straight across, and that'll be good enough. And then we will just need a splitter here. The only problem with this... Here, we'll do it this way. Because I do want to keep it on this side, so it's half the belt is one, half the belt's the other. Okay, so with that, we should be able to double up both of our productions. Between both the orange science and the tungsten. That should make refilling the rockets faster. And it should help a great deal. Let's see, you're in range of building, right? You're not? Yeah, you're in range. Do we not have the bulk inserters on there? That might be the problem. Inserters are over here. Okay, there's your problem. None of those are on the correct type of provider chests. Cool, and just like that, you should be online. Alright, cool. So, you're filling up and launch it off. Okay, so that's good. So yeah, so what would happen is if you wanted to stay for the whole time, I considered say, hey, get over here until all requests are, you know, satisfied. And then once it did that, it'd be fine. And we can go ahead and get that. And more than likely, I'll need to do the math to figure out what is the appropriate amount to make that a multiple. We're not going to worry about that. We will add a new station to go back to there. And so the question here is... Right now, I'll just have them manually go. We are going to want this to unload. And we're just going to have to get down to the bottom station and get that figured out. So, before I do that, let me go down here. I need to make one quick change to our spaceport before I ruin everything. Where is the out belt? Yeah, so for a cargo delivery, use filters. You are only for the white science. That way when I start delivering other cargo, I don't contaminate my entire system. They look like a floating train. Yeah. Sorry, the drones. That way, when I start getting the orange science, we get it over here and all that, and what have you. So you've got a pretty good amount of storage in here. You are going to request tungsten, and you're going to request it in literally unreasonable amounts of volume. And you're going to go here to the orange science. And you're going to do that as well. Cool. And we will deal with wiring all that up later. Because first it doesn't matter until we get there. Yeah, so you are replenishing your ammo, so you aren't at a loss of ammo just sitting here. So in the future, if I can arrive here safely, as long as I've got some production on my ship, we're probably okay. Yeah, these are all just doing fine. It looks like we're short on... Actually, they're just producing at speed now. We have science to research. Okay, yeah, we're up to the point of needing the white science as well as the rest. Stronger explosives, electronic weapons. Well, that's 5,000. Let's literally just let it burn through what we've already got. We'll be home before then, and we'll have the orange science. I'm basically just looking to see, do I want to wait for one more delivery? No, it's only 300. It's only 500. Nope, let's go. We are on our way back home. But yeah, so there's not equivalent of empty cargo and all that. But that's kind of what I'm looking for, is going, okay, I would like to have the ship, you know, empty out all of the orange science and all of the tungsten. And then once we've got those out of here, then go back out. And then just go back and forth. And then what we could do on the other side is I can then, you know, get a second one of these built. You could use the item count and get the cargo on the... You get the cargo on the hub. Yeah, so... Yeah, no, I gotcha. So check item count 0. Make sure I have 0 tungsten and 0 of the other stuff. And then we'll get back to our home base, and I am going to at least get a train stop built for the tungsten and the orange science, and then get the orange science to our science labs, because that's going to open all that. The tungsten, I don't know where it needs to go yet, so that one I'm just going to approach by having the train stop and having a lot of storage there while I figure out what needs to happen, because for better or worse, the fact that we don't get it that fast does ultimately mean I do get a lot of time to react whatever. Alright. And we're going to be back home to Nulvis. And then, like I said, the projects we're going to have is I'm going to need to build a second one of these. Because this one's going to be collecting orange science and tungsten and bringing it home to our main factory. And that's just going to be what it does from now on. We'll make a second one, which I'm just literally going to copy it, make a blueprint, stamp it out, and just let it start building. And then once that's done, you know, we could start heading that way. In the meantime, I will take the tank that should be basically set up now. And I need to start clearing out a bunch of those nests so I can secure that iron and copper. And once we've got that iron and copper secured and on the train network, I should be able to then be safe to, like, leave the factory again for a while. Because that's one of the reasons why I've been in such a rush to get back. Is pretty soon we're going to run so low on iron and copper, we're going to start having stuff, like we're already having iron production stuff slow down. Hey, get it out of here. And just like that, it is gone. I'm assuming you can only send 4 at a time. So drop to the planet. Okay, so that's all doing fine. Let's take a quick look at the automation on Hope 1, because it's done its job swimmingly. So, all requests satisfied. Wait condition. So item count and item count. For right now, I'm going to set it to... So item count orange at 0. Item count tungsten at 0. And so that'll make it go back, and it'll wait for its materials, and it should just ping pong back and forth. Now the question is, why are you not doing this? Nope, there's your upgraded production modules for those. That's lovely to see. We can also go here while we're at it. And say, hey, you want those in here as well. Oh, right, you can't. That's fine. So you still have the science here, and you do not seem to be retrieving it. Oh, because you already have 2,000 in here. Alright. So we're just going to tell you as well a unreasonable amount. And so we should see happen is in just a moment, it's launched all of those materials off. So what should happen is its logic should kick in, that it does have 0 here and 0 there. So it is time to go back to Volcanus, because it is set to automatic. These conditions have been met. Oh no, they haven't. Equals 0, equals 0. They have been met, so now it's on its way back to Volcanus. And then it should stay there for quite a while and do its thing. Nice. And then when you get over here, you've got 4 rockets ready. They could just keep loading up on goodies. Nice. So with that, I do have the orange science and all that in there. So we do need more train stops. And unfortunately, we are getting compressed in here, which was part of why I designed this way so that wouldn't happen. But I can actually work around this relatively easy. So what's going to need to happen is let's just first of all go like this so I'm not dealing with my own character. We will bring that over here. So then you need to be switched to under, over, under, over, under, over. Let's go one more just for good measure. Cool. So just like that, we gave ourselves enough space that I can work here. And I'm going to need to put 2 stops here. So let's get the 2 stops here for picking up the orange science and the tungsten to get on our train network. And we should be good. And I also just remembered, I have a box here with all my things. Yeah, I think that's literally all my stuff. Including my blueprints. How I've missed you, blueprints. There's our production, there's our balancers, there's our train stuff, there's our defenses. Okay, so now what I could do is go here, grab my trains. This is a pickup station. These face down. Yeah, so there. And you do have enough room to do this next to it, so that'll be fine. And I will need to expand my drone network range. Alright, and you'll need power between here and here. And now I just need to get our conveyor system over there. So this will be for the first stop. Cool. And you'll have an inserter here. They'll have a filter. And you will be the orange science. And then the exact same idea. We'll have it go this way. And then that'll be our tungsten. Alright. So with that, those are going to be all set up on that regard. I need to add the signals, though, on this end. Let's put our signals here to separate that out in the network so that we don't have it block our train stuff. There and there. Okay, so with that, I've got that all hooked up. So the next thing to do is to pop over to our sciences, which are down here. And so we have to do kind of the same thing, where I'm going to grab a track, bring it up to that point, fish you on under, and then meanwhile we can go ahead and grab our train drop off point. It faces this way. Or you can take it from the other way, it'll be better. Oh wait, the tracks are down. Okay. Just make it longer. Okay. So just trying to get all this set up. And I already know I'm going to make this longer, so I'll leave that extra track. It's fine. Okay, so we'll have the drop off there. We're going to get rid of this part of this conveyor belt here. Now, let's see. So the purple track goes here, and it's merged in with whatever that track is, so we've already got those two assigned. We've got the blue and the black, the red and the green, and then the white does not have another type of science merge in with it. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and do that here. I'm going to bring you right over there. Alright, and that'll put the orange science on there. So you're now going to be named Orange Science Drop. And we will check to see if you have orange science in stock. Let's see. Orange science stock. If you have less than 2,000, well actually, less than 200, go ahead and try and restock it. Only allow one train. So we're all good there. Just waiting to be able to add my train signals. Good enough. Was that in the robot range? I didn't see. Let's check. No. That'll work. Okay. So with that, they'll get that all set up, and we'll have Orange Science on our network on this end. So that does mean there's enough configured over here. We can go back over to our rocket pads. And we're waiting on our... Oh, we had the same issue here earlier. Here, I could just go like this. Hey, you want to make all of these better, buddy. And same with all these. And all these. And that'll fix your problem. But this is the orange science spot, so we're going to go ahead and here. And we're going to have a rule around you. So you're checking for the orange science. If you have more than 200, then it is available for you. And we'll call it item pickup. And with that, the orange science is on the network. What it's waiting for right now is I need my bots to come over here and replace those tracks. We haven't upgraded that blueprint, and I need to. And so we do happen to just have a really large number of red belts just still on the network from cleanup and everything. But we don't have any red splitters. So it gets everything put down except the splitters. And then you should be good. Yeah, so it's just waiting for a little bit of track to be put down, and then that makes the orange science drop point available. Alright, so with that, let's go ahead and... How expensive are you? You're really expensive. We're going to cancel all the rest of the stuff we have here. We got orange science now. So now the catch is, do I start trying to go for the turbo transportation belts? Is one consideration. We have the asteroid reprocessing, which takes one metallic asteroid chunk and produces a bit of everything, is what I'm going. An asteroid chunk with a high metal concentration. So it takes one metallic asteroid chunk, and it has a chance to produce all those things. So I believe that's going to be a thing that allows you to scale up your asteroid output. Because we have all of our stuff can become anything else. So right now where I have the lines back up and they can't go anywhere, with this what I could have it do is it would pass forward whatever the ingredient was, and then it could just pass them the other directions to feed into the other crushers. So anything that gets backed up, you can just have it keep rotating to get what you need. What is interesting is it says 40% chance of getting basically the same thing back, 20% chance of that, 20% chance of the other. It's not clear if I will get multiple or not, or how that works. So that isn't 100% clear on how it works, but I guess that's the idea, is your overflow, instead of it just all going out the side of the ship, you can start repurposing it more and more and more to keep stuff coming. That's tempting, but I don't think that's an immediate concern. We've got blowing up the cliffs, which is really tempting to do immediately. That's 500. We've got the artillery, which is really tempting. That's 1,500. I think I'm going for the artillery. I really like the artillery. Cliff destruction next. Then this recycling thing. And then we have shell damage, range, shooting speed. And these are all things that are unlimited and really expensive. Because the conveyor belts are nice, but I don't see those as urgent. Meanwhile, then we're going to go ahead and continue up this line, and we'll circle back then. Alright, so the point being is that should be the last of this built out. Cool. So this train station should be fully online. You should be good. We already have a train on its way over here to pick up the orange science, which will get dumped out of that machine as fast as it can. The tungsten right now is just going to be chucked into boxes. Fortunately, we don't have all that much yet. But I'm going to have to find a use for it, or that will just back up. Which is actually a concern. That is something that I got to keep in mind. Is, in theory, this has limited cargo and all that. I would need to go out of here. So it might be a thing that I add buffer chests here at some point, just to alleviate that. Okay, so we have all of our orange science is on its way. So as soon as our laser weapon damage 6 gets up, its upgrade done, we're good. So, with all that nonsense, we are re-equipped and re-ready to rock and roll. It's time for us to go get our tank and to secure more area. the other thing it is time to do, before I forget about it, is add a new space platform on this planet that is going to be our one going to either Gleba or Fulgora. And so we have the Hope one, Epoch. That'll be our next one. So we're gonna make a brand new platform named Epoch. I probably already have a kit made for it. Yep, there it goes. And then what we'll go ahead and do is we're gonna go to Hope 1. I'm just going to grab the blueprint of it. And I know I keep making blueprints of this thing again and again, but we keep changing it. So get rid of the old one. Cool. So basically, once we get the platform there, I'm going to say, start building the next one. And that'll be our one for going to the next planet. And that's going to start hitting our resources hard. Okay, Tank, how close are you to being sorted? You're 1 energy shield and 1 personal laser short. Are we, like, right there with those things, or are we a ways out still? And I do need to upgrade our energy cells. So you're waiting on how much is an energy shield? How many of those red science circuit boards are they? An energy shield is 5. And you're waiting on, like, one circuit board here. So we got 1 circuit board for our next personal defense, and we got 5 red circuit boards. And you're waiting on the copper wire. The copper wire's waiting on this. And the uncommon copper wire is waiting on here. Oh yeah, no, don't limit how much of the rare stuff we get. That'll unstick that, that'll help. Okay. So then the hope is that's a rare outcome. Oh, hey, hang on a second. Let's just pop up here real fast. I appreciate your desire to make that happen, but right now, if I put you over here, I just get my results. So I'd rather do that. And we can grab the rest and chuck it up here and guarantee ourselves the blue circuit board, which should be enough to make this happen, and our tank should be fully kitted. Nice. So we got our tank fully stocked, fully kitted, ready to rock and roll. Why don't you have your construction drones? You should have construction drones. Are those not in the network? I can go steal some of those. Hey, buddy. I feel like I'd like to come to construction drones if you don't mind. Thanks, man. You can drop half those in there. Alright. And that is a fully kitted tank. Do not enable logistics while moving. Nice. Alright, so the order of business today is I need to clear out to this iron node. My concern that I have is our bots going up here are going to start trying to cut across even worse to reach this when we go to build. I still think this is the priority though, so let's go down here. We're going to start killing these nests and doing what damage we can. So we've got a rare tank. It is fully kitted with nothing but rare equipment. Fully kitted out. It does have a decent supply of ammunition and everything else going for it. That doesn't make it invulnerable by any stretch of the imagination. If I go slam into a cliffside next to a bunch of enemies, we will still die. There's no fixing that. But the goal here is I want to run over here, clear out enough that we can capture the iron and the copper over there, and start setting up a defensive position. And then once we've done that, I need to clear out the area above it, so my construction drones just don't keep killing themselves by trying to go past the biters. We are already researching artillery. What was the other research that we finished almost instantly? I guess I went for it immediately. That's fine. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I don't think we have enough to complete the artillery, but we already do have Hope 1 getting more. Hit console will say there. Oh yeah, it was just the laser weapon upgrades. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we're going down here. We're going to pop a hole in this wall so I can cut through. Okay. Yeah, we can go right there. Right like this, we'll just go like this. And we are set to our correct weapons. Alright. And just like that, that's the spawners down in that one. Alright. I must have... Oh, you know what it was? We've been sitting here doing all that yellow level research. I bet you one of those researches we've been doing again and again was probably the projectile and piercing damage on the tank. So I'm just going like, man, I'm just slicing through this stuff. It's like, oh yeah, I probably have like 5 levels of upgrades on my weapons that I didn't have the last time we were out here. Alright, and that's 2 nests done. And we rollin'. Yeah, because those cannons are killing the behemoths that chase me, the on-foot behemoths, in just like 1 hit each. Alright. And these lasers are actually doing something. They're still crap against the big stuff. But now we're actually seeing the little stuff die. And I'm pretty sure that's because we saw like 3-4 layers worth of stuff. I also think we haven't had any meaningful amount of evolution going on since we left. But just like that, that's 4 nests done. Alright. I saw there was another one over here. 2 nests done. And just like that, 5 nests done. I liked that one because it was on the cliffside, so even if I got stuck, it was going to take a little bit for anything to swarm me. I probably would have been fine. It also didn't have many worms to it. So let's see how you're doing on ammo. Still about just shy of 400 rounds. Alright, I don't like this nest. Okay, there's a hole over here, so let's just cut across here. And go up this way. And deal with the big ones on us. They're the dangerous ones. Just demolishing these things. Okay. All the spawners done there. Ooh! Oh, I must have physically run into a big one. Okay. Yeah, so I physically ran into a big one. That's the reason why we got stuck for just a second. No real danger. This thing's got a ton of life. But it's just the fact that we took the tiny little scrape of armor is like, excuse me, what happened? Alright. How's the hunting down resources going? It's going good. Our new fully, absolutely every last bit of it rare quality tank, like every weapon on it rare quality. I mean, the ammo's not rare quality, but everything that is not ammo is rare quality on it is a beast. Okay, so I've lost track of how many nests down. We're just gonna keep our campaign going. There's no cliffs anywhere around it, so we can just circle and just fire. Just circle and just keep on firing. Now let's clear off some of the dangerous ones off the back. Go right back to firing. Let's see. Did you get off Volcanus? Yes. We have gone, and I've got the orange science and tungsten now being automatically delivered from Volcanus here. We're not doing anything with the tungsten yet. We are actively working on researching artillery, though, to have a use for it. Otherwise, we did get the orange research here. That's actually what's allowing us to research that. I actually probably should, after this nest, let's back off a little bit, and let's take a look at Hope 1 and make sure it's doing fine. Because, like, it held up really well on our journey, but it is still a very much an experimental vehicle. So let's pop here. Hope 1. Hope 1 is currently where? You were stopped at Volcanus. You are replenishing your munitions. And you are very quickly stocking up on... It's already got another 1,000 orange science and however much of this. Yeah, so it's still, we're like, we don't need to run back and forth. Meanwhile, let's go head to here. Let's grab our blueprints. You are not going to have the instructions of Hope 1. Automatically request your construction stuff. And we're good. Let's quickly check to make sure the space station is still set up to build stuff. It is. Cool. So we'll start working on Epoch. Epoch will be our next adventure. Honestly, I mean, don't get me wrong, the green ones are still dangerous. Honestly, the biggest problem they present is the fact that they're they're taking the hits with their bodies, which is preventing me from getting the hits in on the actual base. Alright, sorry about that. Okay. So let's go clear these nests. Pretty much the way I'm thinking about this is let's just keep clearing out until ammo starts to become a problem. I still have about 230 rounds left out of the 500 or 600 I left with. We made it back? Yep. Yeah, no, that's the thing is, oh, wrong weapon. Yeah, yesterday's stream, we basically did Volcanus for the most part in the total of one stream. I don't think it was bad. Like, very genuinely, as far as... Ooh, you are a real big nest. Like, it felt comparable with doing, like, when you're at the end of the vanilla run, and you're starting to go, okay, it's time for me to set up the satellite production and all that. It felt comparable with that, with the exception of all the mechanics were different. And so there's a bunch of learning to be done about that. And I honestly felt like that was like pretty appropriate considering we saw that there was the 3 planets nearby, and then we did see on the map that there was supposed to be a 4th planet, which I'm assuming will present, like, it'll be a culmination of the challenge because it is looking like I'm going to need to get all of the science to do it. Alright.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I get that sip soon as I'm not in the middle of killing like 4 or 5 nests at the same time by just circling around and just lobbing shots in all directions. Okay, that's what to use the main gun behind us. That is actually a pretty respectable number of dangerous things on us. Alright. Okay. Yeah, the rare level lasers actually seem to be pretty okay. Which is weird because I want to say they only got more range, but it's going to be all that research we've done has upgraded our damage a bunch. Are you using the same ammo as 2 days ago, or is the ammo upgraded? The ammo is the same ammo. The big thing that's happened is while we were on Volcanus, the entire time the home base has just been doing research for like whatever was there. So it did do a number of like weapon damage research that was extremely expensive, but I didn't really have a whole lot else to do. Now, let's not worry about tangling with those really big nests over there right now. Like, we can face him just fine. It's just better that I focus on these ones over to the left more. Let's also take a quick stock at our inventory. We have been just going for it, just sending. So we are going through munitions relatively quick. Yeah, I'm down to 50 rounds. Yep, and I'm just about out of machine gun ammo. So I would say that was a very successful trial run of this. Because in that one campaign we drove out here, we had nests all the way up here. This whole area is now clear. So the next one would probably go down here, clear out those ones. Maybe these handful of nests, and then start building the wall across there. Unfortunately, this does look like it gets wider down here, so it's probably going to be one of these ones that will just... Oh man, I am probably going to have to deal with this. But we'll just try and find a place we can put a wall along here somewhere. But the point is, I can wall this area off. That should be okay. So probably, like, right there. And then here, there's not really a good spot. Honestly, it doesn't matter. So probably like, right along here. That'll be a major project, but that's fine. Okay. So we just drive our tank right back to our reload station. And then once we've done that, it'll take it a little bit to get stocked up again. While we're restocking, I can go ahead and do, like, the various projects we need to do. Our artillery's already over 30%, well, about to be 30% researched. We should be running out of orange science here soon. But I was pretty impressed that we were already sitting at well over 1,000 on Home 1. And at 2,000, it should leave. Alright. It is one of those things that I wonder with the Home 1 situation, if it would make sense for me to say, hey, deliver me infinite of these things. And then set up a condition that says, alright, if you have over a certain item count or wait a certain amount of time, head back. Now, one of the things I'm going to have to watch out for is, on this end, these are the things feeding that other place. Those three I got to watch to make sure they don't start running out. So occasionally I'm going to have to peek over at Volcanus to see what's up. Okay, are we in logic bot range? Yeah. Cool. Let's see, turn off personal logistics to stop that. So we have the vehicle logistics turned on. Oh, right, with the vehicle logistics, I can... Let's go grab some logic bots. If we have any floating in here. We probably do somewhere. But basically, I could have them deliver some logic bots here. And if we request a stack... Yeah, we already have a request for the logic bots. But if we have a stack of the logic bots on the network and put them in here, then it'll be one of those things that my tank will actually receive, go out of its way to get its own ammo. Yeah, so it is replenishing all of its supplies. They refueled it and everything. Probably, went ahead and gave it a little spruce up on the paint while we're here. And honestly, I'm just gonna leave the rest just the way it is, so that way, if something goes wrong and our tank does die... Actually, you know what I ought to do? I think we accidentally made a second rare tank already. Let's check our storage. If so, I might literally copy this tank setup. Can I just go like this? Because I was gonna say is, if I can just copy... Here, let's just try taking the tank not on the ground, so it's literally the only thing there. And let's see if I can't just copy the tank. No. I was hoping I could sit there and say, copy the tank, and be like, make this. But basically, my thought here is to put another tank over here. And then just start having the bot set it up. You did make another rare tank? Yep. Now I got multiple spares. What I wanted to do was copy all this. Oh, right. We have something else we can do here real fast. Let me grab you. And change you to... You're not the right thing. Put this all away. Copy you, I guess. Don't stock it. Change you over. And you... Where are you at? Because we got an improvement. Yeah, the better battery packs. So go ahead. Oh no, you're not right. Rare. Cool. So with that, we can get even better battery packs. Which would mean I could probably get away with having a lot less battery packs and using stuff. We're not going to wait for this. This is for our next tank, so we've got that. We are making the blue circuit boards. The low density framework, we're also making that as well. So literally, if I just wait, that'll sort itself out. So then we'll plan for you to be the upgraded model. So the upgraded model here, we're going to go ahead and stare at this blankly, trying to remember how on earth I... There we go. No, that's not. There we go. Alright. So the upgraded ones, those carry 5 times the power. So we're going to go ahead and set you to rare. And I'm going to go here to the grid and say you're only going to keep 1 row of those. That should be overkill. And then in that particular case, the rare versions of these actually feel like they're pretty okay. So we're going to get a little bit more ridiculous on this. We'll have the rare shield still. We will need the drone port. The drone port I'm not going to bother trying to go rare. I know we have an uncommon one. Because the drone port to me is just like between fights doing a little bit of maintenance, so whatever. Where are you at, drone port? You're here somewhere. There you are. So you'll have that. And actually, for that matter, we could take this a step farther with all this stuff. Because I now have... We can really lean in on this. Because I don't need to depend on the solar panels anymore. We got this fusion thing here. What does the fusion thing require to be made though before we commit to a rare one? Uranium fuel cells. Ooh, 200 processing units. I mean, I'm down, but ow. Like big ow. That's fine. So change you to a rare quality fusion thing. Stop changing my stuff. Rare quality fusion thing. Oh, that's going to require rare fuel cells. Okay, hang on. What difference will the fuel cell quality make? Because I actually have a way we could deal with this. So, the rare quality fusion cell, it doesn't seem to have a difference within itself. Like, making it rare doesn't seem to matter. But I have a way we can make this work that'll probably be pretty cursed and interesting. With the Korvax reaction, I should be able to just take one and put it on, like, put like 1 or 2 of them on uncommon or 1 or 2 of them on rare and just let them rotate. And it should gradually upgrade everything there. Which is an interesting thing to deal with. So yeah, so the fuel cell itself doesn't seem to matter. Like, that's what I was trying to see is... I'm guessing it doesn't matter. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. It having an upgrade doesn't matter at all, other than for the purposes of making what we can make with it, and the only thing we can make with it is the thing here. Oh, well, that's the fuel cell production. Well, yeah, no, I can guarantee the higher quality materials over time by just cycling it a lot. Do I want to do that, though? So the fuel cell itself is just iron plates in this. I feel like I'm gonna leave that alone. What is the difference between the qualities of these? So the quality of those is 750 kilowatts versus 1.2 megawatts. Honestly, in this particular case, never mind this. I think we will settle for just a regular one. And I'll be actually, I probably should have just left that. Did you eat yet? No, I have the ad is about to happen in about 8 minutes, and when it does, I will eat. Thank you for the reminder, though, because I'm terrible about remembering. So cancel those, cancel this, change you to our fusion thing, which is here. And still leave the thing, because we'll still gamble to see if we can get better. Because why wouldn't we? And we can go like this. Alright, so this is still extremely costly. If we get the better one, that's fine. And I'll just let that do its thing. But we'll put the fusion thing here. Let's see how big it is, though. I'm just trying to plan that tank out as our next tank. And what would happen is, if this gets finished before we're done with our current tank, then that's fine too. Ooh, you're big. That's fine. So you get rid of that. And then the fusion cell goes down here. So with the fusion cell, I probably don't even need as many batteries as we've got there. You know what? I'm not going to keep as many batteries we got there. Yeah, and then we'd have a fusion cell here. And we'll wait to see what the best results we get out of that are. Okay, are you all stocked and ready to go? Yes. Other than logistics drones. Which I'll see if there is some here that I could chuck into that thing. Nope. Alright, so what's going to end up happening here, chat, is we got a couple of minutes until we have an ad break coming up. And we gotta take a minute during the ad break to quickly eat something. Like, it's not even gonna really extend the ad break. It'll just be the normal ad break, because for those who don't know, on Twitch we have pre-rolls and mid-rolls. Mid-rolls is we're required to play 3 minutes of ads per hour. Pre-rolls absolutely murder a channel, so you get why we do that. So I do run the minimum amount of ads required to do that. So we have the fusion cells here, so let's go up here, add these to the network, and those will get us what we need here. You are exhausting your supplies here. So what I'm wondering with this, so we've got all these things backlogged up here. I am wondering if it makes sense to take one of these reactors and switch this over to making quality. Because each cycle it spits out a little bit of each, and if I switch one of these to uncommon and one of these to rare, we should, in theory, be able to just keep cycling until we get all this upgraded. Do I have it feed back into itself, though? Because if I have it feed back into itself, it should eventually... It would prevent the issue of these things getting frozen as long as I have one of them expecting uncommon and one of them expecting rare. It should gradually resolve. And that would let me get the rare fuel cells. Now, the rare fuel cells don't do anything within themselves. Like, they literally don't matter. But if I start making these things up to the point where we're getting rare, I could make rare quality nuclear warheads and rare quality uranium slugs and all these kinds of things. And I do think because this is a process I could feed into itself near indefinitely, it gives me an opportunity to make this work. Alright, let's tinker, because I think it's worthwhile, and I am killing a little bit of time until we're ready for other things. So you can go here, and you are now expecting so you're going to expect rare. You're going to expect uncommon. We're going to take these out. I can put these in. You can put these in. You can put these in. And you will only ever accept normal fusion cells. That way we never have any of our processes get jammed. Where we look at normal fuel cells. The others will take whatever, but I am going to copy this and say, but the rest of you will only ever take those. So what should happen is these ones should be able to accept whatever, but only the common ones get passed through. This one shouldn't have to worry unless something goes direly wrong. We should be fine. And all that. So these are going to try to upgrade here. Now, for these to be uncommon and rare, we're going to have to make... Ooh, actually, there is one problem. It's the iron plate. I still think this part's fine. But those aren't going to be able to do anything quite yet. And we are going to make this loop, by the way. That's fine. We're already making such an abundance of these, I don't care. We can get rid of these and put requester chests and say, hey, I need you to request one stack of uncommon quality. Yeah, oh, not that way. Do this. So, unstack. Yeah, that's fine. You're going to request uncommon, and you are going to request rare. Alright, so with that, we'll have that whole thing looped. The next step would be to go to these and switch them over. So we're not going to get the bonus in production anymore, which I'm okay with. Instead, we're going to gradually get more and more better ones. But what's going to happen is I'm going to need to take one of these and set it to rare, and one of these and set it to uncommon. And same with all you. And all of this is to try and get the higher quality uranium for the fusion reactors, as well as for when we go to make nukes and everything. And same for you. You try to get better results out of these two. Quality modules cannot be used with this recipe. Well, you suck. So all those things I just did, never mind. The devs figured that one out. They're like, hold the heck up, man. All you're gonna do here is you're just gonna go and use this recipe and cycle it endlessly until you get the result you want. Don't call me out like this. It's okay, I don't think I configured those right anyways. So literally that doesn't matter over there, because we're like getting normal. Alright, well, my cheesy strat isn't gonna work. Because I was literally sitting there going to say, hey, you know what? This is gonna be perfect. I'm just gonna feed this in. Alright, chat, bear with me for a moment. I'm just going to go ahead and pause for just a second, just because I'm doing stuff there and I don't want to leave it alone. I'm gonna take just a minute to quickly eat some of my food, and I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, none of these are great choices.
No, those are both real bad.
I know. Ah, yes. More things. Any preference on which one you'd be like to subject it to the most?
What I'm gonna invite Obi real quick so he can come help us out.
Sounds good.
Me and Obi played this a lot.
And maybe not right this second because I'm doing things. Because these aren't, I'm not wearing pants right now. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. Alright. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're gonna try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, once ho, please step forward when you get up. Please step forward when you get up. Buddy, you and me, let's do the worm over on this side. Just kind of the mental image of this person. They're in the zombie apocalypse. They're walking around with a machete. They got this giant backpack they're holding on their side. And just every couple minutes, they're just reaching in there, grabbing like a fish fillet just right out of there, just shoving it in their mouth, going right back to fighting. It's a weird view in my mind. Alright, and we are back. So, thank you for putting up with the, little bit of a snacky snack there. Right now, I'm not going to even bother having them stock that tank. This one's stocked, ready to go. So let's quickly pop back over what I was doing with the nuclear power before everything catches fire. So yeah, so what I need to do is get back up here and reset those back to production modules before it breaks absolutely everything. So unfortunately, for those who missed what I was trying to do up here, I thought I had, broke the code where there is this reaction called the Korvax reaction with nuclear, like the uranium. And the gist of it is, its input and its output are the same thing. The difference is, you get a little bit more of the good stuff on the output and a little bit more of the not as good stuff on the input. So you are just cycling to like try and gradually move your stuff to the higher quality. So it's just you have to have a large volume of materials to make it work, is the way that works. But as a result, my thought was, wait a second, if I have this many, I could grab one of them and set them to only accept rare, one of them to only accept uncommon, and then just have all of these in quality modules, and they would endlessly cycle until all of them were rare. Just keep rolling the dice until you win. Unfortunately, it doesn't let you do that. RA2 is pretty awesome. Oh yeah, Riddler 2? Yeah. Riddler 2 is good. But yeah, so it's understandable they don't let you do that, because that would be literally guaranteeing yourself the rare quality. Now, granted, there's not much you could do with the materials here. If we go here and check, the only thing that gets used in is apparently we use it to make biolabs. We use it for the captive biter spawners, the fuel cells, which don't actually directly benefit at all from being upgraded, but you can use them for the fusion stuff. This is just a recipe, it doesn't matter. The nuclear fuel cells, which is one that's actually worth considering to a certain degree, because we look at the nuclear fuel cells, and what the quality would do, is it would jump our acceleration about 90%, and our top vehicle speed about 9%, more than you'd normally get, which is still not bad. And then the last one is the nuke, which with the actual nuclear, like atomic bomb nuclear warhead, it would get me, it's looking like 50% more damage going to rare. So, you know, that's an interesting consideration. Unfortunately, it is not to be, chat. That said, still interestingly enough, so what I keep looking at here is I am trying to think of a good way. Are you gonna nuke the bugs to oblivion? I mean, we might. That's not the immediate priority. I'll more than likely artillery them into oblivion. So what I'm thinking here is these ones. Ooh, those ones are still set. They need to be unset. That's because, right, that'd only be the inactive, not the active, so that won't work. I was about to say, I wonder if it would make sense to try and quality at this stage, because we could quality at this stage, and then again just keep those things rotating. I could still do this thing where we have the second tier and all that. I would need to get enough rare in these as well. I still think there's probably not a bad way to set this up. My guess would be you'd set up these to produce with the quality stuff on them. So you roll the dice, and you get the extremely rare quality one of these. And all your common stuff goes over here, it makes fuel cells for your reactor, forget about it. But all the rest, you just cycle it around here, and just keep trying to build up your numbers. Honestly, the uncommons you'd probably also put over here too, now I think about it. Yeah, so uncommon and common results, you just shove into fuel cells, you burn them, you get them out of here, you don't care. Which the caveat with that being is I would probably need multiple nuclear reactors, one for the common stuff and one for the uncommon. But then once I introduced enough rare in here, we could just cycle it around and, you know, work on that. I do think there's opportunity there. I'm debating so hard if I want to try and set that up. Do the same type of cycle here, but just with the rare ones, and start qualitying these. It should be doable. Oh, this is probably a mistake. It doesn't need to be this scale. How do you separate different qualities? Splitters. I'll just put a splitter filter and say, hey, if you're rare or whatever, go over this way. No, let's leave this alone. It's just not worth it. The amount of effort I gotta put into that, just for something I'm probably not gonna use much. Okay, that's fine. You're already stocked up and ready. Let's check on the status of our different planets and make sure everything's going. How are you doing? Your drill's going fine? Yeah, that's all backed up. That's what we like to see. How are you doing? You need a you need more drills up here. This is honestly at the stage that we should get that all yanked up. And we'll just go down here and say copy your pattern down there to there. And chunk it down right there. Yeah, and that is in range. The power cables should connect. No, they won't. No, power cables will connect. So that'll fix that, so that doesn't stay backed up. And then you're good. Cool, so we're doing all good there. We do not have rockets currently on the pad. Why? The blue circuit boards are depending on the red circuit boards, or depending on the plastic. The plastic is struggling to get enough petroleum, and we're struggling to get enough light, and we're struggling enough to get enough heavy oil. Okay. Can I fit in here another one of these? Yeah, it should be manageable. Because then what I could do here is we'll move these pipes here and here. Those there and there. Yank you up. Put this across. And then we can go up here. And do this and this. Make sure you have power and that for the inserter. And I think that'll cover it. Basically, we're not making enough heavy oil, and that's causing problems. Now, if I wanted to add another one after this, then I got problems, because then I don't have space. But basically, we're starving our place on the oil, and because of that, our rockets aren't getting done in a timely manner. That said, I'm not super worried yet, because these are backing up, but not that bad. Oh, I don't think I am making the oil, oil place automatically. Alright, well, let's get that on the network. So change you to be an oil refinery. Clear your stuff. Add that stuff here. So you have the brick, pipe, circuit boards, gears, and steel on network. I know the steel and all that is. I don't believe the gears are. Let's go ahead and get gears added to the network here. That's the wrong chest. Don't do that. There we go. There we go. That gets the gears on the network. Yeah, and you have one stack here. And everything else you've already got in stock. Okay. So with that, we should be able to get the oil refinery. They'll get that online. And that should give us more heavy oil to hopefully alleviate a lot of this stuff. We're also low on lubricant. So where we have our process where it's designed to balance out all of our different types of oil and petroleum and all that, it doesn't do any good when they're all out. And you also need... Okay, so we also need an inserter on the other side. That's fair. Alright. And so with that, once that power tower goes, that should be increasing our production a bit. We can also go here. And say more faster, please. Oh, right, but we don't have the speed modules on the network. Those are over here somewhere. That's you. We can make that work. Cool. Alright. So that should all start resolving that. I do think it is going to struggle, but that should improve the rate we get our plastic, which would keep everything moving, because that's the issue right now, is everything's kicking on and off due to the volumes. So yeah, so you'll see this will get just a little bit of heavy oil. That'll turn on for a couple of seconds, which will make a little bit of light oil, which will turn this on for a couple of seconds to give us petroleum, which will immediately get consumed by the plastic. And the hope is that we will ultimately see these all go up. Would you consider the learning curve on this to be high? Not really. It feels like it when you're at this stage of the game, but this is one of those games that tends to be pretty good about, okay, you start the game, and all you have is you've got the smelter, you've got some stone, and whatever. So you bang on the stone, you put in the smelter. So, pretty cool, straightforward. And then you get, like, the thing out of there, and that's an iron plate. And the iron plate lets you build, like, one or two things. And you can take those one or two things, you can plug it into the next thing. And so it does a pretty good job of just giving you one thing at a time, so you're not overwhelmed. So it's not like games like RimWorld, the game is actively trying to kill you, and you just gotta hope you figure it out before it succeeds, which it will. This one does a little bit at a time, and so you learn your ideas, and then the complexity comes from taking all those little simple ideas you figured out and just adding more and plus one and plus one and plus one. Did anything exciting happen? Hope 1 arriving? Oh yeah, no, we're actually already home. This is just hovering over the planet right now with us not here, stocking up on science and all that. Because I figure I don't want to bother going back and forth on its journey. We did a lot of clearing of the nest, so this whole area is pretty well fought back for a minute. Yeah, no, I absolutely demolished a bunch of these areas. I just want to push them a bit farther back, and then we're going to try and expand our defensive perimeter to get at the that iron that we needed. We'll also grab that oil. The good news is this oil is still sitting at 3,000, but it also helps that because our copper and stuff's falling behind. Yeah, so we did get home. We are actively building our next ship for going to another location because Hope 1 is now a glorified space train. It just goes back and forth between Volcanus to bring me science and tungsten. And so I'm making another one for going to the next location. Yeah, so you've got that set up. I'm just trying to see if any of these actually are gaining any ground, and they really aren't. And I didn't leave myself much room to build out more. That's fine for right now, honestly. Yeah, because once we start getting the speed circuit boards in there, those should help quite a bit. Because each of those is, I believe, a 20% increase? Yeah. So where I've got the 3 going, so we've already at 150%. And then on top of that, each one of these will be 20% more, so that's like 60% more, 120% more, and then, 180% more. So we'll be at, what, like 230% more? Whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so we are getting the blue circuit boards, and they're being consumed as fast as they're arriving. It's just... we're starving. We're starving on these things because of the plastic. Oh, hey, you know what? Don't do that anymore. Put those all back in the network for a minute. Okay, so that should help temporarily. Now it gets our speed modules, and then our speed modules will start increasing the production rate. Ooh, are those actually in bot network range? They should be, right? Yeah, construction bot network, they're in range. That's all I need. Yeah, so that, when it produces, it should move that over there, and that should help our oil a little bit more. Cool. So little by little, we'll see these start picking up the speed. Yep, so that's 1.2 crafting speed versus 1. It'll get up to 1.6 by the time it's done. So this is making 10 heavy oil per second, and this is making 12 heavy oil per second. And like I said, it'll get up to 16. So between the three of those, it'll be what? 16, 32, 48. And then with the heavy oil there, 48. We can consume 10 at a time with these if this is lower. And then these are able to consume up to 80 at a time if this is lower, and that's the whole thing. So it's still not going to be fast enough to keep up with all that, but it will be better. And that should start to equalize it out. I'm probably going to have to figure out how to expand this, which most likely will be taking these batteries we've got here and just putting them someplace else. I'll probably just shove them down here somewhere and just use the requester in that chest and not deal with it. Meanwhile, we have Epoch here is still getting built more and more, so that's good news. Hope 1 is basically just sitting here waiting and just crushing asteroids and then using their debris to rebuild its ammo reserves and all that. Probably Doomed is still sciencing. Okay. So let's see here. I do want to go hammer these back down more. Because like I said, the goal right now is going to be trying to push them back enough that I can put a defensive wall here. And then somewhere over here. And once that's done, and we start getting the drones like build out the trail road tracks and all that to get out here, which I honestly don't know the route I'm going to take. I think I might bring it across here, pave over the water, and have it go down that way over here. That gives me a stone, then we can go down that way. You get the idea. So probably bring it straight across here over the water, because these cliffs are going to be a pain to get around. I think we go that way, get that all walled off, and then I need to go clear this crap out and wall that off so you don't just have drones dying cutting across there again and again. Because that is going to be a big problem. Alright, in the meantime, we're ready for another foray. But I keep hoping they get the stuff resolved over in Volcanus. Because once we resolve the stuff in Volcanus, then, it's fine, don't worry about it. Once we get the stuff resolved in Volcanus, then we can get that shipment back of like another 2,000 orange science and a giant pile of tungsten. And with that, we'll be able to finish researching artillery. And then, at least for the time being, we can dedicate all that tungsten to making lots and lots of artillery shells. And then, once we hit that point, I won't need to run out here and do this myself and take the risk of losing a really good tank and, you know, putting myself in danger or anything like that. Instead, I could just put an artillery cannon near one of the walls and just say, go for it. Oh, speaking of which, let me just go over here to my objectives, because we did finish one of them. Get home safely is done. We are home safe. All right. Let's see. So Hope One is going to Vulcan back all the time now. Is the asteroid business self-sustaining, or does it require ammo deliveries? No, it's self-sustaining. So I did set it up so it does have the ability to produce ammo on itself. It is only the regular ammo, but like to say there was a difference in the amount of damage between the lasers and that ammo is understating it wildly. It just liquefies the asteroids with those things. And granted, it is like literally a solid wall with little holes in it to just gather the asteroids through. But still, like, it vaporized those things versus the lasers were just holding down the laser shot the whole time and getting nothing. I think they did that on purpose. That way you couldn't just have like really good power reserves. You had to do some type of like in-flight manufacturing. Because it does appear that the new end of the game is to effectively leave the system. And to do that requires you to be able to make a ship that could sustain itself for a really long time. It looks like it's going to be a very major voyage through, I'm assuming, really dense stuff. Okay. Yeah, so interestingly enough, it does make me wonder if for like speedrun strats, if there is going to be a speedrun strat that has nothing to do with actually like sustaining the ship long term, but rather just going, okay, instead of like making a self-sustaining ship, what if instead we just had so much crap on this ship I could put between me and the asteroids that I could just physically force my way through? Like something along that. No ammos, all wall, full thrust. Yeah, like that kind of thing. Like there'll be some speedrun strat where it's like, okay, here's how much I need to be able to just, you know, ramming speed my way through, or you know, some balance. Where are the mods at? I don't typically run mods if you're referring to that. If you're saying where are the mods at as in like channel mods, we do have plenty and a bunch of them are here. Which usually when someone asks where the mod's at with the channel, unless it's relevant to whatever. You looking for the channel mods? I mean, we got plenty of them. Is there a reason why you need the channel mods? Okay, I mean, do you want to not be here anymore? It's pretty easy to make that happen. Yep, go ahead and drop ban on him. People are weird. At least they make it easy. I do make those kind of comments where it's like, you know, dealing with someone who's just a straight out troll, real easy. You just ban and it's over. Would you stop? You're not, didn't even do any damage really. You got past shields. But it's like there's no effort behind it. It's like, oh, okay, you just want to be banned. All right. Fair enough. Versus like when you have people who are like sort of trolly, where you're kind of on the fence, you're like, all right, is this person trolling me? Is there a language barrier? Or are they just, is there like a connotation they're not getting with what they're saying? Like, I'm not really sure what's going on. Do the thing. Oh, right, the thing I forget because I don't have to ban people that far. Oh, where are you? Oh no. That's not it. That's the wrong one. I forgot I set the other one. I never ended up using it for anyone. It didn't do the thing. Oh, I bet you reset the default device. 1 second. It's one of those things that really annoys me is anytime you have like an audio driver update or whatever, there are certain applications who don't implement with Windows correctly. And so like they go, wait, I forgot your device. Here, let me reset it to something else. And then when that happens, I have to go back through and fix it. So let me fix that real fast. So you should play on the auxiliary, and you should play on the auxiliary, and you should play on the auxiliary, and you should play on the auxiliary. Where are you at? You're a complicated one, and you should play on the auxiliary. Okay, so now it should do it.
You are condemned.
And I definitely didn't push a different button that made, like, the airplane PA noise before that. Windows Audio Stack is Jenga Tower of updates. Pull out the bottom pieces. Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is a lot of how different applications implement it. So, like, sure, Windows can do things better. That I don't disagree with. But a lot of times, like, why would your default behavior be, I didn't detect your device for a split second while it was updating. Let me go ahead and revert all of my device settings back to just some other random device. Like, why would you do that? Like, it's one thing if you have it set to, you know, like, quote-unquote default device. Sure, I get it. That device isn't available. Default to a different device because of default device. But if I explicitly say, hey, play this on this audio device, do you know what I want? I want it to play on that audio device. Do you know what other devices I want to play it on? None. Just the one audio device. Pretty straightforward on that one. I have explicitly told you what audio device I wanted to play on it. Please respect that. And again, it's not a Windows issue directly. It's the application ignoring your Windows settings. That's the problem. You're playing WoW? Seems like a RAM issue. Playing Minecraft in the background? I mean, it could be just an internet connectivity issue. That happens. From my experience, because the device ID used to the API literally changes, but it could be poor DLL hooked into Windows API. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's certain applications that have a long history of that kind of an issue, OBS being one of them, and they do eventually fix themselves. Like, you do, like, don't get me wrong, when you uninstall a device entirely and reinstall it so far as, like, the software, I've had weird stuff happen with that. But just, like, driver updates and all that, usually, it's not a problem. Alright. Being a little bit more careful with this one. We're gonna just take out a nest or two and then back off. And the reason I'm doing that is that particular one down there, it's just on a little bit of a narrower area. And that little bit of a narrower area makes it a lot easier for I go to veer off and I can't see what I'm doing. That I can catch like a little bit of a cliff. There's like a little bit of cliff right here. And all that. So want to make sure. Okay, so we got most of the nest. Yeah, basically I just wanted to be real careful because it's really easy to get yourself where you get caught in like that little bit of cliff up there trying to retreat, that you can get yourself in trouble. Or all these like little pools of water. Okay, so that should be enough south over here so we can put down the wall here. Let's keep rolling over here. We've almost got this area cleared enough that I could start making the move over. That's kind of a really crappy one to deal with. Because I do see there's a little bit of cliffs down the middle of that area, which will be real easy to get yourself caught on. I'm gonna run out of machine gun ammo. I mean, that's fine, I'll just resort to using the cannon and be inefficient with the ammo. It's not like we're not making enough of it. Alright, just watch the ground. Just fire into that, just watch the ground, and just keep on firing. Okay, we cleared up a bunch, get the stuff off me. Okay. I saw that there were some of the big ones in the way over there, so I was like, alright, let's deal with that. Okay, let's not loop back over ourselves. We're doing fine, we almost got that big nest. Okay. And once I get that nest over there and that little peninsula done, then I think we're good from this whole side. We can start trying to get the bots extended out here and have them start cleaning up. Okay. Okay, and that leaves just you. And the lasers can take care of the rest of this garbage. Alright, I don't think I need that nest down there right now. It's not a priority. Just get out of here. Cannot hit to save my life. Alright. How are you doing on the rest of your ammo, though? About 200 rounds left. That's fine. Okay. Let's get rid of this nest over here to the right. Or at least do a lot of damage while we've got ourselves down here. There's holding cliffs near the top, so if we just go kind of straight in, and then just do a pass, just pouring shots in there. Kill a little bit here and there. Clean up the big ones. Okay, we got a couple nests done. All right. Yeah, down says because we have to keep attacking from the same side. Like we are just building up a Congo line here. Alright, clear this crap out from behind me. I see you're already trying to build a new nest. Alright. Like, we're slowly chopping the middle out of that nest, little by little. Just takes a minute. That tank power fueled? I have a bunch of solar power and batteries. Like, we're still at about 2/3 battery right now. It will slowly drain during the night, though, as we do this. So many spitters? Yep. The good news is, other than the behemoth ones, the others just die real fast. Yeah, it's more than I want to deal with. Just let them slowly catch up and just pulse our engines as we liquefy the whole group with laser beams. Alright. Alright, I missed only one spawner on that pass. Now I have enough room to do a turnaround there. Okay, so we only got 2 of the big ones. We are out of ammo. Completely out of ammo. That's fine. We can just drive to freedom. That's the, You think you drastically underestimated the panels and batteries then? Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of them, and I do have rare ones, to keep that in mind. So if we're... Hey, bot, this was really a bad time, friend. We'll try and save you, but if it's between you and this tank, you're not making the cut. Yeah, no, the panels I have is something like, I think we have 16 rare panels on here, and then like 8 rare batteries. Ooh, hey, you hurt. The only thing not rare on this tank is the Roboport. Just go away. Well, now the bot's really slow. Try it this way. Hey, bug. Squish. We're not going for the whole group. That one singled itself out, so I felt a little bit better about... Try and just roll over it. There's a bunch in there that have, like, no health left. And the more I knock those out, the better able I'm going to be able to just deal with the rest, because I'll be able to just stay in the fight without dealing with that. Just not getting enough time on target. I'm putting way too much effort into keeping that construction bot alive. Yeah, that's 2 just killed. I really wish they had some kind of bullets. Any of my other guns would have finished these off forever ago. Like, the lasers help. They do. Just not a whole lot. Alright. So let the bot get back here and think. As you put your guns bullets in the tank ammo? Oh yeah, that's probably good. I mean, we're fine now. We're on our way back. Let's see, why are trying to squish the spitters and here anyway? We can't lure them to a turret or abandon them. I could have abandoned them. The thing is I had a construction bot out and I just didn't want to have to deal with restocking it. So it's just like, you know what? That's fine. Alright, so let's go over here, get our tank into position to start restocking it, and start daisy chaining our drone ports out here to start securing this area. Because once I secure that iron, I can set up the stuff on it to then hopefully get it so we can get everything moved here much faster. And then we'll be able to get the new iron node on it, which will massively improve our throughput of our iron ore, because right now we're dealing with basically one iron node that's putting out an okay amount of iron, and then a bunch that are just being terrible and just, they're not quite done yet. So if I get a fresh node, we'll be good there. And kind of the same for the copper. Our copper's not an amazing place, but if I get another copper node, we should be good. The 11 million node? Yes, the big one. Okay, so let's roll over here real quick. Get our tank back into position to get it fully restocked. And then we can pull up our map and start doing like our, we'll do our check on, oop, make sure you're not turning this way. You are. There we go. We'll go ahead and do a check on various stuff. Ooh, what do we have here? Oh, are you waiting? Yeah, you're waiting on stuff for the other tank. We've got a tank I've been slowly retrofitting to be even better than this one, but that's going to be a project that's going to take forever. So it's just kind of sitting there as a project. Okay, so with that, let's do our little evaluation of what we got going on. You're doing fine here. You're doing fine there. You don't have power, so let's fix that. How is our oil situation looking at, like, now? We are basically at nearly no materials. The oil is not keeping up at all. Do we have all of these? Yeah, those already have all their speed modules. So it looks like we're going to need to have even more oil. The sulfuric acid coming in here, though, that's doing perfectly fine. So basically, I'm going to need to produce a lot more oil. Because that's holding up our ability to build our rockets, which is holding up Hope 1's, Wait, did you do a delivery? Okay. Either way. So let's go ahead and deal with this. So let's pop down here. Yeah, because we're still dealing with this situation. So they're actually starting to knock out some of those power towers and those guns, because I got to get that cleared out. But we'll deal with that in a minute. So what we're going to do here is, honestly, this is probably not the approach I should be using. We can grab our power tower setup. I do hate that it doesn't show you more out there. Alright, where would you be located? Alright, so with that, I could put a radar dish. Oh, it won't even show me that part. It's fine. So I could bring that out there. From this side, I'm just going to cut it right across as fast as we can. I don't need to put the walls up on the water, but I will start over here, and we'll just start cutting right across to about here. And then I am gonna want to push this out this way. We'll see how this goes. I don't think this is gonna, thin out anywhere, because that's another 7.9. This is the copper node we want, the 8.4 million. And I don't think it makes sense to try and cut that way. That'll be shorter than this way. So I am gonna need to keep clearing this out. So they figure their stuff out. We can go ahead and hop back over to Volcanus. What can I do to improve your situation? Because the issue is the cliffs are kind of all over in the way. And you need this and this. I could put it down here. Hopefully it's just a peninsula. Yeah, that'd be the hope. So I could go down here and say 2, 4, 6. That'll do. And then grab your pipes. So you needed what? Was it coal and the stone? Actually, we'll be smart about this and just stick to the one pipe. And this side, I don't care. We'll just cut straight across. So we'll have all that connected. Alright, and with that, that'll connect the sulfuric acid over here. How is power on this planet? You can like really cheese the power on here very easily. I've got these set up. I can probably easily add more if I need the power, but power is really just not an issue on this planet. Like, you have to set it up, but it's one of those ones that you practically get free power. Let's go ahead and check on your expansion. So we're getting there. So what you do is right here. Put in our radar. Keep letting you do your thing. We've got all this going down here. So what I need to do from down here is I am going to need a belt of both the coal and this. So I am going to do a combined belt, I think. So we're going to go ahead and do a splitter here. And bring you across. And a splitter here. Right there should do. And bring you across. It's not exactly going to work the way I want to. Keep that one there. I'll put the splitter down here, I guess. Bring you across. Do this. Bring it down, turn it this way. Bring this here. Do that. Okay, and then we can grab you and say, put it in, 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 put it in. So that should give you all your requirements for this. So now I just need to connect the heavy oil, which is up there. And we can go like this. That should be the heavy oil connected. And now we just need power. Cool. And that should be a massive amount of increase. We might end up problems with the throughput on this belt, but we'll deal with that when we get here. Okay, and they are working getting all these set up. And that does open me up to the next segment. So it looks like you kind of maxed out power usage on the refineries. They were flicking on and off. Oh no, the refineries flick on and off because I have them programmed to check and say, hey, do I have more heavy oil or light oil? If I have more heavy oil than light oil, turn on the thing to go there. Okay, do I have more light oil or petroleum? If I have more light oil, then turn on the thing to make petroleum. So you get the idea. They're programmed to switch on based on what the balance is. So I've got switches slamming open and closed as the balance needs to be adjusted. Alright, so we're trying to get this set up. How are you doing getting restocked? You're already fully restocked and ready to rock and roll. Let's go ahead and start heading out there. And I can keep pushing things back while the bots do their work. I do enjoy Emerald Lake by our coal power. It is quite the nice exhibit there. It wasn't always Emerald Lake. It used to be Blue Lake. That's the second time I've been looking at my map and all that. It does look nice and refreshing. Really grows on you. Alright. Because I want to run down here and make sure we haven't had any cheeky biters quickly expand into where I'm trying to build this wall. Once I start the wall, it's a lot easier to not have to worry about it. Alright, so what we could go ahead and do is grab this pattern. Like I said, just gonna cut it straight on across. Yeah, obviously that tower's kind of in the way and I'll have to shuffle that. But this is just so we can get all of this on the bot network range-wise. Okay. They'll take care of that. So let's go over here and tell them to build the whole laser wall across the entire thing. So I would like to at least line up the laser wall on this side. Even though it shouldn't really matter, I still want to line it up with this side. I don't imagine I'm going to fill this in or anything like that ridiculous. Okay. You like the tanks, the rocks don't stop the tank dead? Yeah, and there are some big ones that really slow down the tank a lot. But as far as, like, actually completely stopping the tank, there's not much that'll accomplish that. That is perfectly placed terribly. It's fine. That's a weak spot in the defense. I'm just going to keep cutting across, because pretty soon we'll have where I can blow up cliffs, and I'll just blow up the cliff and then do that. And that's assuming I don't just expand again here in a minute. Not a minute, you get the idea. That we don't run into a situation where I need to do another expansion. Okay, and just a little bit of overlap. That way they don't have, like, a weakened spot here. Alright, so with that, they are actively building our south defense. Just the amount of firepower put in these things to do almost nothing. Okay, so we got this whole nest done. Oh. Spoke too soon. There. We got that whole nest section done. Alright. Circle back around. And I am not driving at full speed. I'm letting them catch up so I can work on them. Probably shouldn't have gone this trench. It's like, okay, just forget about those. Genuinely, it might be time to just be like, look, man, just the cannon shells. Like, keep some of these in reserve in case I just, like, completely lose track of my ammo or whatever. But no, really, just the cannon shells. Okay. And do we get all the worms? No, there's like 2 more up here. Or 1. Alright, so another nest done. Little bit too many spitters all hit me at the same time. Didn't do any real armor damage, but it did get to those shields pretty quick. Okay. So I got these nests done. Still not seeing a good place for the eastern wall. Like, it looks like we just literally just cut it across the whole area. I was really hoping there'd be, you know, a lake or something in the middle here to give me some smaller areas, but it looks like it is just staying this wide. So I do think we kill this nest, like probably these 3 here, and we try and bring it across there. That way I have all these ore nodes in here. Alright. Got 3 separate nests, but they're all kind of acting like they're one. They're just so close together. Okay. Just doing all damage we can each pass. All right. Okay, just a couple of worms left in that nest. Let's clean up the stuff on us. We're just getting way too many spitters on us. If we get slowed down, that's death. All right. I really look forward to the artillery so much. It's just the ability to just sit back in your base, behind your walls, and be like, you know what? I don't feel like dealing with these spitters anymore. Or not spitters. I don't feel like dealing with these nests anymore. Just start lobbing shells over the wall until there's nothing left for you to attack. Okay. I don't really care about that one down there. Gotta be careful, there's a cliff there. Alright, just a couple more, and then we'll be ready to start trying to figure out where we're going to be cutting the wall across here and all that. Alright, just one more nest and we're good there. So your laptop is hard to decide after playing Witcher 3 for a few hours? Good for the desktop. Move. You have a good one? Yeah. I was never happy with when I had a gaming laptop. I did that once and... like, having the portability was nice, but it wasn't practical. Unfortunately. Which I did get it, and I used it for a long time, but it was a one-time thing I did that. It's a really small nest, we just gotta avoid this cliff here. There's not much there, so you should be able to just pour shots across it, and we got the worm, and that is the end of the nest. Lasers got really nerfed. Yeah, I know, and I get it, like, logistically wise, they really just, you know, they're very low effort kind of thing. So I get why they got nerfed. At the same time, it is kind of a shame that it feels like you're just pointing a bunch of flashlights at something until they get upset about it and go away. I think it was nice when you had one in the Marines with several moves after, but now your career starting to think a desktop will be good work. Yeah. When I've always had a background with, like, not always, for a long time I've had a background with software dev, so I usually needed something that had a bit more oomph. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So a lot of times, like, getting a laptop that had enough power to not be frustrating to deal with for software dev was, one, cost prohibitive, but on top of that, to call it a laptop would be unfair, because if you put that thing on your lap, you're going to be miserable. I jokingly called it a portable desktop, because the thing was like 15-20 pounds or whatever it was. Man, already out of those machine gun shells. Yeah, so we're going to need to go logistics on this and tell it, hey, like, put in like twice as many machine gun shells. Alright. So with that, we've cleared this area. We do have our bots are doing their laps, just building out our defensive wall we wanted to get down here. We're not done yet though, because what I am gonna do. Is that enough to get the iron in? Not yet. That looks about right. Alright, so let's go over here. First, checking my supplies. I know I'm out of the machine gun ammo. Oh, it's because technically it's the upgraded ammo. I'm like, I don't want that. That's not the right ammo. That's not what I asked for. That's fine. We get a little bit more ammo. Oh, we're basically spent. Yeah, if I go straight up from here, how much more to the right do I have to be to have that iron in the zone? Okay, we're good there. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and start building this wall. We'll see. I'm a little worried the south nest is gonna try and expand over here before it's done. So I do think we'll end up having to do like one more round of this. That's, if it happens, it happens. None of these are things we urgently need. It's just the iron that's the really big one, which are already well in progress of getting sorted out. We're putting down all the drone ports daisy chained. That's not right. Actually, I moved it so they weren't spaced correctly. All right. And I'll need to put down radars as well. We can deal with that in a hot minute. Let's just run back down here, start positioning the next wall. Ooh, actually, you need another one down here. I didn't realize how far this went. There we go. Cool. And we just keep on rolling. Hey Kim, how's it going? I see the tank. You see it's tank time, but you fear you don't understand what we're working on said tank time. Yeah. So what we're doing right now is I've been getting a little bit low on iron and copper, so I am just working on getting this secured. But this is a fully rared out tank. The only thing not rare on the entire tank is its ammo. And then it's drone port, because the drone port, you know, sure, that's helpful and all, but honestly, not a big deal. But we have done like a major clearing of bugs. And so now I'm just trying to be able to put up a new wall to secure the area we've got here. And then I need to go check back in on how we are doing in Volcanus and with Hope 1. Alright. So let's go back and start getting our tank to be restocked. I'm going to wait to put down all of the mining equipment and all of the train stuff and all that until we have the wall up. Once I've got the wall up, I'm perfectly fine putting up all the other stuff because that'll be good. But yeah, the drones actually make pretty good time because if you recall, we were just running over there clearing out stuff. And we already have down here, the wall is... Don't mind me. There we go. Like, the wall is already fully built up till about here. And it's basically, as they build the next Roboport, they'll get the next segment of wall, then they'll get the next Roboport, then next segment of wall. So, already in that time that we're clearing that, we got about half of this wall done. And honestly, with a lot of this, this is now redundant. It's not connected to anything on the end there. So I can remove that up to here. Let's get rid of you. I can run the power cable from you to you. Get rid of that. And that looks like it's more interconnected, so let's just tear down all of the guns here. We're not doing anything up until that dish. Okay. And what that'll do is while they're waiting to, like, recoup the number of guns they've got, we're yanking down the other wall, which is then suddenly making all those guns available and all those walls available to the bots. And they'll work on that. In the meantime, though... How big is that nest down here? We got a little tiny nest that's already moved in. I'm out of the most of my ammo, but I do have some tank shells left. What's the main goal here in the game? So the main goal in the game is you have crash landed in on this planet, and you are trying to not be crash landed on the planet anymore. Now, without the DLC, the goal of the game is to build a satellite or build a rocket with a satellite dish. I can't remember what the exact logic was. I think it's that you can then use that satellite dish to phone home for a ride kind of thing. But once you launch the rocket with the satellite dish, that's your win condition. You've done the thing that secures your safety or whatever. Now granted, you still just keep factoring on the planet in the meantime because that's the fun part of the game. It's not made here for the story. But with the DLC, the ending has kind of changed. That your goal is you need to basically get yourself a space platform that you can ride out of the solar system you've crash landed into, you know, go wherever, do whatever it is that you do. But so you start with like the very basics of getting things set up, but you just get more and more advanced tech to keep, you know, progressing farther and farther and yada yada. You get the idea. But it is a factory automation game, so really the core gameplay loop of the game is you start out with like almost no meaningful technology, and little by little you get a bigger and more powerful factory that has more systems that you're dealing with and managing and expanding and all that. You start exhausting the resources nearby where you've set up, so you have to, you know, expand farther to go after resources that are farther away. Did I take out a light pole? Power pole? No. No, there's not one up there. We're okay. Sounds in-depth? Yeah, but it's pretty good that, like, it's one of those games that when you're looking at what I've got now, if I try and walk through it, it is an absolute nightmare of complexity. But it is one of those things that you start out with, like, bang pickaxe on rock to get ore. Bang on ore to make metal plate. Bang on metal plate to get gear. And all that kind of stuff. So it is just one of those things that it starts super simple and just very slowly builds up to more and more and more until you're doing this absurd stuff. So you know you have a new iron node, but do you have a new copper node to be cleared as well? Yeah, no, we've got the copper node is in that area we cleared. I did clear it wide enough to get 2 iron nodes, a copper node, and a stone node. So like that was a major thing. Why are you putting down so many small poles? Here, I could show you what the reasoning was for those beforehand. Let's say your spaceship crashed and landed in Factorio. Now you're just trying to build my dreams. Yeah, so if you look at the way I do my outer defense, I have it like this where I've got these poles. These poles overlap, and that's because sometimes you have a biter come up and it'll get cheeky and it'll hit the pole instead of the guns. And so if I'm using the laser guns and I have these as spaced out as they can be, it hits that pole, and not only does it disable the laser guns that are using that pole, but everything down the line also gets disabled. So it's a level of redundancy here. And then if you're looking up here where I just went by and you're like, but why do you have these poles? This used to be my outer wall, and I don't remember where my power connection points are. So rather than, you know, tear down a pole and realize I got a problem, you see that I did the same thing here. I'm tearing down my old defensive wall, but I am leaving the poles intact. And it's because they cost almost nothing, and I just want to leave it away. Let's see, in the beginning, on average, how many times do you redo your base on a near newbie level? You're at like 7 or 8? It depends on the type of player you are. You'll have some people who will constantly be like, I'm not happy, redo it, I'm not happy, redo it, I'm not happy, redo it. I very quickly learned that this is kind of one of those games that, say you've got your little factory up here, and it's doing its job fine, just leave it alone. It's doing its job fine. And you go, you know what? But I'm unhappy with the rate I'm getting my plates. Go someplace nearby this factory. Go over here and make an area dedicated just to making the plates well. And get that set up to then feed the rest of your factory. And then you can tear down the part that does plates over here. And you go, you know what? I'm not happy with my steel. My steel, I'm not happy with it. It needs to be better. Then you go over here. You make a place that makes your steel really well. And then you tear apart the part of your base that makes the steel. And so you kind of just specialize. And you don't have to do it that way. You can do a full spaghetti factory. That's fine too. I may have chosen the widest part of this. Not really, that's clearly wider over there, but that whole thing. The bots are trying their best to keep up. It's just going to take time. That's the reason I don't want to push for another, like any other major construction projects till that's done. In the meantime, let's take a look at what I got going on. So here's Hope 1. Hope 1 is currently stopped over Volcana still. Fair enough. Let's take a look. That ammo is starting to look a little thin. That is worrying me. Why are you looking so short on ammo? You should be fine on ammo. One thing that we can do with our requests, request the speed modules. I know we have them down there. Send it on up if you don't mind. Volcanus, on the other hand, let's take a look at our rockets real fast. They are down here. Automatically accept the requests. Automatically accept requests. Go back to Hope 1. Automatically request things for construction. You have no orange signs. Did you do an... Am I getting deliveries done and I'm just not realizing it? You don't go bad or something, right? Okay, so it does seem like our production is smoothing out. And those are all going full tilt. So we are getting a surplus of heavy oil. We're doing okay on light oil, and we're doing okay on petroleum. So yeah, this is just running at its speed. I will go ahead and say, hey, speed that up. You can just get a little bit extra plastic through there. Yeah, where did that? It must have done a delivery. That would explain why its ammo's low. Oh yeah, and we got a bunch of bots dying because they're flying over here. I said that was going to be an issue, and no shocker, it's an issue. So what is going to need to happen is I am going to need to start clearing these nests out. Even though I don't know, like, I don't see any resources up here I really want. I'm just going to have to clear the nests out because our construction bots are going to keep going farther and farther across there and just dying along the way. The good news is, from where they're going across here, actually, no, that is going to be a problem. Coming from where we're building these, they're going to start dying over here soon, too. Alright, so once this is restocked, which I'm actually going to change a couple things. So you're going to now take 1,000 rounds. Cool. And you're going to take 2,000 rounds. Cool. Which isn't going to happen anytime soon. Yeah, the land is effectively infinite in the game. So you can just keep expanding more and more. So our coal is basically all but done there. So here's our spaceport. Gotcha. So we actually do have more orange sciences arriving. So we actually did have the ship did make a robots die from what? Oh, they're going up and repairing this wall and then cutting across the biter territory to then build this stuff down here. So I gotta clear out the biters because they're flying over the biter nests and getting attacked by the spitters and the worms. Alright. So we're just massively supplying this thing with as much ammunition as we can. In the meantime, we need to go check on what's happening with our research, because something is slowing down. Probably yellow? No. No, you're missing orange. Why aren't you delivering the orange? Oh, no. I see what's happened here. That is not the way I want that. Well, look. Move that over, grab that. Fix that. And I'm gonna run over there while they're restocking the tank and fix that correctly. Let's say we send your robots into battle, it was a real mechanical meltdown. Yeah. Oh, they're probably not going to get that done. They've got a bajillion projects going on. Let me just grab the conveyor belt myself. And we'll just deal with it. So grab a stack of conveyors. Grab a stack of undergrounds. And that should be all I need. Do we have uranium enrichment yet? If so, could set up nukes to take out the nests. I do have uranium enrichment. We are active. Oh, okay. Just playing dodge the train, don't mind me. I have not gotten got by the train yet. What am I doing? I gotta fix this on the other side before I mess with that. Oh. You already took care of it. That's fine. What's everyone thought about Veilguard? Will it be good? I have no idea one way or the other, honestly. I hope it's good. I mean, it's always good for games to be good. There. Okay, so we unjammed that. So we were getting our orange science, but it had a belt was not set up right. The train was so very sure of itself. To be fair, we do actually have a lot of shielding. There's a good chance I would survive the hit. If I didn't move immediately, it would finish the job. But, you know, I probably would survive the initial collision. So the good news is, that's going to keep this going in here. Meanwhile, as far as this goes, how much orange science do you have in there that you're... Oh yeah, so if you have less than 4,000, keep sending that orange science over, baby. So the thing I'm finding is a bit of a concern with Volcanus, or sorry, Hope 1, is just the ammo supplies do seem to be getting low. Which we're working on. So next rocket, let's... Oh, actually, you had plenty. Yes, we're manufacturing new ammo as fast as we can. But it might just be, when this thing comes back next, it might just be like a thing, You should make the new platform name Titanic and to test that out. Well, our new platform is Epoch. It's the same style platform, it's just actively under construction. The lesson we did learn here, though, is you're getting speed modules on this one to help that out. But that's under construction still. As you can see, it's about to expand right this second. And Hope 1, like I said, I'm a little concerned by the fact that it's having to put so much time into just trying to replenish its ammo. In hindsight, if I were to redesign this, I think I'd make room for 2 more smelters here. Which we'll probably do, but my hope is that this will catch up with the ammo. Now I've got all of those going at like absolute breakneck speed. What's going on over here? Oh, the outside lane is getting stuck. Right, I was even like, I don't know if that's okay or not. We can fix this. We're gonna go like this and then this. You're gonna have to move. Then you're going to move. There we go. That'll clear it out. Yeah, so you've got the rockets. You're just struggling now with not having enough of the supplies to do what you gotta do. That's okay. If this just sits here and like slowly collects its stuff, as long as I can keep those supplies recovering a little by little, we should be fine. Alright, let's check on things. So they have basically finished the wall over here. And then they'll be starting the next segment. Let's go over here, and where's the nearest satellite? All right. And that should be fully stocked, other than the logistics drones. I thought it said it was fully stocked. Yeah, it's saying I have... Oh, no. Weird. Oh, yeah, no, it's only got 750 whatever. Let's go up to you. I may have been more too ambitious. Let's set you to 1,000. And as far as that... Oh, the reason that slowed down is because of how much is available. We are just running low on ammo. Alright. So the question is, do I circle back down here just in case they've started expanding over here? Or do we start pushing this area up here to clear it so they stop murdering my drones and then figure out how the heck I'm containing that? Because the worst thing is I do get like a little bit of iron up here and a little bit of oil there, but this is mostly not that exciting of an area for me to hold for resource reasons. But if I don't block that, we're just gonna lose construction drones all the time, which will ultimately be a loss on materials. Plus, they keep hammering this one little spot and doing some serious damage. I'm just hoping we're gonna see like one of those satellite dish get down here to just update that area. I'm gonna plan to go for the top path. So top path is up. It's almost straight to the east and then up. I didn't do it. Okay, they're already fixing it. I need to get my roads down. I usually put paved roads just to be like, this is a place that's safe to drive. Drive between the stripes. It'll be fine. Oh, hey, you're all done. We can tear this whole part down. Do you have any more stone in there? Sure. Okay, if you have more than 500, pick it up. So that way, once that's empty, then I can tear all of this down, that it's no longer in use. That's an old stone mine. Alright, so we should be able to go up this way. Then we can deal with our enemies up here. We're getting real close to getting artillery unlocked, and once we do that, we're going to start making the artillery guns and feeding them artillery shells. And that'll just be one of those things that as we get those artillery shells, we can just keep firing. Okay, so you're just going to keep attacking from this side, so I'm going to go ahead and pop my hole in the wall up here. Here, let's actually go all the way up, because this is the least likely area for them to try and make a move. I'm going to go right here. To pull open an opening right there. There's not enough room to maneuver around here yet. Yeah, so we're about to unlock an artillery, and once I have that, I no longer have to do this at all. Okay. I don't know if we have enough of the science yet to do it, though, so... I'm not gonna count out till we're there. You missed the artillery train? Yeah, I mean, it's still in the game. It's just... way late tech compared to what it used to be. At least I'm pretty sure it's still in the game. I'm pretty sure I saw it. Okay. Yeah, so those nests done. Got one worm up here. Now I can run down here and clear up these ones. Couple more nests knocked out. Trying to get that big one. There we go. Alright, and I'm just doing a back and forth as they chase me around. Okay, all your respawners are destroyed here. All your respawners are destroyed here. And honestly, with that, I see something about to hit 100%, and I'm going to go back and worry about building that real fast. Because in that... Research and technology using metallurgical science packs. We now have our research for artillery. And honestly, we're just going to start working our way through all this stuff. That was the big thing. So, let's take this back to base, get ourselves set up to start being able to construct the artillery and the artillery shells. Because then what I can do is I can just put an artillery on the border of our base, start feeding it artillery shells, and just let the good times roll. And then when I want to do an expansion, all I have to do is do that. Alright, are you empty now? Did I time that right? Nope, you still got 3.7 thousand in storage. Now we can tear that all apart. I learned my lesson last time to not go around that way. Okay. I'm wondering how expensive the clipped explosives will be. If they'll make them really pricey, so that you can't use them too heavily, or if they'll be relatively cheap. Alright, so let's see here. For the artillery stuff, so the artillery cannon itself, I'm not going to need a ton of those, but we'll probably want to have those on here. And, okay, so there's a minimum range, an automatic range, and a manual range. Interesting. So the manual range is way farther than the automatic range. Now, if I bump that up to rare... I'm going to just do it this way. If I were to bump this thing up to rare, the automatic range only gets about 40 higher. The manual range does... Yeah, so it is better, but probably not a thing to go out of my way for too much. So yeah. So it is 200. Honestly, I feel like they used to be higher. Oh, that's right. You have research. That's right. They actually start out with only relatively okay range. And then with research, that's where they get really big. Oh, are you kidding me? Ah. The artillery shells are real expensive. Like, they required the calcite, and I hadn't anticipated that as a thing. Aw, that sucks. So I moved all that tungsten here, and honestly, I don't think I even need... What all do we use to make the tungsten? We make the conveyor belts here. That might be worth doing here. The artillery cannon themselves, it's fine. Fusion reactors are pretty cool. Okay, so I don't regret bringing them here that much. A railgun? Excuse me? A railgun turret? Excuse me? Alright, but the point is, we need to have a quick adjustment in our expectations. Volcanus. Hey, buddy. Hope 1? Yeah, so... Forget about the tungsten for a while. You no longer worry about tungsten. You ship orange science.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, so now we need to go and get the artillery shells into production. So that's radar dishes, explosives, and all that. They are very... Oh, man. Alright. Or, the alternative is I bring the calcite over as well. Which I think might be what we're doing. Because it's only 10 shells per rocket. Which is a real expensive set of things. So, I do actually think we're going to take that back. You are going to bring over... Oh, you're just not checking for the right thing. I didn't even disable the thing bringing in. I just disabled the part that was checking it. Item count. Oh, you want to be... Yeah. Equals 0 of the tungsten. Item count equals 0 of the calcite. Okay. In calcite, I can put 500 up at once. That's not fun. And get those out of here. And so we're going to put calcite on here as well. And we're going to say 2,000 of that or more. Let's actually take a look again at the artillery shell. So the artillery shell, it's 1 calcite, 4 tungsten, a bunch of radar dishes, and the radar and explosives. So we have everything but the calcite in that here. I do think we are just going to ship that crap over and call it a day. We do still have the train wagon with the artillery on it, which has the exact same range as the regular artillery. Alright. So, yeah, so let's go back over here. I need to get the calcite to the rockets. That's what needs to happen now. So we've got our calcite going into our base over here, and that's where it stops down here. So it's not too far from the rockets. Not super convenient to get there, but that should be manageable. I'm going to try and bring it down... We can go down, under, or over top. Honestly, in this case, over top's probably easier. So plan for it to be right along here, because I did leave this open in case I need a place for vehicles, which happens to work out for this instead. You're gonna be requesting that in logistics. I don't need to do anything too fancy. I'm gonna bring it all the way down here, even if it is on logistics, just to save the bots a little bit of travel time. Okay, so we've got all that over there. No. We are gonna have to adjust this just a little bit. Adjust a couple things a little bit. Okay. You know, honestly, it's probably fine either way. Cool. So we're officially dumping the calcite over in range of the rockets. We're now going to be shipping rockets of calcite up, or we're going to ship calcite up for that as well. That's going to be, honestly, a pretty costly thing, which is probably not the best, but it is just one of those things that we're at that point. So that'd be the next thing on the list. We're just going to work our way through all of these. I had not anticipated just how expensive they were going to make that. Alright, for the cliff destruction stuff, how expensive is our cliff destruction stuff? What are you required to make? Calcite, grenades, barrels, explosives. That's honestly, considering as much as we're going to be paying on other stuff, not really that surprising. How much do you take to... How many can I fit of you in a rocket? Uh, 20 per rocket, which is terrible. These are real expensive to travel back and forth. We are using a lot of resources just to get these things back and forth. I do think this is something I really do want to make sure in a big way we are making locally here. So let's see. You need grenades, calcite, barrels, and explosives. We are making explosives up here. And honestly, they're just sitting here right now, so we could put a provider chest right there and do that. Yeah, now we've had the calcite. The rockets are just going one by one by one, bringing me the requested calcite, just eating up all those blue circuit boards. We are trading blue circuit boards and light frames and that for calcite, so I can fuel artillery. It doesn't feel great. Gonna be real here. Does not feel great. Okay, so that gives us the explosives on the network. We will need the barrels. And the barrels... The barrels are steel. I'm just gonna probably find... Yeah, we got room on the steel line here. Maybe. Everything's bunched in so closely, that might actually be true. That's literally where the steel comes from. You know what? It's fine. We'll just logistics it up. I keep struggling to find the barrel again and again. Okay, where were you, barrel? There you are. Hi. Getting sleepy? Yeah. I am. How did the fortress fare on its way back to Novus? It's been doing well. Its ammunition was getting pretty low there a moment ago, but it has been going back and forth. Right now, it's just sitting here stocking up on supplies to bring back. But yeah. And I suspect this will be something that there's going to be some ratio I'm going to need to manage where we'll eventually need to increase or decrease these. It's fine. But we are doing this. It's just one rocket of this after the other. This is so inefficient. It feels terrible. I am shipping metal to space and using all sorts of expensive things to do that. The journey was pretty smooth. Meanwhile, our new ship, Epoch, is currently under construction and doing fine. Making progress there. Alright, let's get back to making our cliff busters. So for the cliff busters, I need grenades made. And we're not making those here, so let's fix that. So for the grenades, it's just iron plates and coal. We've got our coal line here. Does it get anywhere near the iron plates? Right there. So no logistics, just slap that in there. Do that. And say, hey, grenades. And put that in the network. And then, last but not least, we can grab you again. Clear out your settings. Clear out your settings. And switch you over to my cliff busters. Ooh. Alright, so I need to put the calcite... Well, actually, I already have the calcite on the network. Well, cool. So yeah, so with that, I should be able to go in and say, hey, I think... I think these cliffs here are stinky. Destroy a cliff. And it pops right up here and boom. Did that kill the bot delivering it? Oh, no, they actually throw it. Okay. Yay, we can get rid of cliffs now. Alright, I just wanted to test it out. Okay, so we've got all that happening here. Let's go ahead and take a survey of how... Oop, that's not where I wanted. Let's go ahead and take a survey... Well, that's weird. Apparently if I click on the map, it teleports me home. So the tungsten mines are doing great. The calcite is doing fine. The coal is not doing so hot. It's getting a little low. So let's go ahead and plan to expand this whole thing. Oh, I didn't grab the bottom poles. It's fine. Okay. That shall be connected over. Cool. And we'll overkill that for a little bit. Alright. I wonder if you destroy the cliffs those things are using, what happens. Yeah, so we still can't fill in the lava, so that still makes this terrain pretty awful to deal with. But the good news here is now we can just delete cliffs, where I've been having to do like all this like squiggling around everything. That should be an easily addressed thing. But with that said, we are filling up our rockets, getting that going. And Hope 1 is mostly full. I think it's still waiting on the science. Yeah. So it's waiting on the science. Do we tell it to bring even more calcite and tungsten home per round? I don't think we do. I think we leave it just the way it is and just let it collect for right now. I am a little worried about the container situation. Now we've been putting these here. I think what we might want to do is change, well, all right. We're not using those. Pick up that. Pick up that. Change your filter. You are now for tungsten. We're going to go over here. And I'm going to grab you. And you're now going to filter for the orange science. And the reason I'm doing this is I want to make sure that if the tungsten backs up, suddenly I'm not getting any orange science anymore. So that should make that not an issue. Cool. Alright. I imagine expanding here is going to be absolutely absurd. Alright, in the meantime, let's get to producing a artillery turret here. So we are going to go ahead and grab where we have the upgrade set up. And go and drop that there. I'm going to clear out your materials, and I'm going to change your recipe. So you're going to try your best to make an artillery turret. I don't know if we have refined concrete on the network, and I'm pretty sure we do not have tungsten on the network. So we're going to want to get tungsten on the network. And right now, it's not going to do a whole lot. I'm going to need to get this calcite over here. So what I'm actually going to do here is just as another thing is we're going to grab you. I'm going to take your stuff and switch you over to the actual artillery shell. Same idea. And so we'll go you and you. So it should get all those going once we have the tungsten on the network. And meanwhile, we probably want to get the tungsten over here. Let's double check what all we use the tungsten for. So we use the tungsten to make the better conveyor belt. So I do feel like regardless, we are going to bring the tungsten over here for those better conveyor belts. Like all the other stuff, maybe not as right. I mean, the portable fusion reactor could be good. I don't even know what half those things are. Portable fusion reactor. It doesn't tell me what I feed it fuel-wise. I guess you just magic power. Okay. So. Oh, I still have an extra spot here. Okay, well that's easy. I was actually worried it was gonna be like, oh man, how am I gonna fit this in here? Let's see. So we have pickup, drop off. Yeah, so right there. And that should be fine. Yeah, and same idea for right now. I don't know where I'm moving anything yet. So we'll go ahead and... grab that. Yeah, you're the explosives being delivered here. Do I have enough room to shove another stop in here by chance? I do. That drone port's gonna have to move, but I do. Okay. And so we can go here, get all these set up. Because I figure if we at least move all the stuff for like the artillery and all that over here, that'll save me a lot of... Oh, yeah, so you're just waiting for that to be built. But if we get this all set up over here, I can have the tungsten moved over here. And I can have the calcite here. And then I don't have to worry about them being shipped around. And it might end up being one of those things that very genuinely, to get the production rates I want, I'm gonna have to hook it up properly. If I do, that's fine. I'll also need to put a train station on the air side. So you're going to be for the calcite. Calcite. If you have less than 2,000, we're good. And we'll change your name to... Where's calcite again? Calcite space drop. Cool. So that'll all be hooked up. And then we'll have you for the tungsten. So I can go find you real fast. Tungsten. And you will be named the tungsten space drop. Both those set to one train, and they check their inventory. So, literally, I can just walk away now, and the drone should just take care of that. Oh, I haven't even been checking to see how the drones are doing the wall. Nice! The drones did get past that nest I was worried about. So yeah, so they should be able to finish spalling that off, or tearing down this area. Pretty soon I'm probably going to need to double check my power. We are expanding our territory very rapidly. Meanwhile, is there more research you want to grab here? Stronger explosives. Stronger flammable damage. Nukes. I know chat really wants their nukes in a bad way. It comes up a lot. Man, it's 5,000. Did you hear nukes? Yeah. We'll see. I'll queue it. We'll see how our science is actually doing at that point. It's just real costly of a thing. Yeah, so getting those train stations set up for me. The next thing I need to do is over here where we have our rockets come in. You can be renamed to item pickup now. And you will check for your tungsten. Alright, and I will need to make another train pickup. Cool. And grab the stops. There we go. And then I will need to have another inserter over here. So you're for calcite. I didn't know that would work. That's cool. So instead of going through your whole menus down here, I can just grab some from here and just plug it on that spot. That's good to know. Yeah, so this one we're going to bring over this way. Okay. So then that one's just going to stay unnamed for right now. But when you start getting calcite back here, they'll put it in that train station. And we can get all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so literally they're just waiting on getting you built. And then once they get that built, I can just put that down myself. There. So with that built, we now have the train that carries tungsten. Has already gotten here. Oh, you need power. Fair enough. Yeah, so again, it's tungsten and that, and it will make artillery cannons. And then with the artillery cannon, because everything is on the network, I can do the whole bit. Hey, could you not destroy that wall, please? I already killed a lot of you. I will kill more of you. Like, actually, very genuinely, that is a very near-term plan. Because what I could do then is I could just put the artillery cannon, like, over here, have it shoot everything in range. It is curious with the manual targeting, that with the manual targeting, like, what do I have to do to make it work? Versus the automatic targeting. Like, I mean, obviously I have to manually target, but as referring more to, with that, can I just, you know, shoot over there, whatever. So, also, while we're at the topic, let's get the cliff destroying stuff going over here as well. So for the cliff destroying stuff, I don't need to do as fancy stuff. We can go ahead and grab you. Clear your inventory stuff, change your recipe, because I need you to make barrels. Don't make those quality barrels. So there's our barrel production. Okay, so the quality only makes these able to be thrown. So we already have explosives on the network, I believe. Yeah, we already have the explosives on the network. I'll have the calcite, that'll be the barrels. And then we just need the grenades. So I can grab you and plunk you down and say, hey, what if you made grenades instead? Do I have coal on the network? I'm pretty sure the answer to that's no. And our coal's not exactly doing as good as it used to. How do I get that on the network? Okay, a drone port down here? No, we can. Okay, so put you there. Nice plunk a second one there. Okay, so that'll get that on the network. It is looking like our coal is looking pretty scarce, which worries me. Let's take a look at our coal situation. So we've got this coal stop. You're doing great. You've got a coal, A coal train on the way. I wonder why we're struggling. It's all the better ones. I don't think I'm using coal in that many places, right? Where am I using coal? We have got the coal, so we only have 2 drop-offs. I've got the pickup here. And you've got that one there. Oh, you know what I bet you it is? I bet you... Let's double check those coal pickups. I bet you one of those coal pickups isn't doing the thing where it balances it between the front and the back. Okay, that's balanced. That's fine. That's balanced. That's fine. That's not this planet. Okay, whatever. Huh. Okay, it just had a drop here. And what's going on with our bulk inserters that those aren't happening? Bulk inserters are over here. You are waiting on green circuits. That's fair enough. We have been consuming an unreasonable amount of materials on those, and that is something that really shouldn't be going through that process. Yeah, and you have your blue circuit boards. Yeah, so blue circuit boards over here, and those are waiting on green circuit boards. Oh, you're still being mained down here. And you're struggling on wire because you're using the old inserters still. Okay, do I have some on me? I do not. Yep, so we're starting to get construction drones getting killed over here. That surprises absolutely no one. Let's see, what do you call that contraption there with all the chests? That contraption there with all the chests. Which chests? You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific because it's gonna be really hard for me to tell what you're talking about. I'm moving around a lot. With the assemblers. What do you call the contraption there with all the chests and the assemblers? This thing? That's a drone, Roboport. Oh, the mall? Yeah, I mean, we call this whole area the mall. This was your more typical factory-style mall before, and then we switched to logistics, which does have a lot of negatives to it, for the record. Yeah, so we're losing a lot of construction drones left and right. They're just crisscrossing all over that area. But, like, getting over there to fix it isn't going to be an easy thing, because I'd have to clear the whole way down here. And places like that look spicy as all get out. Yeah, so replace that with those, and upgrade these with those. That should help. And it'll even do that for the extra throughput. Yeah, I mean, all of our construction bots are just getting murdered. They're just cutting right across this area again and again. We'll start working on it. Moz is the area that you build all your parts at factory? Yeah. Alright, let's start working on this, because right now, we're just losing a lot of bots. And sure, we could replace them, but it is going to slow things down, and it is just kind of annoying. So even though we are only losing, like, you know, power poles and bits of wall and all that, it still sucks, and it's not going to stop. So I need to go over there and clear out what we can. The downside is, unless I build a land bridge over, which I don't want to do, because once I do that, then the biters can use that land bridge to get back at me. I just want to go over here and just kill as many nests as we can and just try and make it happen. One second, chat. Just moving some stuff around. Landfill is pick-upable now? This is true. This is true. It is pick-upable now. So I could put it down, cross, and then tear it back up, and vice versa. You're not wrong. Alright, so our goal is to clear to the south. Okay. All right. Clearing out a lot of those paths, though. Work on peeling them all off. Alright. Which means you can technically cross the ocean with just 2 pieces of landfill. And an unreasonable amount of patience. Alright, so pretty good progress so far. Just deal with these ones. And then there'll be another nest done. And we're not even going over this way to try and, like, secure this land because it's got resources we want or anything like that. We're going this way because our bots are dying to it. Cool, we got the spawners. Alright, so yeah, that's a little bit spicier. Just not as much maneuvering room where we don't have to worry about getting, like, stuck or anything. Okay. Alright. So we got all those destroyed. Yeah, so we turn up, we should be okay. There's a lot of behemoths in that group. Okay, so that went pretty smoothly there. Let's go deal with the last two. Okay, now we just mop that up. And then this is the one I said, okay, I don't feel great about. Luckily it's a small nest, so here's hoping we could just... Yep, that worked out okay. Luckily it was a small nest, so I was able to just aim forward and just start firing and just deal. That's the most dangerous looking one I saw. Would you move? Would you move? Why won't you move? You're literally just sitting in poison dying. It's not out of fuel, it was just like, I'm sticky, I can't work. Right, let's back off, kill this thing, and repair. If it's that sticky, it should shower. Pretty much. Okay, so took out another nest there real fast. So actually I have a couple more nests before we reach that hive that's killing our constructors. Hey, Chunky and Funky, how's it going? Thanks so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming and how did it go and all that good stuff? Well, welcome in, raiders. Okay, so we got cliffs down the middle here. Gotta be careful of the ledges. Okay. Let's see, stream Ghostbusters Spirit Unleashed. It was fun, but it's 4:30, so time for bed. Alright, gotcha. No problem. I appreciate the raid. You sleep well. Thank you for that raid. Okay, so get these nests out of here. Get those out of here. Just keep firing at anything that could potentially cause problem for my drones. Yeah, so the drones are just making a break for you. You can see the worms trying their absolute best to get them. So I got at least this part done. There's still one or two more nests down below that are hurting them. Okay. So none of those areas is a little dicey just because it's easy to turn your tank and get stuck on a wall or whatever. And then you just start getting slammed by too many attacks at once. Yeah, all the bots get across for the factory! No, there's no time to go around. Efficiency is king. Alright. Did you just discover Novus, Italy? Is that actually a place? Or just like you know, just the attack directly kind of thing. Okay. So we have cleared it, so at least the bots aren't going to perpetually die there. Let's check out our supplies. We're doing fine in our supplies right now. Oh, it looks like a boot? I mean, sort of, yeah. I can see it. Okay. So I still got a couple stragglers getting themselves shot at. That's what I'm still trying to clear. I'm just trying to stay away from places that are too dangerous. Okay. And just like that, we've got all of those nests cleared. So hopefully that should be enough that our bots just don't get themselves killed constantly. Until we at least get our artillery up so that we can start artillerying these things and not have to drive out here. What is your favorite game? And memory from that game? So I'm not really a person who tends to have like a favorite game. Just it's kind of one of those things that interests change too fast that, you know, by the time I told you what my favorite game would be, it might change. That said, there are plenty of games that I have absolutely enjoyed and put in ridiculous numbers of hours from. I'm trying to think, like EVO, like a game that's like a childhood nostalgia is EVO Search for Eden. Is a really good game from like back in the Super Nintendo days. And it's just like the absurdity of like, it was Spore before Spore was Spore. Where you would have this creature, you'd start as like this little like, basically like minnow, and you would, you know, fight animals and all that to get EVO points, and then you'd evolve to get like better jaws or a better tail or whatever, and to make you better at stuff, and that was just kind of a fun all-around game. Let's see, some other ones that really stand out. Looks old school? Oh yeah. Factorio's certainly good. RimWorld's a game I've gotten a lot of playtime out of. Like, it's one of my most played games. I do play a ton of RimWorld. I very much have enjoyed a lot of Tycoon games over the years, whether they're like the Roller Coaster Tycoon and all those back in the day. Best gaming memory? Yeah, no, it's like, the difficulty I'm running in is that I'm not trying to be elusive with the question. I just tend not to be a person that like approaches anything in life as best, worst, anything like that. So it's a little difficult for me to give that type of answer. It's just not how my brain works. But major game members. I remember being new to World of Warcraft, and new being very relative in this statement. But like, you know, World of Warcraft, it's vanilla, only been out for a while, and getting a group of people and do some Devilsar training, which is where you take the big scary Devilsar from Unguru Crater, and you would get it to follow you, and for whatever reason, that specific enemy, if as long as you kept poking it again and again, you could drag it to pretty much anywhere in the world, with a very few exceptions. And I definitely remember, at first we drug it all the way to, was it the, It's what Classic is now, like, back in the day, before there was a thing called Classic. Yeah, so you don't need to exist anymore. Actually, that signal does need to exist. Yeah, so tear all this up. Are you all in the bot network, or is only part of that? First place you dragged it, winter, spring. That's actually where that's going. So we drug it to the Barrens, and you know, we managed to keep it alive there. We're like, well, how much farther can we go? And it's just kind of one of those things that there was no reason to keep going. But like, you know, you just have those things sometimes. You're like, well, we got it this far. Do you think we can get it to? Well, we got it that far. Do you think we can get to? And it just kept going till we got to, there's that little area in the, where it's like you get some of the items for one of the Warlock quests, the Warlock Dreadmount quest. And we got all the way there, and you're like, there's nowhere else to go. It's literally as far as we can take it. It won't ride the boat. I can't go far in this. There's no more. We've won. You remember doing that and taking it to Ironforge? Sorry, not doing me. Yeah, and the problem is when you take it to places like Stormwind or Ironforge, even as strong as it is, it'll just get killed. We did take it to the Barrens, and usually when you take it to the Barrens, I forget, was it Crossroads? What was the name of the city in the middle of the Barrens? Usually when you take it there, it will get killed. But for whatever reason, like, it was managing to hold up against the guards, and, you know, we would polymorph it to get it back to full health, and then it would, you know, do another round of the guards. And that whole thing, and it was just crazy when I had the patience. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things when you're bored and you're hanging out with friends, you do stuff like that. Sometimes you go in, like, as a PvP server, sometimes you just go into the opposite faction territory and just start picking fights until, you know, eventually just way too many people roll into town for you to take it anymore. And then it's kind of everyone get out of Dodge. Other nights you do, like, battleground stuff. Sometimes you just do goofy stuff like that. Sometimes, you know, you might raid or run mythics, like, which there weren't mythics back then. But you get the idea. It's just something to do to hang out with friends. Alright, so you're still waiting on the tungsten plate to arrive here, which is interesting. That should be right here. I would expect you to have to brought it over by now. Later on, you could do that with world bosses. Taking them to Stormwind would cause a disaster. Yeah, no, they had certain world bosses you could. Ah, you're still waiting on the circuit boards to get the inserters to do all that stuff. And let me guess. Oh, good. You actually did get the inserters to make that faster. So at least we're going at full speed now. And then honestly, with this, we can go here to get our speed modules and say, but wait, there's more. And but wait. Actually, you probably need the productivity modules. And the reason for that is we'll probably run into a situation where we just can't process the plastic fast, or the... Like, we start hitting a bottleneck on the actual wire and all that getting in here. Okay. So we have massively increased the speed. We've got that going fast enough. It's literally causing problems on the copper plate here. Let's replace that part that was just way too slow. Okay.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And one moment. Because I'll lose my train of thought on this. And then once I do that, everything is doomed. Okay, that'll be good enough. Alright. So we'll be swapping all those to get the copper moving fast. Because literally it's the speed of the copper now that's the bottleneck here. Alright. Then go over here. Because pretty soon we should get this artillery cannon online. Yeah, it's just tungsten and blue circuit boards. Alright. Man, that was always good times. I played a lot of like EVE Online, and I have a lot of fond memories of, you know, major battles in that, or, you know, very pitched odds kind of stuff, and then still managing to come out on top on the other side of it. Those are always kind of like my favorites, where it's like, you know, 2 on 5 and you're the 2 and you still manage to pull through the fight and win. That kind of thing. Doesn't happen super often, but when it does, you feel pretty awesome about it. Yeah, so that's just basically we're waiting on circuit boards from our mall. You, on the other hand, are still doing your thing over there. Getting all this sorted up. Pretty soon we should have Hope 1. Yeah, Hope 1 is on its way back. So it's got on board 2,000 orange science, a bunch of calcite, a bunch of tungsten, so good old Hope 1 doing its deliveries. It does seem to be doing pretty well on the amount of ammunition it has right now. I wish there would be an easy way for me to see how much ammunition is on that conveyor belt. And then basically be like, hey, you don't have enough ammo, please wait. But yeah, for those who were here for the lasers coming across here before, it's just not even a comparison. This thing just liquefies those asteroids. Isn't that what circuit's for? Let's see, circuit, wire the belt, and choose all? A wire cannot reach. Yeah, because I assume it'd be here that I have to do. Yeah, so I don't have any of those on. So I don't have a great way. Can you connect it to a solar panel? Yeah, you know what? I bet you I could. Nope. Cannot connect to wire. You can hook it to an inserter? So the question we're gonna have is, and weight condition, I don't know. Go to the belt. Hold all belts. Then we can go to weight condition. Can we do item count? Check here again. Set a signal that continuously as long as there are items on the belt directly to the connected belts and front and back. Yeah, so clearly we have ride, all the drop pods are going. Yeah, so the whole belt is circuited. What I'm trying to do is let's put you on pause thrust, because we have arrived. What I'm trying to read is something from that. Circuit condition. Okay. And ammo is... Yeah, so it seems fine with this amount. So we'll say, and ammo is at least at 700. And then the same thing, circuit condition, ammo is at least 700. We gotta wait for the drop pods to keep drop podding. And I need to go over to the thing here, because I believe you're not requesting the calcite. And I would like 20,000 of it, if you don't mind. Which is basically me saying just empty it. There's probably going to be an amount that I would want to keep it to. But I can deal with if we have a surplus over a long period of time. We can deal with that. Okay, so we have one more rocket of calcite, or one more drop pod of calcite should probably do it. And then we'll try turning it back to automatic. I just want to make sure it doesn't just leave that. Yeah, so basically we're saying, hey, if you don't have at least 700 magazines, you wait. Alright, so turn it back to automatic, because you are out of here. And so with that, we should have everything we need to do to start producing artillery shells. And the artillery gun is waiting on blue circuits. I have a stack of my own, so let's go ahead and make our artillery gun. Alright. So this is where things start to get interesting. Because an added bonus with the way I've been building out our outer edges of our base, where I've been having everything attached to the drone network, that does mean I can have an artillery gun out on the edge of my base and just have the logistic bots just keep bringing artillery shells and just let it keep firing. Because it won't aim for the biters themselves, it'll only aim for their buildings. So like their nests and that kind of nonsense. One second, chat. I want to check something. Where are you coming from? We've been dealing with ants. So I'm trying to figure out where they're coming from real fast, so I can put some... We have, like, bait traps and all that. Because I get to my desk, and it's annoying as all get out. Because I put the trap where I thought they were coming from. It's clearly not the case. Yeah, they're too scattered. There's no trail. Alright. Probably just deal with that during the next ad break. Because usually they'll have like a very distinct trail you can follow. Because we've added them a bunch of places, but this is like the one spot that they're getting that I really don't know how they're getting here. Yeah, artillery guns. And we are making artillery shells. Alright, so... Actually, I should let the drones deal with that. Okay, so the real question is, where are we putting them first to start hammering in our next location? We've got this area all secure here. I don't really care about what's up here too much. That said, keeping them back from here is probably important. So what I could do is we could put our first one up here. I was hoping you'd show me what your range is. Here, actually. Don't put it there. I want it to be back a little ways. That way if they start really pressuring the wall, it's not in any danger. And then you're going to say, hey, I want to stack. Oh, that's not the way we want to do it. I would like... Yeah, 10 shells. Cool. And we'll see what the range is on that, because it's supposed to be like 200 something. But these have a range of 224, and it's really not that far. So I don't even think it'll reach out that far. So it does seem like they really kind of hammered down its base range. But with that, we do have these things here that do extend the range. And you can just keep upgrading and upgrading and upgrading. It is an infinite thing. So in theory, if you had enough patience, you could put a gun right in the middle of your base and just keep upgrading endlessly until it could, you know, shoot anywhere that you could visibly see kind of thing. But that wouldn't be practical in any stretch of the imagination. You'd definitely hit a point because of the rate it multiplies and everything. It just wouldn't make sense anymore. Alright, so we've got that all set up. We still have to get our iron on the line. So what we're going to go ahead and do... Oh, do I have all my satellite dishes? Yeah? Took out her phone and dropped it because she fell asleep. That's what that noise was. Alright, put down some satellite dishes. Practicality? What nonsense? Yeah, so what we're going to do is I'm going to have the railway break off over here somewhere and come across here. That way I can, you know, bring it down, because I got all... Well, I mean, I could destroy the cliffs now. So that actually isn't a concern anymore, is it? You are working on making that. Oh, did I not actually get the last part of it? Hey, wait a second. I must have had something come up while I was working on it. Get you canceled out here, switch you to actually making our final product there. Okay. And every one of those should be on the network here. Cool. So with that, I can just run stuff everywhere. There's a cliff in the way. They'll destroy it as they have what they need to do that. Alright, so with that, we're going to go ahead and, in that case, I'm going to go bring it like right across here near the top. Again, that way I can bring it through here. We can get this oil, get that oil, get the iron, that. Basically just cut it right through here. And we can just figure out what else is out here eventually. So we'll start here. And honestly, I'm going to approach this by doing... you. So we'll put it up there. And some of these signals are wrong, so let's fix them. Okay, so we got those signals fixed. And then honestly... go ahead and grab this. And since we're all the way over here, I will need to do the drone stuff. Okay. So slowly but surely, we're going to go ahead and expand that out here. I could probably actually run down there. And it wouldn't be the worst. I kind of wish we had the Spidertron or whatever. So honestly, with this going, how is our second ship going? The Epoch. So the Epoch is getting pretty close to built. Once the Epoch is done, I'm down to just jump on this and start heading to the next planet. Because between the artillery and everything, I don't think we need to actually be present here anymore. Yeah, so we're waiting for that claw. We can disable automatic targeting for just a moment. I want to be there when it actually goes off. Yeah, so we're still just starving on the green circuit boards. The good news is that's producing so much faster now. We probably lost a lot of construction bots to the stuff earlier too. Yeah, we're down to like 250 and it is recovering them, but I think we were at like 500 or something. So them cutting across there just killed so many bots. And the only way I could have stopped it from doing that would be to like disable all of these ports. You know what? Okay. Oh, you're already on your way with those artillery shells, aren't you? Because there's none in the box and I already had you producing them. And there is the first shell. Can I snag the inserter real quick? It's actually waiting on gears, apparently. Give me that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run over there. And I'm going to put down the inserter by itself. And we're going to hang out while it fires its first shot. That way we can see that in person. And then we'll check in on how things are going down for expanding things to the south. And we can make all that better. It's a whole thing. Realistically, that'll be after our next ad break, which will be here in just a minute. It's the timing of it. So it'll take me about that time to get there. And then that'll let me deal with my stuff going on here real quick. And then we could sound off that first gun. Because right now, it's set to manually target. And all I have to do is turn it over to auto target once we got all this in range. Alright. So there is your inserter, sir. Yeah, load those bullets. Alright. I'm just going to stand back here for a moment. So we're about to get caught in an ad break here real fast, so I do apologize, but it is just kind of the way the platform works. We can do pre-rolls or mid-rolls. Mid-rolls are less harmful to the channels, so we do those. But it does mean 3 minutes of ads per hour, and that's what's happening right now. So I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again so much for tuning in. I only lost one time the entire time I played the last time. Come on. I know I'm at 0%, but I'm right here. Aw, come on. I got over the hill, too. I was right there.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. That's definitely getting clipped out of context. This is the life I live. Get into content creation, they said. They didn't. They actually said not to. But, you know. Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time, that has been the single most effective orbital bombardment I've ever used. Considering there is nothing left. There is a pair of corpses left and everything else got wiped out. Did they revamp that? I remember orbital bombardment being a lot weaker, let alone mining out chunks of the mountain. Alright, so enable auto repair. That's helpful. I was pretty sure I didn't have a person who could do that anymore because we took some bad deaths earlier. I'm going to cut that line. But then the idea is if this ever gets contaminated again, I can just reconnect that line to get water through. Or whatever. I mean, I've already built it. It's fine. It can just sit there. If I need to get rivet later, I get rivet later. You go ahead and pull that down and we'll just cut across here. Same deal. And they would do so addictively, and they were really proud of it, that they could extract all this money from people, to a point that they were almost joking about putting people into poverty. And this was a talk they were giving, like, and it was one of those things that went, oh god. Alright, so we got a baby on the way, and it was she's like, staying in the relationship, getting paid. Getting out of the relationship, also getting paid.
Yep.
No matter what, if it involves any type of romantic situation, getting paid.
She was like De Beers with those diamond ads. She's like, if you want to break up, you have to have a weathered stick. You need the stick.
You wouldn't want to break up without a weathered stick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got to spend at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick. Well, why did I think that was gonna work? No, don't say that way. I don't have any of the... Hey, see? Perfect. It went exactly according to plan. Obviously, it did not go at all according to plan. That said, we actually didn't take any damage from that. All right, we're back. Yeah, no, that was an onion. That was a milestone for a charity stream, if I remember correctly. It's either a charity stream or like a streamathon or whatever. But it was like we hit some milestone, and I said I'd eat an onion raw, which I did. And then it was at like people were like, "That was amazing." Also, never do that again. Yeah. It's not that bad. It's apparently bad for you, which is why I've not done that again. Apparently really messes with your gut when you do that. Like, it's fine to eat onion, that's fine. But just slamming down a whole raw onion, apparently really messes with your system. I didn't run into that problem, but a lot of people are like, just so you know, maybe don't do that. Alright. Which it's funny. Lately, Sidekick has been pulling some clips from way back. I mean, you could see like how much different the quality was on that clip. That was like during peak pandemic. Like I was still barely affiliate or whatever. All right, so the gun is ready. Auto targeting is on. I want to see your range. Let me see your range. Oh, we can see your range. It's just... Okay, we can make this work. Hey. Alright, hang on, please. One moment. We can make it work. There's 2 ranges. Yeah, no, there's a manual range. But we can put it right up here. And it'll be safe from being fought back at. And it'll get much better coverage. Because I don't mind manually doing it some, but I do want to see her. So let's turn it on to manual targeting for just a moment. Put that in there. And I will need to grab the drone port stuff so we can go ahead and do this. Okay. So now that nest is fully in range. So we can go here. The gun is turning. And they're like, WTF, mate. Destroy an enemy structure using artillery. Those are some real expensive bullets. Pew pew in the morning. Yep, so once I get that attached, basically I could just stand back and the Logi bots will slowly feed our artillery shells in there. But you see the coverage here. So that means this whole area is just open now. So what I'd probably do is maybe put another one over here to cover that whole area. But the big thing is we could keep researching the technology to just make it wider and make it wider and make it wider. Honestly, I no longer have a reason to look at the pollution at all. What else do we have here? Logistics coverage. So you can see all the areas have got logistics coverage going on. So there's still huge gaps everywhere, but that's fine. You can see our power infrastructure everywhere. We have our drones, the little yellow dots and little white dots moving all over there. Those might not come across in stream. They're pretty small. We got our train signals, which honestly, I'll just leave those on because that's kind of cool to see like all the little red and green dots turning on. Recipe icons. You know, honestly, that's kind of neat. Show pipelines. Yeah, I guess I'll show that. Show how much of a circuit board it is. Sure, why not? We'll turn all the things on except the drone ones because it's just too much of an overlay, and the pollution because it's too much of an overlay. Even the drone... Hey, drones? Drones buddies. Look, man, don't make me keep clearing farther and farther in there because you cannot help but throw yourselves into danger. Okay. Well, with that, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to bring the tank out here because I already see that we're going to lose... Oh, man, I don't want to. Like, that's... Genuinely, I just don't want to deal with it. Alright, it's fine. We're just going to stand up here for a minute. And we're going to go down here where we're trying to build out the network farther. We're waiting on our cliff destruction stuff. That's fine. Let's grab the drone ports. That should perfectly overlap there. Yeah, so we're just daisy chaining these over till I can get to here. And then we can start doing that. It'd also be good to see the radar dish. That'd be a nice addition. The other thing I could do while we're waiting is let's go ahead and grab our production. And so we do is we just start over here. And I have done in the past where I just make one giant blueprint, so no matter how big the ore node is, I could just go slap, and the whole thing just goes down. We're not quite to the point that I'm being that lazy about it. Yeah, and that's all in range. That's all in range. It's all fine here. If I say upgrade all of it, what color are your belts? I can't tell. Upgrade you. Say blueprint. In that case, we'll want to go here and say, hey, upgrade all that, because we don't have those conveyor, like, we don't have those there. Alright, so next thing I need to do is, while we're waiting, I can go ahead and shove down a train stop blueprint. Okay. Alright, so I think this one, we're not going to do this style. I want this to have really high throughput. Oh, wait, you need to be up here. That'll work. Okay. Start bringing this all over here. I'm going to have to merge a bunch of these in together, which is fine. But the goal here is I do want to take the time to belt balance this. And then upgrade all that so it's on blue belts. And basically my goal here is I want to as best we can. We'll have to put that up further. Clear this out. Let's grab our belt balancer recipe. Grab you. Upgrade. Okay. Say blueprint. Do that. I can shove that right there. And the reason I'm saying I need to move that is that's going to prevent that from working. Okay. But I do want to try and get it so that we, not perfectly balanced, just that as best we can, we've got a lot of stuff going in here. So we got those three there. Yeah, so I've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paths? Let's just clean all this out. Get rid of that whole spot there. I used to have patterns for all of that too, like 7 to 3 to 7 to 4 to all that. I don't have any of that anymore. We're just gonna do this the sloppy way and go, okay. So that gives me 6 and 7. So you can go right here. And you can go there. You can go here. Hmm. You can find the belt balancers in a book? In the book? Do they just like straight up have belt balancers here? Oh no, that's I made blueprints. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna merge these two. Because these two are gonna be merged into that side one anyways, so separating that doesn't actually fix anything anyways. Alright, so these 4 will be balanced up, but these ones feeding into those 4 is just gonna be kind of a slop. And we can go here. That detects that. Alright, so they're all working on that. And while they're working on that, you see all the little construction bots doing their job. I need... Okay, so you're still waiting to get the next thing done there. Let's see. Yeah, they have a book where they made all the complicated balancers. Oh, just like in here somewhere? You feel like playing a specific tune, seeing the drone invasion? Yeah, because I don't see anything here that tell me they've got a blueprint thing. If you look at the blueprints, they only got the ones that I dropped in here. We can also check here. I don't even know where you'd put balancers there. And there's nothing in tips and tricks for balancers. Yeah, no, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of websites that you can grab blueprints from very efficiently and yada yada. And they're all excellent. I definitely would say, like, if you're someone who doesn't want to take the time to figure that out yourself, and you just kind of want to be able to go, hey, give me a belt balancer, and you just huck it down on the ground, by all means, there is no shortage of resources to get that. Yeah, I'm finding the game. You're assuming they mean importing. Yeah, no, you can absolutely import people's blueprints. Yeah, no, I've done that in the past. Could put a satellite dish there. Do we have radars along here? Put a radar dish over here. We have one there already. Oh, that one's got one over there. Got one on the far ends down here as well. Put one in the middle here as well. There we go. Yeah, no, I didn't see it. So unless you can tell me exactly where it is. It's in some book. I don't know what to tell you, because there's the blueprint book. This is here. That's a thing, and you can go in here into blueprints. I'm not looking at the right place. You can go here and say import string and drop the string in and get your blueprints, and then you can put it up here. But I don't see anything in the inventory or whatever. So if they've got it, they've hidden it pretty well. Unless it's like something here. Create Spidertron remote. Sure, I'll tick. Well, I can't tick that. And I've got everything showing. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's not built in. The ability to import the blueprints is built in, and the ability to use those books is built in. But you do actually have to have someone give you those. And it could be that the devs even have, like, here's a link, here's the link to the string to import the whole thing. That actually wouldn't surprise me at all. But, I don't think it's just something they've got just there because... Yeah, I think my next artillery I can put over here, and if I put it far enough back that the spitters won't be able to reach it, that should give me coverage of this area. No, actually, no, we'll put it along here, because that'll help me just pound that nest out of here. Okay. Let's just grab all this. Yeah, it should be far enough back. So that'll give me coverage to start slapping that down. Because that'll keep most of this area that they keep hitting us from not a place they can reach us. Cool, and we got more progress here. And honestly, let's do this real quick, because I keep doing this anyways. Straight rail. Save. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons and getting rid of it. That's fine. Get rid of that. Straight rail. And then name it. Straight rail. Create blueprint. Here, we can do it this way. Drop it in there. Oh, I bet you because I'm not where I can reach my inventory is what's going on. So grab the rail. Boom. So that's in there now. Now I can go back down here. That way in the future when I go to do this, instead of having to like re-find a spot of rail that'll work, I can just grab this and be like, alright. Cool, man. Straight rail. Straight rail. Cool. And I know we're ending up doubling up these telephone poles way more than... Oh, I got... 1 second. I want to change that recipe. Get rid of that. Save. Cool. It's fine to have the extra ones here, but I don't want to do that every single time. Yeah, so that's all waiting for conveyor belts and all that, and for power to be wired in and all that. That's gonna take time. We got our bots doing their work. It just takes them a hot minute to do it. Let's actually try and just make that. Let's just pipe that over. Because right now, those are just sitting there waiting. And I'm probably going to be making a whole lot of those. Okay. And I will put a provider chest here. Now I can make it 5. Alright. So hopefully they'll get that done. What's going on with the conveyor belts? You're waiting on gears. That is the thing where I am being punished for the fact that I did tear all the old mall up. If I left the old mall up just the way it was. You thought they included, it was a book behind another click though. You're on a mission now? Yeah. Like I said, it's a thing you can set up relatively easily. But it is a thing that comes from elsewhere. Okay. You will also request artillery shells, and you're gonna request 10 of them. Because I'm gonna need those, getting a decent number of those. Right now, turn those off auto-targeting. Well, actually, you know what? I bet you I could programmatically say, hey, don't automatically fire unless you have 10 shells in here or whatever. Basically, wait till you have a full complement. Read ammunition. Outputs the ammunition considering items, fluids applicable. Can I connect you to yourself? No, that was dumb. What I want to do is I want to be able to turn on and off its auto-targeting. Or turn it on and off, the gun is fine too. Let's try doing it this way. Well, no. I mean, I could do accumulator and have it turn on and off the power tower. Okay, pretty sure if I turn that off... No, you don't actually need power to run, do you? Because you're not complaining about the power being gone. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to hold it... What condition do you want to turn it off? So basically, I want to turn on and off auto-targeting, just so it doesn't fire every single time it gets around. I want it to kind of backfill till it gets 10 rounds. And I know I can do a thing where I keep a bit over here, like have a light turn on, so that this waits till there's, 10 ammo, the light turns on, and when it hits 0 ammo, it turns back off. I could do that kind of thing, to do the logic, to turn on and off the inserter. But, it would be easier if I could just turn on and off the auto-target and let everything else go. Oh, interesting. So I could actually choose to say, you're on the network. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. So the problem is, it's going to... So the problem is, if I set it to base on this box having 10, the moment it hits 10, it'll turn on, it'll throw that in there, and it'll turn back off. And then the next time is, it'll turn on, fire one round, and then turn it back off kind of thing. I'm gonna need something to store the variable, to basically be like, hey, turn on until you've, you fired your 10 rounds, and then turn the whole thing back off. Yeah, basically I want it to turn on auto-targeting when I've got 10 rounds, and then fire all 10 rounds, and then turn back off when there's no more ammo available. That way it can go into a base, and I could just decimate a base versus, fire one round, injure a building, and then not fire again for a long time. I could do this, though. We could do it this way. Here's, for those who don't know how you could do this, we can go like this. I could put a light here. Simple version. Outsert her into another chest. Oh, what I was gonna do is this. I was gonna make a storage bit. So we set this where I believe I can say... Yeah, so this will get enabled when it equals 0. And this will get enabled when it is more than or equal to 10. I actually think I need the 2 boxes. Let's see, requester chest, chest, artillery. If requester chest is greater than 10, enable both the artillery and the inserter between the requester chest. Right, but wouldn't I have to wait for that middle... Well... Right, I see what you're saying. So it enabled the inserter. This is able to put, 10 in all at once. Yeah, that'll work. That'll be easier than this. So we'll do this. That actually should stay, so we can go ahead and leave that one there. We put the requester chest down here. And we can just put, a regular steel chest there. Yeah, they only have stacks of 10. Okay, so we have this. And then so what ends up happening is this... Alright. Yeah, because if that turns on only when there's 10, it'll grab the full stack of 10, dump it in there, and then that just gets fed in immediately. Because it'll just be one big grab. Even if it means 3 or 4 sitting here for a moment. Insert kind grab. You only grab a stack of 1? Oh, right, because they stack only 1, so it's kind of the same problem. Because it'll feed in 1 at a time, and then once it's fed in... Okay. Yeah, so reading the ammunition... You know what? It's fine. We'll just go here. We'll just leave it off auto-targeting. And then I could use some type of indicator or whatever. What? Oh, I keep deleting and all that. Like, I'm sure there's a way I can program it. Like, I definitely know there's a couple different ways I can program it. Like I said, I could have, like, a set of lights that store. So it goes, okay, I've hit 10, turn the light on. And then once the light's on, that's turned on. It keeps firing. And then when it hits 0, turn the light off. So you get the idea. Like, there's ways you can do that. Like, I could use a mathematical combinator or whatever. Let's see, could you give a quick chat about how your trains work? Do you have dedicated one-way railways, or do trains go both ways in the same rail? They're one-way railways. So yeah, so if you look at all my railways, it's the top rail goes to the left, the bottom rail goes to the right. And then if we look at any of my up-downs, the right rail goes up, the left rail goes down. And then we have our signals, and basically going into an intersection, we have a chain signal, so it says, don't let a train through unless the next signal says it's okay. And then we have these signals over here on the other side that are just like, hey, can I go to the next place successfully? Like, am I clear immediately ahead of this? So we have those on the exits, these on the entrances. This works really, really well. And then with the help with Burning Sun, we set up a really, really snazzy advanced thing, where if you actually look at this, and we look at our train station names, I have 30 stations that are named Item Pickup. And you'll see there's only a couple of stations that still have my old naming convention. All of our trains will go to the very first thing all of the trains on the new setup will go to the first station named Item Pickup. Grab whatever's there, and they will check whatever the first thing is in their inventory, and then go to the station with that name, space drop. So if we look here at our... So yeah, so it goes to item pickup, and it'll wait till the inventory is full, or enough time has passed, or whatever. But then we got this magic one here, that is an interrupt, say go to stop, that will check if the cargo is full or has cargo. So if it's not busy and it's got cargo in it, it's going to go find a station that this is a wild card for what's in the very first slot of its inventory, which will be whatever it's picked up. So it'll go to the name of that item, space drop, and it'll empty its cargo. Then the interrupt ends, and it goes, okay, where's the nearest station that says item pickup? And it just automatically goes through. So I don't have a iron train or a coal train or this train. I have cargo trains. And they will automatically grab whatever the next one is and then go to wherever their thing. So this particular case, it's got a full cargo worth of iron ore, but it had to wait a couple seconds for for a station to need iron ore. And so now we see the interrupt has popped in. He was there. You think you misunderstood? I was thinking a rail system where both rails go the same direction or horizontal. Alternating left to right. Turnarounds require going around a block. Yeah. Oh no, there's Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, like, both the rails go one way here, and then you'd go, like, the whole way around the city block, and then go the other way. Yeah, that could work, so you have effectively one-way roads. Yes, I've got you set to not auto-target. I've got you set to not auto-target. Thanks for the sweet setup. Way more than you need. You built one huge furnace depot, so you want all the trains that came through that one central furnace. Yeah. Well, no, and for the record, for anyone who hasn't played the game, this rail setup is 100% not necessary. Absolutely not necessary. But it's pretty cool. Because it means I can use a lot less trains cumulatively to handle a lot more stops. And then if I start having, like, later on in the run, I'm just not really hurting for copper, the trains that would be hauling that copper that I really don't need them for can go and, you know, oh, coal's falling behind, they can go catch the coal up. You're just sitting here with so much military science. I'm pretty sure, don't we have something like some odd 100,000 military science? Yeah, like, it's still just producing, and meanwhile I've got 158,000 military science just sitting here. It's probably fine. Or not. That's a lot of coal in there. That's what that is. That is a lot of coal compressed into science form. You learned a little bit about trains, and you're assuming more, and using them more. Right now you have 6 trains doing independent point A to point B. We want to incorporate them all. Yeah, absolutely. It's a whole big thing. And you are falling behind on yellow science now. We have hit the point where yellow science is backed up again. That's not my yellow science. My yellow science is over here. And that's going to be because of blue circuit boards. And the blue circuit boards are down here, right? Down here. Yes, our blue circuit boards are being held up by our green circuit boards. And our green circuit boards, honestly, it's looking like they just have not enough throughput. But we did actually have one big thing happen that's changed, which is now, if we actually go through, well, first of all, you can all just be straight up upgraded. So yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade the whole lot of you. You're red. There we go. It's gonna take a lot of work to do. Okay, but we're at a point that's our bottleneck there. Okay, I want to upgrade all of this. Alright, do not upgrade you to something I don't have. But I want to upgrade all this because I do need to improve the throughput here. That's going to take a bit of work. Okay, so we've got all that. We can also just grab all of you. Alright, so get that upgraded first. We can also probably go... Those are a good candidate for the production modules. And they're in progress of being upgraded. basically just trying to increase our output of green circuits and make sure that whole area is on the bot network. It is not. Let's go ahead and grab you. Cool, now get the whole area on there. Because what I'm going to do is once we get all that set up, if we have enough bandwidth on those belts, I'm going to go ahead and take this, mirror it on top here, have the other iron belt go in there, toss those on there, and then have, you know, our other stuff come around, and basically just try and get that. But I'm going to need to upgrade all of those belts for that to be really an option. Alright. May note that their mod page that they won't. We're up to your Mega Factory, run by LTN. I don't know what LTN is. I'm assuming it's a mod from context, and that it's a mod that is not being maintained or whatever you want to use for your terminology anymore. Alright. Logistics Train Network? Yeah, I'm guessing it's a mod to, like, not simplify, but to, like, give you functionality around that. Okay, so, another thing I probably need to set up that we haven't set up yet. Let's grab our production one. There we go. And we can go here, because there is a building we haven't made yet. Lightning rod cannot be crafted on this surface. Never mind. I was all gonna be like, haha, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this in advance. I'll be ready for the next thing. Nope. Big old nope-areno. That'll be a 100% nope-areno. I don't even know what I want to put in here now. I don't actually... Pressure's too low. Yeah, so it's interesting the idea that maybe, well, making the foundry and bringing it here won't help me because... Well, no, because I could actually bring foundries here and put them to use. So yeah, that's just going to sit there unused right now. Alright, so that's doing much better with circuit boards. Yeah, let's see. Cyber City is pretty easy to make to use. Gotcha. Okay, and we're going to keep getting you sorted out. Okay. As I mentioned before, I got some problems with this one that my signals need to be changed. There we go. And yeah, I know that's gonna, like, slam in here, but I'm just gonna have it cut off there and come back up and out. Can bots get rid of cliffs now? If you have the recipe for what they need. Yeah, so up and down. So this is the way out, so you need to come over here. Oh, one too far. So there's that. So you're going to need a signal here somewhere. You'll need a signal leading into this. You will want a signal leading out of this.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I don't know at all why I did this way. Yep, so in and out. Okay, and we'll want to go and put, if I can fit them. Signal there. And there's not one up here. That's fine. And a signal there. Okay, so with all that, that should separate out this lane to be one thing, that lane to be another thing, and this stop to be its own thing. So once I get that built, literally it'll just get added onto the network. We will still need to deal with that. There's a good chance a bunch of that isn't in my bot network range, so we're going to go ahead and deal with that as another problem. Are you really off by one? It sucks. Okay. Can we make it work over here where we bridge between the two? It's fine. There. It's fine. It's sloppy, but it's got it all covered. It's off by one tile, which is whatever. In the meantime, your entire model has a one tile gap in the middle of it. Yep. It's fine. Like, I've gotten to the point in the game, I don't sweat sweat it unless it's something that's like actually causing a problem. Alright, we can leave it all at that, because that should be enough to get the iron online, which will be good. How is Hope 1 doing? Ambo's doing great. You are currently sitting over Volcanus. You are honestly pretty close to getting ready to leave. You're just waiting on some more science. Uninstall, nuke it, build a new factory. Exactly. It's the only reasonable thing to do. Alright, so you can get rid of that one. Our coal is doing fine. Our tungsten is doing fine. We can get rid of those two that have run out in the end there. And you are doing fine for right now as well. None of those belts are getting backed up. Well, I mean, sorry, none of those belts are running out. They are getting backed up, which is exactly what I want. We've got the rockets chilling here. They've got extras ready to rock and roll. They're just waiting on the orange science. Honestly, how are we doing with the tungsten here? I'm starting to worry that we're just getting way too much tungsten, and I need to cut back on the amount of tungsten we're shipping. Because you're almost full with both of those, and you still have that. Oh, you never finished that. Is that in range? Yeah, that is in range. You just haven't had a chance to finish. Okay. I mean, weirdly, it might even be a thing that eventually I make one for the tungsten, one for the other stuff, and just let it sit there for a long time, and they just don't do anything. Like, it's an expensive train to build, but, you know. The problem is we're bringing those way faster than we're consuming them. So let's start saying, hey, you know what? I only need you to ship up like 500. That's still 10 stacks. Just ship up 500. And it's same for you. In the future, just ship up 500. I find it interesting that's also telling us we haven't finished. It's fine. It'll probably update the moment we get some of this in here. And then when it gets in here, it'll probably just leap forward. Oh yeah, no, because we've reduced how much this is a percentage of our full request. and because we're still missing that, the missing part is a larger portion by ratio of what's left. How's Epoch doing? Epoch is real close to being ready to rock and roll. We are just missing the labs. Oh, you know what? Those labs are gonna be a problem. Because I'm probably not sitting on... I got a couple of them, but I think we're gonna run the same problem we did last time, where I was trying to get them to send the labs up, but because it can't get a full stack, it gets crabby about it. So what I could do is cancel those two. And change those to uncommon quality. Because we got plenty of the uncommon quality. And then get the speed modules in there. Alright. So yeah, so what we're waiting on is we've got pipe going in here. We've got a couple more sentry guns coming in here. We've got these two. Yeah, so it's basically pipe, the 2 smelters, some sentry guns, and then the building's done. And then it'll be ready for our journey to our next destination. Alright. Let's see if there's something we could do to help out our gear situation. Because basically I've got tons of stuff that do take gears, and we have... This is what our gears are right now. Okay, so the first thing we can do is, again, let's use the map so I don't have to worry about a bunch of stuff. Make that better. Give it speed modules. You're gonna need more input. And I'll probably actually duplicate it. Yeah, we could probably duplicate it and have 2 of them feeding that box. And where are construction bots? So, like, actually a radioactive cat has been wanting more and more attention, which is a problem because you have time limits for how long I can be close to him. Ah. Radioactive cat. I can fix that. So you want me to put down bulk conserves. Cool. Oh wait, don't put it there. That's bad. Don't do that. Do that. So I can get a lot more gears going. It's actually radioactive. Iodine 131 dose for hyperthyroid treatment. He's very radioactive. Interesting. Oh, you're grabbing all the that's our construction bikes. Like, man, they're grabbing a lot of railroad track. Yeah, because they're building the railroad. That's what they're doing. All right. Cool, so we've got all that there, so now they just need to actually place... I mean, they basically got this minus the conveyor belts. And the conveyor belts are just something that we're holding up on, which is the gears. And I had all this set up before. Which planet are we thinking of visiting next? I haven't decided yet. We're down to only 2 options because we've already done the lava planet. So we've got the planet with all the lightning storm nonsense happening on it. And then there's also a planet that... One second, I just realized. Oh, no, you're already set to upgrade. You just haven't done it. We got the lightning planet. That's the one. And then the other one we got is, like, the moldy, fungal, whatever planet it is. So those are our 2 remaining options. I just got to figure out which one we're doing. No, you don't have power. Give me that. I'm gonna fix this one myself right now. Okay. So with that, we should be getting gears way faster. Which should speed up the production of all our things. And I haven't made the decision yet. But there's a good chance we'll be on our way before the stream's done, because we got Epoch here. And Epoch is, like, literally waiting on the like, it just got... Yeah, so Epoch is officially making ammo now. So it doesn't have its last sentry guns in place quite yet. That's fine. And it's missing some pipe. That's fine. Once it has those, it'll be ready to rock and roll. Let's see. Can you move your cam source? There's a gap in your upper body in the bottom side of the player. Yeah, no, I can do that. Usually that gap is there from stuff like RimWorld where there's a bar on the bottom. But yeah, no, it's fine. So we can go here to our teleprompter and go boop. And right down there. There you go. But yeah, so when I'm playing games like RimWorld or a lot of Tycoons, there'll usually be a bottom bar. We can also look at our objectives. Okay, so actually looking at the objectives I had set for the start of the stream, the first objective was to get home. The second objective was to automate Orange Science. That's done. I'm going to say we've secured the iron and copper, even though we're still working on it. So next objective is new planet. It's gonna take us a minute to get there, but new planet's the thing. You know, just didn't care. Yeah, no, I was aware it was there. It's just most of the games I play, I end up needing that because there'll be some type of ribbon bar in the bottom. Because usually my camera isn't in this spot so much. Oh, I notice I'm still not quite in the bottom. There. There we go. But yeah, usually I actually use this camera location normally, but it's blocking all this stuff, so I moved it. Alright. And we got our ad break here, so I'm gonna quickly finish my food and I'll be right back. Let me let the I'll be right back. One moment. It's just the question of when you actually go up to the building and those ones spawn in, how... I missed that stab, and then I hit the wrong button instead of backing away. I strafed. Luckily we pushed. That was a fat finger key. Those are the kinds of deaths that would actually feel real... Wait a second. Oh. That'd feel real terrible. Because that's just like, that wasn't me misplaying, that was fat fingering. Pack. The only thing I can do is get multiple. Which we will. So how stressed out do you think you'd be as Jeremiah Wiener in this moment? You're sitting here, trying to relax among the corpse of the things trying to murder you, and listening to this over your shoulder the whole time. Oh man! Guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, Guard? That is unacceptable behavior, Guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh, man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. Okay. Oh, none of these are great choices.
No, those are both real bad.
I know. Ah, yes. More things. Any preference on which one you'd be like to subject to the most?
What I'm gonna invite Obi real quick so he can come help us out.
Sounds good.
Me and Obi played this a lot.
I forgot how much of an impact that all has on your animation speeds and everything. It's like, we'll just grab the jacket, it'll be fine. We'll toss it on. I approve of this disaster. This is a straight up disaster, and I am here for it. You don't get to have a name yet. To like tone it down a bit. Alright, dinner is fully consumed, so no more of that and all that. So I appreciate everyone's patience with that. So we still have a lot of factory being set up down to the south. How is our even better rare tank going? The one where we're like super duper juice in the tank. You are honestly not getting very far. Okay, fair enough. That's fine. I don't even really need it anymore. With the artillery, it's just not a concern. And how are you doing? Do you got shells yet? No, not really. I honestly don't think we're gonna get shells over there hardly ever. It'll probably be one of these things that we'll wait till we get a ton of shells in the box here. Oh wait, yeah, just take those off of that. Here, I'm gonna be a Logibot for a moment. Beep boop beep, doing Logibot things. Beep boop beep, best Logibot you've ever seen. Gonna go right over here and just say, yeah, I'll take like 3 stacks. Won't just grab it one at a time. We can just run right on over here and just say, hey man, have some of that. Oh, you're gonna need even... Are you taking stuff out of my requester chest? And putting it in the other requester chest? Excuse me? I did. It was good. Good. And we got our explosives, so they'll get that sorted out as well. It was like, no bullets, just guns. Okay, man. Weird stance, but you know, you do you, I guess. Cool. So the Logibots are basically the bottleneck now for the gears. So that's going way faster. I'm seeing the blue conveyor belts being made now. There's just so much to build. Yeah, no, they're going for it. They're like getting it done. The issue we're running into now is the belt right here is the... Oh, I can fix this myself. I was like, this belt is the problem. It's like, oh, right. I'm sitting on... Oh, that's actually a problem because it's the whole thing. All right, well, let's queue up another upgrade. Why is it so far away? We're at that point where we're just running into problems here. And it is that one way up there. So we're not going to worry about upgrading all these routes. We're going to just... Get it all marked up to blue. There's just more and more and more to upgrade. This is where I'm regretting where we redid our mall, because we had a mall that was absolute spaghetti before, and it worked well enough. And I tore it down and just went full in on the Logibots. So you can set the upgrade planner to upgrade yellow to red, then swipe over your entire base. Oh, interesting. So, alright, so go to this. Oh, that's just a shortcut key to pull it up. So you can go to this, put you here. Oh yeah, this will work perfect. So I'm gonna regret this in a huge way, but let's do this. So from yellow to red, actually, from yellow to blue, from red to blue, from yellow to blue, from red to blue, from red to blue, from yellow to blue, from yellow to green. Let's see, do you have any belt braiding? No, luckily all that. Be warned, any belt marked for upgrade will stop until it's upgrade. But these ones aren't. They're all working just fine. And they're clearly marked for upgrade and being upgraded. Gotcha. From blue to green. Anything else we need to upgrade here? We're all good with all this. We're all good with all that. None of the other ones are upgrades there. From this to that to this to that. Should upgrade quality too. I can where we are able. A lot of these things I don't have quality set for them. That said, we could do that over here. Electric furnace of normal quality. I don't have much of the way in higher quality. I do have some that are rare quality. Interestingly enough, it's letting me set those. I'm assuming that won't work. Oh yeah, no, I'm sitting here looking at this going, this is going to be a problem is what it's going to be. The rest of that should be fine. This is not upgradable. All right. So who wants to have an interesting time? Why is my game running slower suddenly? Just the immediate gear icons of the entire screen as all the construction bots simultaneously scream in pain as they're like, look, we're finally getting the iron mine online you asked for. And then you're like, what if I asked you to do everything? Literally everything. I believe it only goes up to a certain number, and then it'll, like, just give up. Okay. Meanwhile, I won't be mean to my Logibots. You know what? I'm a Logibot too. Let me do my part as a Logibot to make my Logibots' lives easier. Hey, look. This is requesting these. Go ahead. There you go. Hey, look. Okay, you're requesting this. There you go. Hey, look. I don't feel like dealing with this. There you go. Have you considered having more of these? Perfect. You can see sweating drones. You might want to check on them for any leaks. Alright, meanwhile, I feel like I've done my part, and they're doing pretty good themselves. How are you doing? You're still waiting on the orange science, which is honestly really close to being ready to send. Epoch. Alright, so Epoch is still sitting on that same situation where it needs a bit more pipe. So it's a stack of 100. Rocket capacity is 200. Oh, I can unstick that. That's easy. So, hey, you know what you're gonna do? Pipe thing wherever you are. This... I'm not gonna do it with the stream or whatever. One thing I'm gonna do on my own time is I'm remaking my actual mall pattern, where you do, like, the 4 or 5 inputs, and everything gets built in there. Which, granted, will not consider quality, but that's fine. I'll make a mall that it's just like, hey, I just make everything, and then maybe I'll make a separate mall that it's like, hey, I make everything slightly better, and then a third mall and a fourth mall. It'll be terrible. It won't work. It won't work that way as much as I want it to. Not unless I was able to consistently say, you are all normal input, you are all uncommon input, you're all rare input. But I understand we're gonna need that. Cool. So with that, that should give me my pipe for Epoch. And then you want the Gatling guns or whatever. And we still need 15 more of those to make that happy. And that's literally all we have left. Just, the pipe is on its way. And then once we get the gun turret, then this is ready to rock and roll, which will be good, because around then we should start having enough bullets to make that while. Meanwhile... we can go ahead and start clearing out some of these gun turrets. They've been here forever, and if those gun turrets ever see action, it would be a really bad sign. If something gets into my mall to start mauling it, something has gone horrifically wrong. I remember when these were the outer edges of my base and facing constant threat. Oh, I'm willing to bet a lot of these won't be able to be picked up. Because it'll be like, there's no anything in range. Yeah. And that's all supposed to be that way. That's fine, I don't care. Let's see, can you see your oil setup? Sure, give me just a minute to finish what I'm working on right now. And then we'll be good. That should probably be the last of those. Okay. Yeah, so my oil setup, basically we've got our refineries here. And it's using the advanced one where you get water and oil in and you get the 3 out. And they just have a little pattern here so I can just, you know, plug that into the heavy, plug that into the light. And then the sulfuric is up there. But then when we pop down here, we've got this pattern. You'll notice all these are offline. That's okay. Because these basically you have heavy goes in and it tries to make lubricant. Then we have the lubricant up there. And then we have the light to making solid fuel to then rocket fuel. That's fine. Those run always. But we drop down here. This is for converting my heavy to light and my light to petroleum. These are being operated by these switches, and all they're doing is saying, do I have more heavy or do I have more light? If I have more heavy, the switch turns on and I start converting the heavy into light. Same deal here. Do I have more light or do I have more petroleum? If I have more light than petroleum, throw the switches and we start making petroleum. So it is a way of like balancing out the 3 different oil. But yeah, it's mostly just this setup. And then this is our production. That's just how much I've needed to deal with how much I consume. And then we have plastic up here. It's not in any special organization. It's just petroleum in. We have coal going in here. Plastic going out. Sulfur is the same thing. This explosive is just here because we filled this. We used to do rockets up here. Now I'm just shoveling it into a train at an incredibly slow rate. And then up here is not oil anymore. This is nuclear. There's where we're producing sulfuric acid. All of, like, just everywhere you look, just more things queued. And you just see our construction bots weirdly up here. Oh, they're picking up the guns. That's fine. And they're just doing their best. Where are you going with the red belts? Oh, you're making more blue belts. That's fair. Okay. And Epoch is fully functional now. It has just got a couple more guns to go. The guns are on their way though. And there they are. So with that, that is Epoch completely assembled. It is going to be a little bit more before we climb on the ship, just because I have to give it a little bit of time to build up its ammunition before we send it on its way. But we're getting there. Let's see, there was a FFF that about greatly increasing the construction queue limits and scheduling. It used to be hard capped at like 600 jobs, if I remember rightly, but it can now do many, many more now. Yeah, I want to say with the hard cap, I'm trying to remember how it handled it. I don't remember it saying, no, you just can't. Or did it? It's been a long time. That's the first time I've gone and said upgrade, just said yes to the whole factory. Which again, is going to be absolute pandemonium. I probably should have waited for this to get done. In hindsight, I probably should have waited for that to get done before I did that. It's okay though. It'll get done eventually. You just see all of the little dots moving across the map. Meanwhile, with this I can actually go through my power grid and see what I've got going on to do some cleanup. So like what I can actually see is I actually don't need this part of this power grid. We can cut right across here. And you've got connections going from side to side. We do have the connection running down the middle of the railway. So this can all go away entirely. But you get the idea. So these places where we've been looking at this, I can go, oh, I can just clean that up. I don't need power poles, famous last words. Oh yeah, no, I've had no problem with. Oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Where you're like, oh yeah, no, I don't need that power pole, and then you go over there and bad times. Gotcha. So you aren't getting the conveyor belts put in here. Meanwhile, for you, I'm gonna go ahead and configure you. We'll say not unless there's at least 4,000 available. Then we'll set for item pickup. So that's not gonna do anything for a while, but once we start being able to, like, once we start getting any of these filled, it should be good. Because little by little, it's popping over here and adding one more inserter. Because all of that, like, the train track's all wired up. So literally we're just waiting for all that kind of stuff to get there. Satisfactory power outage sign. Sound? Yeah. Alright. So yeah, they're all just zipping around, picking up all the junk, bringing it wherever it needs to be. All the little construction bots doing all the little construction bot things. Okay, Epoch, how you doing? You're doing fine. How are you doing? Ooh, did you just get your last Shh, Worm, you're upsetting people. What are you waiting on? Oh, we're actually short on bullets here. Yeah, it does seem like sometimes I get short on bullets here, and then other times I have an overabundance. Oh, we're running into a problem where I don't have enough metallic ore. We're not getting enough of the right types of asteroids. So we're slowly starving ourselves on bullets. Hold up, why is that getting thrown up? That should be getting thrown out. Oh! We can unstick that real fast. Okay, we got it resolved. So we still have the problem where when this overflows, there isn't a way for me to purge it, as it were. I just didn't give myself enough room. I can honestly get rid of that. And that'll give me more space. I can just put it down here to make it happy, so we're not doing that. But the problem is there's still not a way for me to... Oh yeah, there is. So what I need to do is I need to be able to make it so I can jettison out the ice when I have too much. I just don't have enough room to do that. Because I need it to be like back here where it says, okay, there's too much, set it out the side. Because what happened was we got to the point there was too much ice, and I just had nothing I could do with it. So I've got to fix this problem on this ship because this is a design defect that will cause it to eventually break down. And if I feed it right back into itself, it'll just keep doing the loop, so that doesn't solve anything. I can't weave it into this belt. There's not enough room for me to put an under thing here. I could put an under thing here to get it over there, but it still doesn't do me good because I don't have a way I can really maneuver it down here. So one thing we could do to help this out, we can maneuver you over here. And that gives me a little bit more space to work with here. I've got some room up here I can work with now. We'll get this out of the way because we already did 2 of those. So I could go up here. Actually, I can make this work. I can make this work now. I got myself enough space. So I'll go up here. We'll put the splitter here. We'll put the primary output on the right here. And then we can bring that around to that spot, which means it'll feed in. The only problem is now this cycle feeds into the same spot, so not entirely sure how that's going to work. But I guess we'll find out. I mean, I guess I could turn it that way, because then it's a loop. And then if it overflows, we'll dump it out the side. So we could turn this way. We do the underground here. And then this is the eject route. So then we can go like that. And now I'm going to pick that up and put it down again facing this way so I don't accidentally dump a bunch of crap on there. Okay. So needless to say, that's definitely not an efficient design, that it's just looping in on itself. But what should happen is if that overfills, it should start just shoving it out the other side. Which honestly with this, that means I don't even need that arm. Instead we can go this way. And if I turn it this way, and have it keep feeding into itself this way, it doesn't matter what lane it gets put in on. So it's just basically, this will just keep rotating around here again and again. Well, actually, I don't need to do that. Yeah, that's perfect. It's cursed, but it's perfect. Now, what should happen is that we get an overabundance of ice. Instead of shutting down my my ammo production, which is what happened, it'll just back up here and get put to the outside there. That does mean I need to go over to Epoch here. And we're going to need to do that. So you two, you're out of there. We're going to go ahead and grab you and put them down there. And Hope 1. Okay, so we can get rid of you. Cool. Get rid of you and you. You need to be moved up. Was it you that need to be moved up? So we have this under right there. That one straight below it. Yeah, so you need to be moved down here. Did it really not update my blueprint here? Let's just copy this area. Well, actually, first, hey, Epoch, you're about to lose a lot of things. All right, so we're gonna go and grab this whole corner. It's just gonna be yanked out in its entirety. We're gonna go Hope 1 and grab that same area. Cool. All fixed. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, so both ships seem to be operating correctly again. Cool, cool. I'm just trying to double check and make sure everything's there. Because they were based off the same design, but we've adjusted a little bit as we went. So this is Epoch. Epoch's ammo is honestly looking pretty close to ready. Oh, are you on your way? What am I hearing? That's fine. Oh, and Hope 1 is on its way. Yeah, so Hope 1 has recouped enough ammo that it's comfortable going. Alright, and let's do the exact same thing we did for Hope 1 over here, which is we used you as a way of connecting a signal from there to the main thing. That way we will be able to monitor the contents of everything here. So when we actually go, I could be like, hey, don't go until we have 700 ammo or more. Yeah, so you're definitely not full yet. But all the guns are full. We're just getting our backlog of ammo sorted. Okay, that's good. I also noticed that we got there. Alright, so what the heck do we even have going on here? So you're good, because you just filled up and sent on the way. You're doing your thing over here. Those belts are gradually getting built out. The drones are desperately trying to keep up. That's fine. Or not. I don't know, I really care that much. They are honestly doing a little bit of upgrading everywhere and a whole lot of not getting any specific thing done. Alright, meanwhile, I can't bring much with me with the way this all works. So what I am going to go ahead and do is we're going to run over to our storage box that's by our rockets. Because very soon I will be leaving this planet and never coming back. That's not true. I'll definitely be coming back. But not for a little while. At least I don't expect to for a little while. The good news is, with how well Hope 1 went, I'm feeling pretty comfortable that Epoch shouldn't run into trouble trying to get where we're going. And if it does, that'd be kind of a bummer. Yeah, so we need 2,100 conveyor belts, about 20 undergrounder, 300 and something of the better inserters. Yeah, that's going to take forever, that's all. It's probably fine. Everywhere you look, there's just things blinking yellow. Cool. Yeah, so we'll check over here. Because I want to get an idea, and we're going to use the same basic rule we're using for the other one, is we're going to check and say, hey, do you have 700 rounds of ammo available? Yeah? Alright, you can go. Do you not have 700? Yeah? Alright, well, you're not allowed to go. Alright, we can go here and add this to the queue. And so you're full. So one thing I'm going to do for you for a little while is we're going to set that to 0 for a little bit. Oh. Where did you send that? Bye, I guess? Oh, you're already here. Okay. I basically am telling it, like, don't stop picking that up. And honestly, for that matter, on the other side, for right now, stop picking up the tungsten and all that. We're just getting too much. Actually, how are we doing with tungsten? Is this getting really full? I mean, I guess the tungsten's fine for right now. Alright, so let's go back up here to... We've goofed with this is what we've done. Yeah, let's leave the tungsten off the list for right now. Don't you need it for the railgun and such? No idea, I don't have any of those things. Do I have the railgun unlocked? I didn't think we did. No? I think that's a different planet. Oh, right, so... Yeah, this is the interesting one here, where we can process the materials, and instead of getting the immediate output, we have a chance of getting more, like, a more volume of output. Which will definitely be something we're going to need in the long run for other one. Yeah, so the idea here is this thing's getting way too full. I need it to not accept any more tungsten or anything like that until we get that started to empty. Which should happen over time. But we need to just hold on to all that. Oh yeah, all of that sweet orange science coming in. And what are we waiting on? You're only yellow sites, and only a 45. Right, because we're running out of blue circuit boards because of the green circuit boards. And we improved the green circuit boards, but now the problem they're running into is the belt throughput is insufficient, which is where this whole upgrade nonsense started. Okay. That'll eventually get fixed. But that's not a me problem. Do you have a tip for starting with robots? I have no clue. You haven't built a single one? And the bots are slacking? I mean, you set up a RoboPort wherever you want and you just put robots on it. I don't really have a lot to add to that. They'll work in the area that covers. Oh wait, that's fine. If anything's in this passive chest that they want, they could just take it and put it to work and I'll just come back for what's left. Okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot, we want the cargo landing pad on the other side. Okay. How was Volcanus? Not that bad. It definitely took a lot of figuring out when we first arrived. But I mean, I don't think that's gonna change no matter where you go. All the planets just have different approaches for the same type of thing. Okay, so Epoch. What is your belt? Right now, I'll keep you on Novice. And I want to check a circuit condition to make sure you have more than 700 bullets. And then we're going to go... So we got to figure out, are we going to Gleba or Fulgora? Because those are the ones we haven't been to. I kind of want to go to the Lightning one personally. We had a vote on the last one, but the Lightning one sounds interesting to me just because it's like an environmental hazard. Yeah, so that's Fulgora. So Fulgora, a dry planet with no signs of life and dangerous lightning activity and frequent night cycles. Solar panel is much less effective, however, lightning can be collected using the entity Lightning Rod. Which requires steel, copper, and stone brick to make. And can be stored in entity accumulators. So let's go here, and we're gonna add another request onto the list. Which one I'm looking at? I'm looking at Epoch. Oh, don't do this. So we're gonna go ahead and add a couple more things onto our shopping list real fast. Can I get myself a stack of steel, a stack of brick, and then what else did you need? Block, copper, and steel? Gotcha, thank you. I figured it's probably going to be copper as a conductive material, but I wanted to verify. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, epoch, and copper. That way when I get there, I have the ability to build lightning things before I get absolutely murdered. So let's check here. I'm going to verify that again. We go here. Because that sounds like the one big thing I'm going to need is those. And do you have a bunch of accumulators left over? Yeah, I got 33 accumulators. That'll be plenty. So we can just chuck all the solar panels and all that down. You think it was copper wire? Yeah, no, copper wire versus copper plate. That's fine either way. So let's double check on the other stuff while the ammo is slowly building up. And so we're looking at, again, Fulgora. And we want the lightning rod. Yeah, copper wire, stone, and steel. Just because it seems like I'm going to have to stay underneath those lightning rods or I'm going to get straight up murdered. There are no natural resources found anywhere on the planet. The only things available are leftovers in the form of entity scraps. What might have been oceans are now full of fluid heavy oil that can be extracted with an offshore pump. The oil ocean isn't landfillable until much later, but can be crossed using elevated rail support on deep parts of the ocean. Will require additional assistance. Okay, so we're going to wait for this to arrive. Wonder why it's grayed out. You want to check the group? Ah, I see. Right. Gotcha. I forgot we did that on the other one, so it's still here. So check that. Don't worry about this right now, but the other three worry about. So we only need 200. We have 4,600 available. We only need 100. Oh, actually, you can take 1,000 of that. Luckily, we have 4,800 available. You need 400 of that. You have 4,800 available. So we're going to go ahead. It's going to take a couple of rocks to get that going. That's fine. We are recouping our ammo. So I'm assuming the logistics drones, yeah, they're already on their way doing their thing. Yeah, so logistic drones are trying their best to keep up with everything. Yeah, and they're all cleaning this out, which is good news. It's just taking time. But yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. As long as we got a bunch of, like, a decent number of accumulators, and then we get the lightning rods, you know, ready. You have no ammo in your guns? Yeah, you're not allowed to have ammo in your guns. Or, sorry. I do have ammo in my guns. Correct. You are correct. There. Thank you. It would have been, I would have just tried to climb in and been like, no. I mean, I guess at this point, I might as well deliver myself to the platform. Oh, and turn the music back on because we're going to hit a new planet with new sound. So let me turn off my music. Yeah, it's still going to be a minute. We still got to wait for... We're going to have one rocket that's going to bring block up. We're going to have one rocket that's going to bring copper up. And we're going to have one rocket that's going to bring whatever the last one was up. So we're going to be a minute before we get out of here. And the reason I want to bring all that stuff is so then on the other side, I'm all ready to rock and roll, where literally all we have to do is we drop down, we'll put down the accumulators and the lightning rods. My assumption is both myself and my buildings will be damaged by the lightning. And so it is going to be a thing where, like, I basically make a safe zone. Yeah, no, what I've learned is apparently we weigh as much as 500 stone blocks. You're what, 90% of the mass? Yeah. Yeah, so stone block is actively being loaded. The steel and the copper are on the network. We're just waiting. Meanwhile, we have Hope 1 is over doing Hope 1 things. Just shredding its way through all this. Yeah, so that's working now. That's what we wanted to see. So it's Hope 1 doing Hope 1 things. There's our research platform. Just research platforming. You're waiting on ice. And we're just not getting much ice. It's fine. And you're doing fine, just... Ooh! Getting low on molten copper? Okay. That's unexpected. Alright. So there's a need for more molten copper. I don't really have a great instant solution, but I have a nice band-aid fix. We could just shove a whole bunch of those in there. But could you temporarily chuck a thruster on the research platform to find more asteroids? Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about it. We've got so much white science backlogged now. It'll take a very long time for that to be an issue. Okay, so I have upped the copper production a ton. I just didn't realize we were hitting our why copper so much. Do we have the productivity modules being made here? I don't think we do. Oh yeah, they're right down there. In that case, let's go down to here and give these productivity modules to reduce some of their molten copper costs, but still get ourselves a decent number of things. Yeah, because the both of those combined should ease up our consumption of the molten copper. Yeah, there we go. They're both running solid now. Just barely. Cool. Yeah, it seems like it's almost exactly even. At least the big thing is we got that running constantly. Okay. Now we apparently had a big attack. Oh, how are we doing on the, did you ever get some shells delivered? No. It's fine. Everything is overwhelmed. Like, you're just watching all the logistic drones run over here to drop off what we requested for the epoch. So it's just gonna take a minute. It does seem like we should be receiving our stone any second now, because it says it's already on its way. And then they're gonna have to load up the next one. Yeah, so it's got 60 more stone to go in there. And then that'll launch off and top off the stone. Sorry, and I think that's going to be the only major prep we're going to do, is to just bring the stuff for the lightning rods. Like I said, we already got 33 accumulators on the ship. So I think that should be fine. Alright, well there goes a rocket full of stone. There's something that feels very wrong about the idea of literally just loading up a rocket full of stone bricks and launching that into space. That feels like it's really wasteful money-wise. Like, there's just something better you could have as a payload. And now we're working on loading up the copper. So what I'm thinking now is I might not have... Do I have copper ingots on the network? I have good ones. I might not have, like, plain old copper ingots on the network. Oh, 1 second. We want to get rid of those. Are you getting any? Let's check. If you are, it means... No, I have to have copper ingots on the network. We've got wire, right? Yeah, they're loading it up. It's on the network somewhere. Yeah, there we go. It's on the network. And we're still waiting on that to get set up. Pretty soon they'll start being able to get some stuff through. Just everything. Upgraded everything. It's probably fine. Oh, are you dead? Yeah, you're dead. Alright, so with that, is there anything in storage here? Yeah, so we'll say, if you have more than 2,000, send a train. And then I can tear up that spot, and that'll, one, be a lot less stuff they have to upgrade, but also it'll take all of the materials that that's made out of, and let me shove that back on the systems. One thing we'll also do here is you're going to need a new power tower, because I'm about to rip all that down. Okay, so we already have a train on its way to gather that ore. And that should simply run out of ore relatively soon. And then the whole stop goes. Elon Musk does not approve. Yeah, there's just the idea of, like, building this what would, in real life would be this multi-million-dollar, like, Apollo-style rocket. You know, just this monolith of an Apollo-style rocket. Filling it up with stone and just launching stone into space. Just feels wrong and gross. Alright, and so with that, that's not getting upgraded anymore. There come the construction bots. Everything must go. And where once there was a mine, it's just gone. Just that fast. It's like it was never there. Oh, you're not in range. Okay, well, we can fix that. No, I can't. I'm not there. That's fine. We can do it this way. There. That little bit's non-drone range. Yeah, I forgot. We can't use the blueprints until we bring them with us. It's so weird. I get that the blueprint books are an item, but, like, I feel like they should be, like, one of those items that's like, yeah, no, you can bring the blueprints with you. It's fine. I think it's just, like, an oversight kind of thing. It's just a real weird decision. You can put them into personal storage? Yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. So you still got a little bit. Let's see if I can do that now, actually. So they're in this box. Oh, no, don't. Stop. I'll never find it again. No, wait, Alt-Z. Alt-Z? Or Control-Z? I don't even know what I just canceled. Something about copper wire? Ah, that's what I canceled. Well, you know what? That's fine. I already finished with it. Take it back. Yeah, no, I'm thinking I can't move it there. The problem is it doesn't look like I could uncancel putting in that box, so I'm going to just have to find that blueprint. It'll be in the storage. It'll be fine. Okay. We have 5 rounds in there. Push B to open storage? Gotcha. And how close are you? So you're still waiting on... So you got the brick. We're still waiting on the copper plate. And then we gotta wait on the steel. Request? Yeah, that's the thing. I can definitely, when I get back there, I can request it. Probably. So we have that there. It's fine. I'll just go find it all in storage. Yeah, so unfortunately when I go and I try to open the chest, I can't take it out. And then if I hit B, it puts it away. So, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just an annoying thing. I mean, worst case that I could do is I grab that and then copy it. Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen is I only have one area with storage in my base. It's all here. So it's just, like, you can see it put it right here. I'll just have to deal with that. Because what I did the last time was I actually went, and I think I went into the books, and I managed to grab the import string and do that. It's fine. It looks like they're just going to put it in the storage, and we'll just clean it up there. It's whatever. And how are you going on moving that copper? You're doing good. The catch is it wants to put a full rocket, so it is filling up the rocket with 1,000 copper, which is overkill. But that'll probably save me a lot of pain on the other side. Alright. And Hope 1 is doing fine, just chilling over Vulcanus. It's honestly holding fine with its ammo. It's already got half of the science we want it to have. Ooh, that actually reminds me. What is your situation with the science? Because you're stuck on yellow, which is stuck on blue circuit boards, and blue circuit boards are stuck on green circuit boards, and green circuit boards, right. Green circuit boards were the whole thing that started this problem because, like, these belts aren't good enough. We're having a problem with their throughput on the copper. The copper is physically here. It just can't actually reach its destination because the belts are too slow. Have we decided the planet yet? Nah, I was going to go to the lightning planet. What is it, like, full whatever it is? That's actually what we're waiting on is... It was like, you need lightning rods, and lightning rods are steel, block, and copper. So it's like, alright, well, let's get our steel, block, and copper as our prep. That way, when we land, we don't immediately start getting zapped the crap out of. I mean, we still might, but at least we'll, in theory, be able to, you know, shove something up real fast and hide under it. Is assuming how it works. I'm assuming it'll be something like... It'll be like the turrets here, where there's that circle, whatever the size, then you put that down, and from while you're in that, you're basically safe, and if you walk too far out of that, you start getting zapped. That's my guess. Now, it could also be that you only have the storm there sometimes, so, like, you can be safe for a while, but you better be ready to, like, run back and all that. Put that into storage. Oh, I don't think you will. Never mind. In the meantime, while we're waiting for all this stuff, you know what? 5 isn't too few. Fire at will. Or don't? Question mark? That is in range, right? Yeah, no, it's definitely in range. You have auto-targeting. You meant... Oh, never mind. And one short of finishing off the nest. Auto-targeting back off. And then here comes their response, where we have destroyed most of their homes. Yeah, eventually we definitely want to get the production rate of those artillery shells to be much higher. But the other things we can do is give it more range, more damage. Okay. And we got that sorted. What about you? You've got 5 in, and you've got a 6th on the spare. All right. And I believe that's it. Turn off the auto-targeting again, and we wait. See, it'd be nice if I could set the auto-targeting based on its own thing. Like, just have it be a flip where it says, do I have 5 shells? Turn it on. Do I have 0 shells? Turn it off. That would make my life much easier. Okay, so the copper's already up. We do have the steel on its way. And the rocket's already built and ready for it, so we're just literally waiting on that steel that's being brought over right now. And then it is go time to our new planet to go to. Which hopefully will not be a result of my ship getting absolutely destroyed halfway over there. And having to just eject everything to the surface of the planet and just make it work. Because that's how Volcanus went. Volcanus was us going to the planet and being like, welp, we live here now. We either make it work or we don't. There's no going back on this. I mean, honestly, with what's going on here, let's change our settings and say, hey, go ahead and wait for 4,000. And the reason I changed that is because right now with the yellow science backlogged, I'm not getting any of our research done. There's no value in it going back and forth when there's nothing for it to do in the meantime. They're getting a couple belts here and there. As soon as they connect just enough belts to get down here, and they got all the inserters and unders, but as soon as they get just enough belts to get here, this will start to fill up and will become available as a stop. The railroad tracks are just already done. And then once that one's done, I can actually do this. That's all that blueprint was anyways. That's fine. Whatever. Okay. Yeah, because once I get that set up, I can make a separate railroad stop down here for the copper. Because then we can have copper and more iron and all that. Okay, so let's take a look at how you're doing. How close are you to getting set up? Alright, so we're about not quite 75% full. We're about 60% full. And they are just working on it. The construction bots are trying their absolute best. The logistic bots are screaming into the void, as it should be. The good news is, for every bit of this getting done, they're literally all upgraded now, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. And all those red belts coming back are being fed directly into this and just keeping these things running. It's just the gears of the bottleneck, which we've already expanded on more than once. We can make those faster. All you can hear is the the utter panic and alarm from these poor bots. Okay, so yeah, we're at almost 80%. Good, they're not working hard enough. Yeah, what did I make them for? Yep, and then we can delete this group. Because we got our copper, we got our stone, we got our accumulators, we've got some solar panels. I probably won't worry about those. It mentions this planet has frequent nights and poor solar. I'm going to just go with that means don't bother, because that's how I read it. You just pictured the little flying wallies? Yep. Okay. 4 more. 4 more steel, then that goes up, and then we're on our way to our new home. Think about this, and it is on its way. Sorry about that. And then we go the other side. And then once we've got that here, we're going to tell it to start going. And it will uncheck its requests and all that, so it doesn't do that again. Actually, it won't matter. Are you not going to grab that? I guess not. There we go. Alright, it's all aboard. So it is time for a new destination of Fulgora. And let's see. So we're on our way to Fulgora. And I'm expecting this to be way less eventful than our trip to the lava planet. Good luck with the travels. Yep. I'm gonna be a little bit salty if we went to Volcanus like it was covered with asteroids and this is just like a clean stuff. I hope you wore your insulated boots. Never. We always want to feel the tingle. Alright, a Night Dweller. You take it easy. Thank you so much for the lurk. By the way, did you kill the worm last night? I did. I did. I may have massively over-prepared for it. I may have very, very heavily, massively over-prepared for it. We had a prediction about whether I would kill the worm would kill me, neither of us would die, or both of us would die. And the worm lasted like a fourth of a second once it got into gun range. I may have over-prepared for it. There's something about like 50 plus turrets firing armor-penetrating rounds into a singular target and having a tank firing rounds into it at the same time. I've heard using nukes on the worm's a thing? Probably. Let's see, remember Factorio used to be different? Since when could you fly around in space? They had a DLC that came out 9 days ago or whatever, a little over a week ago. That there is now, I believe, 5 planets, including the one you start on. And so instead of just launching the rocket and being like, game done, that's when things start to pick up. So we have a factory not just on 1 planet, but on 2 planets, and we're getting ready to to set up on our 3rd planet. And it's neat, because every planet's very different. Like, even the fundamental thing is, like, how do you get iron, and that changes. Yeah, so this is way less tragic than our trip to the volcano planet went. The trip to the volcano planet was straight up awful, by comparison. and just all of the surplus being jettisoned out the side as fast as it can. They're processing the ore as fast as we can, and anything that we don't have the ability to process that fast goes right out the side of the ship. Alright, so we are almost at our destination. Waiting for space battles with alien DLC. The biters, they get... our power is failing. So our speed is declining, but wait, whoa, stop. Where do you think you're going? Don't turn around and go back. Yeah, so we started drifting away from the planet, but it's okay. We did kill our engines, and we are drifting back towards where we were. So, the satisfaction of our power is terrible, because our solar panels are now only making 1.4, 1.5-ish megawatts. So, I'm gonna quickly see if I can't cram a couple more solar panels here. They're not effective, but I don't really have another means of making power right now. I can't spread those enough to matter. I don't have another means of making power right now. We're just going to open up any space I can. And make it work. Okay. So that looks like it's enough that our accumulators are like fluctuating wildly. So I think we're okay. Yeah, we're basically almost exactly even. So we're just barely, like you can see this, it's going up and down based on what's operating at any given moment. That should be enough to manage. It's not great, but it should be at least enough that the whole thing doesn't shut down. Okay. So with that said, it is time to start jettisoning stuff to the pods. So that should be all the stuff for the lightning, the accumulators. And honestly, I'll keep the rest up here for now. And we can bring the rest down when we need to go. So don't go anywhere, we got you paused. Drop to the planet, Orgora. Achievement for reaching Fulgora. Oh, good. So they actually give you a lightning rod that you spawn underneath. That way... Okay, so we step out of here. Okay, so it does give you a warning being like, yo, you're about to have a real bad time. I want to see how bad this is. Hit me. Do it. You won't. You won't. Okay, so it does hurt quite a bit. It did completely drop my shields. So we got some scrap, and I picked up whatever the heck that thing was. Have power poles? No, I didn't realize that until we got here. I think I have what I need to make them, though. Okay, but first, so we have what we need to make the power pole. So let's make a lightning rod and see if it's the exact same thing we've got there. And we have scrap. And we could turn scrap. It's used in the scrap recycler, which is made in a recycler. Okay, we have the recycler here, which is not something I can make happen anytime soon. So that's deeply concerning. Oh, that's so weird. I love and hate how undulaty that is. So the question we have here, power pole. So I can make one of those because I have just the tiniest bit of iron. Okay, so we could take apart ruins, and the ruins will give me materials. Let's make ourselves another lightning rod. That way, if there's a lightning storm, I can go like this. So basically, it looks like you take up all these broken buildings from the planet's surface, and they give you all the materials you need to make stuff. So if we go underneath here, I will be able to get enough stuff to produce things. Because we don't get any actual iron or that yourself, but we do get the other things. And it seems like what we're after is we ultimately do want to make... I don't have what we need to make. Let's check what it says we're going to need to make here. Heating tower, whatever, recycling. So for recycling, we need to find a vault ruin. That's a huge structure. I'm assuming we're looking for a special building. Huge, big, in colossal. The deconstructed player can mark all of them with X. This is reasonable. So deconstruction planner, put you here, grab you, And we are looking for... What would you even be considered? Vault Ruin. Okay. There soon, I guess? Yep. Let's not. Like, I don't know how fast they can hit me. So while we're doing that, let's take a look at what we got hanging out. So Epoch is just sitting up here doing its thing, having a good time. We have Hope 1. Hope 1 is sitting over Volcanus. Volcanus is doing Volcanus things. Producing lots and lots of that orange science. You're just chilling, getting your stuff done. We're gonna let you figure that out. And honestly, as much as I was like, oh, we should just go ahead and get our next ship built, that way we can be ready to go to the next destination when we're ready. I need them to not use any parts right now while everything gets upgraded. Because this still needs to be brought online relatively soon. You can see it's just patchworking these belts. Okay. Looks like the lightning storm's passed. Or not. Or I'm wrong. Oh, you suck. Yeah, so I've got construction drones who are going across here again. Probably some damage on this wall. Yeah, there's some damage on the wall and they're trying to repair it. There is so much oil. Can we make some radar? Radar for where? At the moment, I'm stuck running around this planet trying to locate a vault. Because I keep seeing that one and thinking that's going to be what I'm looking for, but no matter how many times I look at it. Finding the vault? Wouldn't the radar just show the immediately surrounding area? I also wouldn't be able to power it. Well, actually, I probably can power it now because we have these. Yeah, because until we have that, all I can do is run this. To be fair, you could even highlight and I still might not see it. Is there an overlay where I can show this? Nothing there. You know, but you assume you're close to a landing site? Yeah. What it could be is I do have... That has... Like, there's distinct stuff over there. Let's go down... Well, once we get the lightning storm, let's go down right. There's a search on the map? Oh, yeah. Not showing me anything useful. Should have brought a car or something? This is true. We probably could have. It is interesting that we've got this giant set of ruins. But as we run around them, like, there's, like, literally the whole planet is barren. There's just these lightning storms. Like, it is a very different take. You don't see, like, this kind of planet in much at all. Recheck what you're looking for. It's a vault ruin. Let me go ahead and get under a lightning tower first. That I don't get like double or triple zapped. Okay. So yeah, so we'll actually check what we've got sitting here for the place. Yeah, so just telling us the lightning mechanics, that's fine. But when we looked here, we have underneath the scrap, wherever you are, there, it does say the Forgorian Vault Ruin. Yeah, because it's not letting us look for that. And then meanwhile, let's check the deconstruction planner. Forgorian Vault Ruin. Just mine stuff? Oh, is it like it's not its own thing? Just start tearing apart buildings until we get what we're looking for? Yeah, so I've got something at that island, and then something at this island. So I'm curious about what those are. Can you go east? I'm working on it. I gotta wait for the storm. But yeah, because I got something marked there. I think that's just the scrap. And I got something marked over here. Yeah, the resources are there, but like I said, there's a couple things over here we're looking for. Which that's the only thing we need to do is just like run around the surrounding area looking for stuff. There you go. Like I said, I saw there was something here and something on the other one. So before we even mess with any of that, let's get home. Oh, that is literally where we started, is that? Yeah, so it was just the island to our south. But that's fine. So let's get underneath this thing and start figuring it out. Okay, so with that, we can get rid of you. Alright. And so we've got all this just waiting here. Okay. So we've got our new recycler. It's going to require concrete. And then we've got scrap recycling. Oh. I could basically just tell it to start sorting through all of it. And it just gives me a range of stuff. Oh, it gives me a really big range of stuff. Okay, did it bring personal robots? No. Like, I would have had to load them up on the ship, but yeah. So basically, I could take the scrap, and it's just going to sort through it, and it's going to give me random stuff. So I just need to let it do its thing. until I get enough stuff to start building some of the things we need here. Weirdly, we get ice here, which, sure, I don't actually know what temperature it is outside here. Why not? Oh, yeah. We'll put down our cargo thing. So yeah, so weirdly it's giving us like gears and batteries. It's occasionally giving us something nice like the blue circuit boards and the light thing. So it does seem like it's going to give us just about anything, or at least a very wide range of materials. Helium processing? What? Helium processing. Helium solution, which is stone, helium ore, and water. And a helium plate. Allows you to convert helium to helium plate. Okay. And helium plate lets you make an electromagnetic plant. A crafting facility for the more advanced use of magnetics and electricity. Which opens up pink science. Gotcha. Ah, that's why. So we were going through the scrap and we found a couple units of helium ore. Okay, let's stop just sitting here churning away. Okay, so I've got a bunch of stuff here. But the thing we really need to make happen is I do need to make the recycler, which is going to take us a bunch of the circuit boards and all that. In the meantime, let's get some power going on here. Right, I think I have to directly cable these, it said. Huh? I'll double check to see if I'm doing this wrong here in a minute. Oh, I didn't mean to make it. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? I'm being dumb, don't mind me. I'm sitting there being like, why does it not work? It's got to be in the range. That's how that's worked. That's how it's always worked since the very beginning. Just brain farting on a big way. It almost seems like I do need to just go for the recycler, I guess. So I guess we're processing scrap in the meantime. Does I remember where the heck that was? Yeah, so it looks like we're basically going until we get lucky and get 6 processing units. And once we get 6 processing units, I'll get a recycler. And then I think once we get the recycler, then I'll have the ability to start putting some work in on this. I haven't checked to see if I can build anything on the oil at all. I would assume no, but we'll have to figure that out. Because I'm trying to think of, okay, you know what it could even be? It could even be one of these things that I will need to go to one of the other places, put up my power poles around it, put a couple accumulators down, put the recycler and some drills on the scrap, and go from there. Like, that just might be a thing. Okay, so we do actually have enough for a recycler. Which I'm assuming all that's going to do is basically the exact same process I've been doing, except I no longer have to do it myself. Okay. Go on, game. So you have an outport. I see. You are going to be an interesting problem to deal with. Because this means I'm going to be basically getting everything imaginable in that. And there is going to be no preventing it from being all over the place. It's also interesting in that I can't really control a lot of what it gets. Okay. Well, for right now, we're just gonna do that. That's not gonna work. Why? Oh, actually, no, that did work. I think. Okay. Sure. I am intrigued by the idea of this basically being like forced sushi. Just sushi belting by force. Yeah, so it does require land. Kinda figured as much. Okay, so we have scrap here. Do I have enough to get a drill going? For a drill, I need iron plates. Just straight up iron plates. I don't believe we've established a way to get iron plates yet other than maybe getting lucky with the scrap, because we don't seem to be getting just iron plates. We seem to be getting all sorts of more involved stuff. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. We did take the time to, like, I did say, hey, we'll wait till to drop stuff down. So let's pop up to our ship real fast. Epoch. And for our ship, go ahead and bring all of these down. I don't think I'll need the rest of that. Could at least spare me some things. Okay, meanwhile I can go to you. So good news is this does seem to be able to push stuff directly into the box, which is kind of a cool idea. Alright, so we do have the whatever that is. So we do make that into solution, which we use to make plates. And so I make that in the chemical plant. And let's see what we have for research here. I assume it's going to be... Yeah, so it is going to be making some of that into liquid. Right now I need to find just the basics of how the crap I'm going to get myself some iron plate. I'll take the solid fuel for right now. Like, we are getting cool stuff out of this, but I'm not getting what I need to make just a drill, which is an interesting problem that the advanced materials we're just finding, but the other materials are the struggle. And I'm not really sure how to navigate that. Let's find... So we've got this. Wasn't there the scrapper as well? No, we just have scrap recycling the recipe. And we could do scrap recycling the recipe in the recycler. And that's all you do. Yeah, so I guess you just make a chemical plant. Oh, you need water. Okay. We can make water happen. Yeah, scrapper recycler? Yeah, no, but I didn't see the scrapper yet. I'm assuming we haven't unlocked it yet. Okay, I'll need another one of these. So you're going to melt steam into water. Or melt ice into water, not steam. Okay. So what's going to end up being a big thing that I'm already seeing, which again is an interesting problem just because normally it's one of those things you never want to do in a factory, is what's referred to as sushi belting. And sushi belting is when you throw basically everything on a belt and just let it ride. I also need stone. Stone is easy. Stone we can do easily. So take the stone, take that ore, and that should allow me to make a little bit of that liquid. Alright, so we are going to have to automate this, which should be fun. So what I'm going to do is if you are stone, you're going to exit to the right. If you are whatever that new ore is, you're going to exit to the right. If you are ice, you're going to exit to the right. And we'll start with that. What's needed to unlock the recycler? I don't remember. Just being honest, I've already forgotten. And to help make this not utterly cursed, we are going to use what's effectively buffer boxes here. Cool. Now I can go like this. And before anything gets a smart ideas, we're going to add stuff to this one by one. We will want to set up so literally anything can be put on this. We are just very not ready for that. Okay, so once I put more scrap in there, it should feed that through. And then this needs to go up here. And we're going to need a better long-term solution for our organization than what I'm doing right now. Okay, so that should pull out all the materials I need for this process. And all that. And yeah, and if you're trying to wonder how you unlock stuff, like this thing here, the electromagnetic plant, I unlock that once I make some once I make some of the helium plate. So apparently I'm going to take the fluid into one of these and say I would like helium plate wherever you are. For the moment, I'm just gonna make another box. Alright, we're making hollium plate. Yep, so once I make enough of that, we'll unlock the electromagnetic plant, which lets us make a whole bunch of materials. But yeah, so we're gonna have some wild setup to get a lot of this working. Yeah. No, there was a big building that I had to wander around in the lightning storms to find it. So you have to like wait for the storm to die down and then run between lightning tower and lightning tower. Okay. So we didn't get quite enough to unlock it. I gotta go get more scrap. So once the storm calms down, we're gonna run off to the left here. We're gonna start tearing up more ruins. Oh, wait. You're not done. You're just pretend done. It's got a spot over there. And I gotta tear up more stuff. So his planet owns. It's good. Yeah, so we've got scrap on the ground over there. So let's grab this. Yeah, because that's gonna be a lot of hollium ore. Yeah, because we're not getting any, like, iron ore or thing like that. Oh, you can go in there. Alright, so pretty soon we should be unlocking this. 80%. Yeah, you're doing the best you can. Meanwhile, how are we doing on this front real fast? Make sure everything's still fine back in the home front. You're still waiting for more ammo to be made to replace what we have. Where's the other one? Oh, it's right here. You're still waiting for more ammo. We do have... Okay, we just unlocked it. We do have everything still trying to build their belts. How are you doing on coming online? Still slowly getting there. Because we queued up a couple thousand everything being upgraded at the same time. Alright, cool. So we've unlocked that. So we get the next one when we make a supercapacitor. I like the sound of a supercapacitor. Okay, so for whatever the next building is, so the electromagnetic plant can only be made on this planet using a lot of hollium plate processing units. Okay, so what I'm gathering is this is a great place to get processing units. That is what I am understanding right now. Reinforced concrete and processing units, this planet is a good time for it. The supercapacitor, we'll need electrolyte, superconductors, hollium plate. I hate it. Electrolyte recipe is heavy oil, hollium solution, and stone. And the superconductor recipe is Okay, so we're gonna be setting up oil production soon, and all of that. We still don't know. We still don't have what we need to make a basic mining drill. But it does seem like I need to plunk down another one of these and set you to make the electromagnetic plant, and that's going to be steel, hollium plates, and all that. Let's actually move it down here. Okay, so you're going to work on that hollium plate and drop in the processing units. The interesting thing is now I need to set up concrete production. Which will be interesting. So we could put that potentially up here. So with that, we'll get another splitter. You are going to output the rods onto the right. Grab another splitter. You are going to output the concrete to the right. Grab another output. You are going to output the steel to the right. And there's problems with this design. If we ever back it up, the whole thing breaks. So that's fine. So that'll give me the rods, this, and the concrete. We also have block, which I can use to make concrete. We're not going to open that can of worms yet. But the idea of what we're going to do up here is going to grab another assembler, probably plunk it on around here, and say, I would like you making reinforced concrete. Cool. Let's turn your water port this way. So there's its water. And we need the steel rods and all this. So here goes the rods. There goes the concrete. We have run out of belts. And I do not have iron plates for belts. Okay. Have we seen anything here implying where iron plates are going to happen? No, that's fine. Alright. I can blend these belts if we need to. Yeah, no, I'm clearly missing something with this. Oh, you know what? I see. I understand. I was thinking the recycler was designed to make scrap. Okay. Actually, give me that wire back. I want to keep the wire. Yeah, so you can leave the rest alone for a moment. And just let it do its thing. Alright, so let's go make a couple of tunnels real fast. Alright. So. We can add steel onto this. We can add the rods on that, and that's the limit. And realistically, what we'll do here is if anything does get that far, it's going to need an inserter. Yeah, I've got some red circuit boards. It's going to need an inserter to just chuck it in another box. Wait, what unlocked the new recipe for the recycler? That was way earlier. We pulled up the ruins. It's still the same recycler. I just can apparently put more than just scrap in. I can just chuck anything into it. It starts breaking it down for whatever it is. Okay, so with that, we can go here. We can put the tower here. And so right now, this is a temporary solution, but it's what we got. So you take the filter off, so it's going to dump literally everything here. And as it gets scrap, it'll dump it into the various boxes and all that. So with this, I should have what I need to make a set of drills. Now the real question is, am I going to be able to... I probably cannot even put a conveyor belt across this. Which does mean I'm going to need to do a weird thing where on that side I will need to put a recycler over there by the scrap. And then bring the stuff back over here. It gives back 25% of items and ingredients. Very useful for many things. Yeah. So honestly, the recycler probably needs to not be here. And I'm just going to have that box for sorting stuff out on the other side. We're going to run over here. Oh, but you're not going to have the accumulators over here. So what I might even need to do is take where I'm setting up back there and just move my setup over here to where we're going to have more space. Like set up to be by the scrap. And for the moment, we can grab the recycler. Yeah, I think that's literally what I'm going to need to do. Is I think we are just going to need to we're going to need to tear up what we've got, some of that over there, and bring it over here. Because I don't have any resources available on here. I can't build across the oil. Nor can I fill in the oil yet. Well, actually, we might be able to get away. Let's, So those are holding up well. Let's try a fairly small bank of accumulators here. Because they do seem to basically instantly refill. You know, I can go here and say, hey, take the steel, take this. Take the concrete, please. Because you need... There's your steel. You're waiting on blue circuits, which we'll get from scrap, and the reinforced concrete. And then we can get that for crafting. This is honestly one of the planets I was looking forward to the most when we started messing with stuff. Just because it's so different from the others. Oh, if we ever so slightly shift that over, yeah, that'll make it all fit. It's fine. Okay. So we can also go here. It doesn't seem like that's going to... Oh. Hey. Could I have a lightning rod, like, right now, please? I really shouldn't have done that. Yeah, so it seems like partly you want to use the lightning rods as a means to expand where you can go, and also partly you want to use the lightning rods as your power source, and all that stuff. Okay, so once we have our lightning storm, this should come alive. This is a random and completely unrelated question, but you don't see many people use big spider robots. Have you ever used them? They're later game. Like, that's ultimately what it boils down to. They're just not available where we're at in the game yet, so it's not a matter of want or not want. It's just not available. All right. So what I need to make that? We would need regular circuit boards. We're getting all the really good stuff. So for regular circuit boards... Oh, I see. We're gonna have to... Okay. This is an interesting curiosity. So what I'm going to need to do to reliably get the iron plates is I am going to need to make a second one of these. And what we're going to do with the second one of these is we're going to feed the gears in from the second one of those in for the first one into the second. Those gears will slowly become iron plates. And that'll be how we get that. And for the plastic, most likely we'll be taking something like red circuit boards and tossing them in there. I want to hold off on that because that's honestly probably what I'm going to use most of my plastic for in the first place. So that is really an interesting thing. Okay. Yeah, so I do think I am going to be trying to slowly bring some of this stuff over. I don't want to tear this whole thing that I've got organized down yet. But at the same time, this isn't going to do me any good over here. Like, I've got this tiny little blip of land. And it's not... I can't bring the conveyor belts across the water. We can't build these on the water, or sorry, the oil. So, like, this tiny land has no resources on it. It's just not going to work. So that's fine. So for the moment, we are going to need to move all this. Let's just rip off the Band-Aid. Let's pull it up. We're wasting a bit of water and all that, but we're ripping off the Band-Aid. We're pulling this all up. I'll keep that lightning tower thing here. Alright. Like, we'll keep the lightning towers here because I can make literally hundreds of those. But everything else, it's like, no, you know what? Just give it to me. We're gonna go ahead and grab this. Just run it over the R location. Let's see, here you thought rocket launch is basically endgame. You don't think much stuff, there'll be much stuff later, pre-DLC? Well, no, that's the whole thing. The whole idea behind the DLC was like, okay, so you launch this rocket, but, you know, what next? And the DLC fills in that blank. I'll grab you two. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave that... Actually, you know what? We aren't gonna worry about that. I'm gonna literally steal everything off this island. This thing too? It's mine now. Okay. Because, like I said, that island, it doesn't have any resources on it. There's nothing I can get nearby. I can't build across it. It's just not going to help me. So we're going to go ahead and bring the stuff over here. So the next thing I need to do is I need to make another one of these scrappers. Because what I'm going to do with the second scrapper here is I am going to have it take those gears and throw those gears across so that we can start making those gears into iron plates automatically. Oh, and here, take some more scrap. So, I can just do it this way. So for this, we're going to change your instructions to use filters, gears, and just like that, we are now making iron plates. And so now the next thing we need to do is we are going to have to sit there and make some type of like big filtration area. Before we get too far, let's go ahead and connect these up to the power grid. I can't. No, not with those. I need the big power towers. Because I figured they're going to be here anyways to protect me from getting zapped as I run around. The least they could do is contribute to the ongoing power. Plus, then I know I can just follow those towers. Alright. And with this, let's go ahead and expand our power a bit here. Because we've got all of you going on. We'll have a gap here. And we'll grab another one of our lightning towers. Keep losing track of them. I also keep making more when I don't need to. Alright. So yeah, so we've got iron plates happening. We've got the gears going in here, making all this stuff. So that's good news. Yeah, so far as like for blue circuit boards, this planet is going to be absolutely absurd. Alright, so let's go ahead and down here we can start setting up our chemical plants to make our various stuff. So I'm going to have the one chemical plant here for making water. Fair enough. So we can just go over here. We've got water as the output. Ice needs to go in there. You know what? Change of plan. Alright. You are going to be bringing this... There's the tiniest little spot of oil there. You are going to be bringing this up here. And we're going to start making ourselves, like, a bus so we can start separating stuff out wherever we need to. So we've got you. Same plan as always. We need the ice to be separated out. So you go to the right. I lied. You go to the left. Let's make it higher up. We're gonna sushi belt as well as with our sushi belt. We're gonna go ahead and make this functional. So we're gonna go here and say output to the left, your ice, get out of here. And so with the ice, we'll have a chemical plant. Where does my coverage for my lightning tower stop? Put it right there. There's no one around there. Cool. And so you're going to make water. Fair enough. Water's going to happen. For right now, let's just tuck that over here. Then I can go like this. Connection. And water. Cool. We're going to make the terrible decision and just say, hey, man. Just go ahead and chuck all of this stuff across the way, why don't you? So it's just going to be chucking literally everything and anything it can onto that belt. It's going to be a downright disaster. But, you know, that is what it is. We are going to need to have this mix, though. So let's go ahead and... Grab you here. Just to help it along. Alright, so. We've got the water here. That's fine. Next thing we want to do is turn that water into whatever the pink crap was. So I already have those. I didn't really need to make another one, but that's fine. So let's go up here. Probably to around maybe there, just to give ourselves a little bit of space to work. So to make the pink stuff, I need the stone and the hollium ore, and then the water. Water's easy. It's already lined up. We'll put it on this side. So water is all connected. We're all good there. So we need the hollium and the stone. Fair enough. So what we're going to do is we're going to go probably around, let's say here and there. And so you're going to check for the stone. If we have stone, throw it out the left. And you're going to check for the hollium. If you have the hollium, you're going to chuck it out the left. So I plug that in there. We go right on over here. I've run out of belts, but that's fine. And just like that, I'm going to drop you off and bring this conveyor belt up a bit farther. So that gives us our hollium. The same exact deal. I'm going to put some storage over here. How are we doing on our coverage? Go and drop in our power tower over here. Another one way up here. Okay, so that'll power you. And go ahead and put you over this lightning tower and you over that one. Okay, so we didn't get any of the hollium or that yet, so we're going to keep moving the belt up. And honestly, this is where things are going to start getting weird. We could go ahead and put some... Let's put some buffer chests here, because I'm sure these won't be on an equal ratio and all that. And I'll have to come up with ways to deal with the overflow and yada yada. So let's use buffer chests heavily. Now, temporarily, I don't know what the heck I'm doing with the rest of this. So let's go ahead and just say, everything here, chuck it in the box. If it gets through here, we chuck it in a box until I'm ready for the next thing. We can go here. I forgot to set this up. And that gives us the hollium. So the next thing we need for the hollium, don't make that, is I need our place here, and I need you making the plate, like we were before. Which is here somewhere. Okay, and you just need the hollium solution. So that's one, honestly, I'll put over here. Because it doesn't need anything fancy. So here's the hollium plate production. Just turn that around. Let's move it one more tile, just so I can have the gap. So hollium plate, drop our power in here, turn the building around. And again, for the moment, since I don't really know any of our amounts, we're going to buffer chest and connect you up with power. Okay, so we're making hollium plate. Good news. In the meantime, I'm going to clear some inventory. Yeah, so we do have materials slowly working their way into the various areas. That's good stuff. Alright, so we've got a bunch of other materials going on. So we've got our hollium plate now. And hollium plate we use to make a whole bunch of things. Mech armor? Go on. I get mech armor? Okay. But the electromagnetic plant is the next thing that was our next order of business. That's the hollium plate, the processing units, and the reinforced concrete. We don't have reinforced concrete yet, so I need to make it. So that means our next move here is going to be the reinforced concrete. So let's go ahead and pop up here. You're going to be reinforced concrete production. So that's, again, water, concrete, the iron sticks, and that. You know what? Turn that way. Go this way. You don't have anything you produce on this side. So that'll open it up so I can easily get inserters on this side of this one. Okay, because I need the steel, the iron sticks, and the concrete. Cool. So you're going to get one of those tiles, and then I'm out of belts. Let's see here. And go here. You're going to be output priority, iron sticks. And I'm going to end up needing to do stuff like, I'm going to use steel in more than one place, so I'll need to get that sorted out. And I realize that that's going to be a whole thing. Okay, we'll have a splitter here. You'll be for steel for right now. Actually, you'll be for the concrete. Because some of the, like I said, some of these I'm going to have to do weird stuff because I'll need it as a product. It's fine. We'll figure it out as we get there. You liking the lightning planet vibe? Yeah, no, this is neat. I didn't realize, because of lack of resources, like how much interesting stuff we're going to have to do to like just get our materials. It's also neat that very genuinely all of the normally hard to get materials seem very plentiful here. But like the basic materials, I got to go through extra steps just to get them. Okay. So with this, we get ourselves some more power. And get that set up. So cool. So that means once I connect this... Oh, wait. We could do that a lot. Once I connect this... we should be getting all that stuff. And let's get our power back on. Okay, meanwhile I can go down to you. Here's your ice. And you're making my iron plates. Yeah, just the sushi belt. Just all sushi all day. Alright, so that should give me everything I need gradually to do that. Ah, and we are... this is not the right connection. That's the problem there. That is not what I actually need in this spot. That explains why that didn't seem like it was making any progress. I wasn't giving it water, I was giving it the wrong fluid. Okay, so that should just gradually get what you need. Here, have a rod there real fast. Okay. So, the next thing on our order of operations here is we're got the concrete happening. So what else do I need for our electromagnetic thing? So we've got our concrete, we've got that. We have everything we need after that. With that being produced, we will have everything we need. So what's going to end up happening here is I'm going to go right up here. We're not going to bother doing anything fancy with it. This is the electromagnetic. So we can go here and say, hey, I think you could use that. Have a good time. You need the hollium plate, the blue circuits, and the steel. Now, I already have steel down here. Clearly, I need that in more than one place, so I'm going to put the splitter there. So this is where it's going to be a little bit of spaghetti. But I mean, heck, this planet is forced sushi belt. What else could go wrong with it kind of thing? Okay, so that takes care of the steel and the concrete. We need the helium over here. Well, actually, let's get the other one first. Okay, so blue circuit boards. Been planning for the blue circuit boards to be there. Okay, that'll be blue circuit boards. And then we have the helium here. Yeah, we're gonna need stuff for like when something overloads that, you know, it doesn't back the whole system up. I'm not sure exactly how we tackle that yet, but that is going to be the problem with all this, is when those over... I mean, you know what it could be? It could be we have a thing that makes it go back out of the way and all that. Because we can't do what we did in the volcano planet, which was we just took whatever and then just hucked it all into, you know, into the lava. If I don't need it, it just... into the lava it goes. Man, I am already excited about the idea of just loading a rocket full of blue circuits and being like, hey, have an entire ship full of blue circuits, why don't you? Chuck it all into a bunch of recyclers and feed into each other. That isn't a bad idea, honestly. Honestly, that honestly is really not a bad idea. So, like, somewhere around here, have a return built that basically says, hey, I've got too much. Shove this into the recycler. Because I'm assuming if it's something that can't break down, it just deletes it. It recycles it, but you get no result. Oh, we can go ahead and hide the new planet thing. We're here. Are you getting spoiled by your recent new sync options? Yup. Oh, and we'll get this thing made. And then in just a minute, I really need to use the restroom. I was going to try and wait to the next break, but that's not going to be an advisable thing. Surgeon General does not approve. Let's see, if one recycled blue would get a ton of green, right? Well, we would recover 20%. So we would, in theory, get some red, some green. That feels like sacrilege, though. Even if that is literally how it's supposed to work, that feels like it should be condemned behavior that we don't speak of. Because it hurts. The idea of taking such a valuable resource and being like, no, but really, I just need what you're made out of. Yeah, because the other thing is with the solid fuel, if we recycle... Okay, let's do some science. If we recycle a stack of solid fuel, it should just destroy it, right? Because there's no fluid out. Yep. So that just deletes that out of existence. We throw one of those in. And that becomes our source of plastic. No. Stop. It's fine. That becomes green circuit boards and all that. That's not surprise. Does steel become plates again? I think it does. Stone won't become anything. Concrete breaks down to a bunch of stuff. Let's see. You had solid fuel in there, so it recycles into itself? Wait, what? Weird. Oh. Can I... Let me see if it'll let me. I don't have any on me. Let me chest something that feels like a really... This is definitely not going to be allowed. There's no way. Wait. Hang on. Hang on, sir. Sir, there are laws. there are laws here. I don't know what they are, but the idea that I could take anything that's not quality and say, "Don't just put it back and try again." No, I'm disappointed. Put it back, do it again until you get the legendary quality. I want you to keep throwing that garbage back in there and just delete it. Okay. Alright. So what's going to happen, chat, is I need to use the restroom really bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand right here safely under my little lightning towers and just let the factory ride for a minute. And I'm going to use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. There. There is our winner. Hey, buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. It's not actually unmuted. I need to replace this mic. That button doesn't work anymore. And there's other ways I could mute it that don't use the physical button. Alright, so we need reinforced concrete processing units. Why are we not getting reinforced concrete? We're not getting the iron sticks. We were getting... Oh, you know what I bet? I bet we weren't getting the iron sticks out of the recycler. I bet you we were getting the iron sticks out of just, like, deleting the stuff. Okay. Meanwhile, just please take all that stone. Alright. So that does mean I'm going to need to get the iron plates here. Oh, you know what we also should be doing? Like, really we should just sushi belt everything, right? Yeah, because you're just going to literally eat all the gears. And I don't think we want to go that far. Let's put you on the other side. Now let's go around the other way. We go around this way. And even though it doesn't need to happen, I have a feeling... Oh, right, there's like a little spot. I forgot there's like the tiniest little spot of oil there. You know what? Whatever. We can always change it later if it's a problem. So let's go ahead and put a splitter here. Get you producing stuff as well. And then we can go ahead and continue to expand all that and get it all sorted out. Do I have what I need for more recyclers? Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna regret this. Let's go ahead and yank all that up real fast, grab you, take you away from here, and in just a minute we're gonna take you away as well. I'm gonna move these back up here. And we're gonna lean in onto the absolute maximum sush. Nothing but the best of the sush. No little sush, all the sush. Existence is sushi belt. No, those aren't in the right place at all. That's fine. Oh, right, I don't actually need inserters on this side. The whole gimmick is that they have, like, the output port already on them. Well, in that case, hang on, we can even make this more... Well, I mean, I still need inserters on this side. I mean, I don't need all that space in the middle. It's fine. That gives me room for the other stuff. All right. And just like that, we got max sush going on. Just all of the junk going through here. Okay, so we're starting to have it actually back up. And it's backing up because the concrete is an issue. So now's where I gotta decide how I want to actually handle this. And I do think the idea behind it is we do take whatever these resources are that we are... Well, first of all, we could add a buffer chest. And you still don't have the sticks coming through. Right, and like I said, the sticks are me tearing stuff apart. Okay. So I think this part of the belt's going to need a revisit. Because I do think what we're going to do is we're going to have a lane that comes back that is all my overflow, and whatever comes back, we just shove it onto these belts, just like it's scrap. So, okay. So this is gonna be a little bit of trick to do this, because if I put this here as overflow, what'll happen is ice will go there and the whole thing will shut down. So, what I think we do is right over here, where this happens, this would turn. Is there enough space to bring it the whole way down? I'd be fine there. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Oh no, prioritize the right. Give me that. Okay, because then we can just add this belt. And like I said, we'll just feed it right back into scrap. Actually, do you want to run it over there? It's not as efficient, but We can run along the bottom here. And that'll give us just a bunch of more materials. I love and hate this because it just makes you do something that any... Like, it's literally a meme way of playing the Sushi Belt. Which is when you just put a bunch of different things. Like, that's always been a meme in these games of like, hey, I'm gonna do a challenge factory. The challenge is I'm not allowed to, you know... I have to Sushi Belt. I'm not allowed to sort it or whatever. Okay, so it's gonna feed back into itself. Alright, so let's start setting that process up. It doesn't matter how I do it, as long as I get it into that belt. So if I do something like this, this'll be A-okay. Actually, let's go one more just in case. Let's see, but it's also, hey, you need those end process blue chips. Let's tear them apart because I need iron. Yeah, it's just basically like, hey, you got this really awesome... Oh, wait, again, priorities matter. Alright. So we've got that one. Same deal as before. We can go here. Set your priority on the right. Grab you. And that's more for the get it out of here lane. The real challenge is going to be this kind of stuff where I've got all these bunched up. There's definitely going to be a better way I can lay this out. Let's take 2 seconds to think through our intersections that we can get 3 materials over to the side. Because it's also a thing, I gotta be careful that we don't take all of stuff. Because I can only filter one way. Now, maybe the answer is instead of doing it the way we're doing, we use inserters, and we grab stuff off the belt as it goes by. But there's lots of problems with that as well, because it can just straight up miss the thing going by. So that's what I'm worried about. So instead, actually, you know what? We'll change this to be more bus format. Because I gotta get that sorted out. Yeah, because we can make it bus format, and then we'll have like one massive area that says, if you back up to here, just chuck it off the edge. So we're gonna go and start dealing with that. So we'll start way back here. Hey. Ice to the right, to the left. Clean that up. And then here's the next one. Steel. Oh wait, never mind. I need to think this through. What I need to do is I need to use the splitters to split it up. And then I do need a point that says, hey, if you back up here, kick it out. Because I can't put it before this point, because then what'll happen is I have like a couple of units in between these that'll block it from going there, and everything else will get kicked out and just cycle into oblivion. Let's see, what made you choose some sushi belting this planet? You don't get a choice. You feed scrap into the recycler, and it spits out everything. So it is forced sushi belting. There's no choosing. You're sushi belting. It is great in the most cursed way. And take some gears. Give me some iron plate. Oh. You just gave me back steel. I thought you were gonna give me iron plate. Something we can break down. For iron plate. I mean, I have a bunch of this in my inventory as is. Get that out of here. We just go over to the very end here. Give me all that. Cool, so we're getting our iron plate through here. You can see if you can repurpose the belt balancer as a filter, so you can avoid that when you eventually get there. Think that'd work? I think it would. I don't think I have the space is the issue. I do believe it would function, but it's one of those things that, like, where would I fit it? Take that fuel. That's the interesting one. Oh. Well, crap. Oh, avoid sushi belting? Yeah. With what you have right now, I guess you could keep each belt going left and have the return overflow. I feel Logibot would make this stupid easy. Yeah, no, you just have the Logibots just zip it around here. The question is the throughput would be a whole thing. And actually, for that matter, Logibots, I was curious if they're going to be allowed to fly here. Oh, you know, that'd be the real problem, is you have to make sure you have everything perfectly covered with no gaps. If you have any gaps in your lightning coverage, the Logibots would practically be a magnet for it. Which would still not be that bad, it'd just be extra effort you're going to have to do. All right. Yeah, because you're already... Same thing here. And that's what I was trying to say, is, like, this part here, I need to have the overflow, because I put these two tightly snug to do the overflow out that side, because I do think that would be a one... Like, if I make these farther apart, I could probably fit it. Right, and you're stuck on the metal rods. Oh, that's just a rock. If we run down here to more ruins, they were giving us the rods. I might be able to just shortcut ourselves to getting the furnace thing. That's the thing I'm curious about. Not Logibots, but without Logibots setting up the mall. That sounds interesting to me, as trying to set up a mall on this planet. Okay, so we got a bunch of scrap, we got a bunch of rods. Go ahead and do that. One thing we want to do is, just for the scrap reasons. Here, have the scrap, have a good time. Oh yeah, I never put the pod thing down. Or this thing. You can just go down here real quick. I'm not using it, but it's there if I do decide to. Alright, so let's try putting this here. Just to get that unstuck. Okay, so what needs to happen is I have got to sort this out. I do feel like this leans itself towards a bus factory, where the idea being we set up the bus to be the filter, and then each step of the way we add a way to basically say, hey, send this back. So I think the answer is literally what I started to do, and then said, well, basically I stopped because it started breaking things. I'm like, well, I don't want to deal with things being broken. Yeah, so this says, hey, give me ice, and then we go here and say, okay, priority output right, And then if we don't go to the right, we turn this around, and then we merge it into an outlane. And then the outlane is, I don't got space for this, please destroy it. We'll actually just run it to the right. So you ran out of scrap. And our power has failed. We're just waiting for another lightning storm. Yeah, please don't just dump all of that into the garbage. Yeah, we can fix it on the other side. I'm gonna go actually grab that into my inventory. That's a lot of ice to throw away. Cool. Okay. So I've got that set up. So basically, if we overflow, it dumps it onto this belt. This belt returns over here and gets it out of here. And now I think about it, you're not going to be going the whole way over here. So you just go like that, and then like this. And we can pick up all this. Alright. So now we have this set up. We don't need you here. You're fine. And if we find that I need... Like, if I find I need ice somewhere else, I put a splitter, and we treat it like a bus. So this would be the ice lane. Cool. I need that to still be connected. So this is the ice lane. That's fine. No, that won't work that way. If we need to pass something forward, I'll zigzag it out, and it'll be disgusting, and everyone will hate it. Which is exactly what I want to deliver to my audience. Okay. So... Next up, and we're going to do this way before we need the next line, so we're going to do it way back here and pass it up. So let's go ahead and put this splitter right here. That would do the stone on the left. And then immediately in front of it, we do another splitter. Then we have the output priority on the right. Cool. And then you aren't needed anymore. And then if this is full, we merge it in and move it down. This is not at all efficient. Okay. So output, we need you to be the ore here, right? Yep. Okay. So same deal. We put a splitter here. We prioritize to the right. And if we don't have this, You know what? Let's not worry about the splitters. Just ram that crap in there. Every once in a while, we'll just have a splitter to balance the belt again. I'm thinking, those things on the other end are only going to be able to process it so fast. This doesn't matter. Just ram that crap in there. We can go right down here and just say, hey, you're putting on this side. There, go balance it. Okay. So I've got that set up. That's getting those two sorted out. So we no longer need this splitter here. Then go up here. We no longer need that there. So you can go over here. Actually, we can do something like this. And you're not going to get a buffer anymore. I have no idea if what I'm doing is worth half the effort I'm putting into it. Okay. So yeah, so you've got the stone, this stuff or whatever, it gets thrown down here. Yeah, so why did ice get down there? You prioritize this lane, you go here. Why did ice... Oh, you know what, it's when I flip that. That's fine. Okay. That's all fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's on fire actively. And same deal. We're just not even going to bother with the buffer chests anymore. Forget them. That whole lane is the buffer. Okay, so next up we've got our next contestant. We are going to need what for you? It was the metal rods. So this is the first place we actually have a problem. Which honestly, get this out of here. And the reason we have a problem is I don't actually have the iron sticks here. So this is just wrong. Which is where it's like, oh crap. So let's go ahead and rip all of this up real fast. And get that out of here. You're gone, you're gone. You know what, honestly, just trash all of this. It's not right. You're okay here, but everything past that needs a rework. Because now I need to make the iron sticks. And then feed the iron sticks there. Now the problem with the iron sticks is we are going to be needing to get the iron plate. And I am not expecting to see hardly any iron plate. So, let's go way back here. You are going to be for the iron plate. That's fine. Grab that crap off the belt. Same deal we've been doing. We'll put an overflow on here. And if we're out of it, same what we've been doing. We just smash that crap into the belt. Cool. So with that, we have iron plate going through here. We can go to the assembly building right here. We don't need a lot of space for this one. It's nothing fancy. You're going to make iron rods, and we will hopefully use those iron rods immediately in the next machine. So I'm not going to sweat. Like, I'm not going to go and merge it back into what would be the equivalent of the main bus or whatever. I'm going to go over this way so I have room for the next filter. Okay, so that'll be the iron plates going in here to get us iron rods. We'll put the iron rods popping out way over here to the left. I'm going to bring this up several places so I have tons of room to work. And you're going to be making concrete. And when we hit the end here, I'm going to turn. It's going to be great. It's going to be cursed. So you're making reinforced concrete. So that will be... the sticks going up this way. And the next things we need is the steel and the concrete. So grab you. You are now output of steel. And And we can go over here to our belts. Actually, no. Go there. Set your overflow to go to the right. Grab you. Do your underground so you can get onto this stuff. Grab this. Plug it into our return lane. Maneuver this around real quick. Deal with the water here in a moment. So then we need our next splitter here. You're going to filter out the cement. We messed that up. 1 second. That was not an overflow lane. That was just it, period. Overflow lane. And grab you. Shove you in there. And now get that all reconnected. For just a moment. Because it should sort itself out over a bit here. Alright. And we've got all that going on. And I want to be careful because my immediate instinct is to be like, you know what? Anything that doesn't get grabbed, toss it back in. The spaghetti is strong with this one. Yeah. Toss it back in. But I really do not want... Okay. So... You're going to use filters. You're going to be filtering for red circuits. Those are valuable. Blue circuits. Batteries I saw. And the low density. We saw batteries as well. Where are you, batteries? Where are you hiding from me? Batteries. We saw solid fuel. Solid fuel seems like something we probably want to pull aside for right now. Okay. But we're going to leave the gears and all that on. And anything that survives past this point is going to be considered forfeit. Actually, you know what? Take everything into the box. Take that. Everything goes into the box. And then what we do from here is we grab this box. And then this one is going to take anything that isn't something we've set aside as, hey, say that is valuable. Because, like, we're ultimately going to want to deal with that. So we got the batteries, we got the circuit boards. We've got the low-density frame. What am I missing? Oh, and the solid fuel. Because making it go into itself is just silly. Alright, so that's going to take everything else from there. And... Oh, you know what? I don't even need this box here in the middle. All of this stuff is forfeit. Anything I'm not using, that's forfeit. Because I need the iron plates, my inventory is losing the war, and that needs a change. So you and you, get out of my inventory. Go back into where you came from. Alright. Yeah, it's trying its best, but we're now officially feeding stuff back into our scrap. How am I still getting ice through here? Send all to the box that is in lightning range with a box set to replace it during the day when there's no storm? No, that's fine. We'll just send it through. It'll get deleted. What I don't know is how we keep ending up getting the ice here. You're set to prior. Oh, it's because this is faster going in than that is. Hey, you know what? Hang on just a second. I see the error of my ways. The error of my ways is that that's faster. Okay, that's actually a problem. I gotta watch for that. We're gonna have that problem a lot. Alright, hang on. This return lane? Give me that. I need to go and make sure after each and every one of these, I have at least one tile of not slow. Otherwise, you're just gonna keep deleting stuff I do actually want. Okay. So what should happen is that should start things getting recycled that eventually lead us to getting other stuff. Yeah, so we're just getting a whole range of things. Gears are being recycled, scrap is being recycled. Stone being recycled just deletes the stone. So we should start getting metal plates on here. This is deeply upsetting. Just all of what's normally fairly good materials, and are just like, nah man, garbage. All of it garbage. Every last bit of it garbage. Okay, so I still need to get the water over here, and the water is over here. So let's turn you that way. Oh, wait. I need you to move back one more. Okay, so next up... Well, actually, I'm not going to sit here and make these things back to back. So I've got the next thing here. I've got the electromagnetic plant. The electromagnetic plant lets me assemble basically all the same kind of stuff as the assembler, but it also gives me the opportunity to do superconductors, electrolyte, supercapacitors, the discharge defense. Yeah, so it lets me make stuff on the planet that we might have access to otherwise. Oh, you know what? What else am I going to use the batteries for? Hang on. The batteries for... We do use the batteries for the superchargers, or supercapacitors. But that's the only things we'll end up using them here for, is the supercapacitor. Part of me wants to try and set up the logistic bots just to make this not what it is right now. Because the poor bots will be, you know, running around frantically. But this is going to get real nasty real quick. Especially since I need to do all, like, the different tier belts. What would it take us to get a bot going? If I wanted to just try and abuse the bots. Because I feel like that's the thing we want. So we need the robot frames. And the robot frames need electric motors, and electric motors need lubricant. Okay, so basically we would need to get oil production online. And the good news is, oil production on this planet should be extremely easy. Let's plan to do that down over here where I got lots of space. So what we can do is... I don't need an oil refinery at all. Where are you hiding at? Yeah, so that being not undercover gets destroyed real fast. Okay, so we can get the offshore pump. And we can start our oil production, get that online. And so the interesting thing is I do not need anything past that to get heavy oil. We will already have heavy oil. So I don't need the refineries, I don't need anything like that. I do need chemical plants, and we are going to need a lot of them, I think. So, with this, we are going to follow our same practice we've been doing. I'm going to go ahead and have a decent sized buffer here to contain all that heavy oil. Pull that up. Give myself a little bit more space to work. This will be for the light oil. And this will be for the petroleum. And actually, it'll be in a different order. It'll be the lubricant next. And this will be for the lubricant. Build faster. I want to get this underneath the tower. Hey. Alright. And then we can go, you know what? For more of that, I need more iron plates. Okay, but to get the idea of what I'm doing here is I'm going to be setting up a giant area for processing our various oils into each other. And honestly, the thing I'm worried about now is transporting that. I do wonder if I put like a pump halfway through, because there's a distance that they limit on how much you can do here. Yeah, so you're waiting on the plates. We have a problem here. Okay, so I need more recyclers. That could need more, was it iron plates? Gears. Which is like 90% of what's on this belt right now. So much waste. So very much waste. And we can drop power there. Cool, and then the belt throughput is going to quickly become a problem here. I'm going to need to get upgraded belts going. That's the reason I'm thinking it's like, oh man, I'm probably going to have to lean on the bots. We'll see. It could even be that the bots don't work on the planet. That honestly would not surprise me if they did something like that. Okay, so we are feeding everything back in the belt. It is getting to the endpoints over here, where it is being scrapped into other materials that are getting me concrete and all that. And honestly, the bulk of it's going to waste. But what we are doing is slowly filling this box up with the good stuff. But that box is going to fill up, and then everything's going to go absolutely sideways. So if I can get lubricant going down here real quick, that would make it so I could do a bunch of goodies. In the meantime, I did grab enough stuff for another one of these containers. Okay, so let's plug in the heavy... question mark? I can't... Oh, you know what? I bet you I can't put in that specific spot. Let's get our offshore pump. Okay, it can't because that's a cliff. I can here, but then I can't get it through this because it's a cliff. Maybe here? No, that's a cliff. That's spell work. Yeah, so that needs a little love. That's still fine. We got it to work. Okay, so we've got our heavy fuel here. Oh, you know what I honestly could do? This is gonna be really weird for our setup so far. Hey. Oh no, wait, you need water. That's... Oh man, they forgot they need water to convert it. Okay. That's fine. Well, no. The heavy to the lubricant, I can literally just plug those together. That's fine. Yeah, so literally that's just shoving the liquid from here directly into there. Now, the heavy to the light requires water. I have water, but water is over here. I think we can get over here and make it work, though. So we're going to put that down here. I'm going to go ahead and do the thing where we have 4 of those, because in this particular case, I have unlimited of the heavy oil. So I don't care at all about, like, the production of any of it. No, don't turn it like that. Do that. Like, I don't really care at all on that front. So you can go ahead and do this, and this, and this, and this. Okay. So now if I go and bring you up here, and bring you across. Am I not plugged up to a port? No, I'm plugging the side of a chem factory. That's not what I need. Okay. So there's that. This plant is made of heavy oil. It's got heavy oil oceans. The implication is that there was someone here before, and something went wrong. Most likely those lightning storms. And this is just like what's left. Now, I don't think it's like any type of like commentary about like, oh, you got nailed by the old pollution. Oh, dang. Not the old pollution. Hey, give me all this junk. So, one downside is those things go through drilling up the scrap pretty quick. I've had to replace a couple of drills already now. Okay. So we got that going on. We can drop off the ice in here, because it definitely feels like water is a major pain point. So with this, you can't quite reach. Okay. And her power has failed. Because I'm going to need to make accumulators happen. That's honestly probably what I should do with our batteries for right now. Trying to see if there's a good place I could put a long insert or whatever here. Right now, this will be kind of scuffed. Don't do anything. Use filters. And I want the iron plates. And I want batteries. We're gonna take well, do I want to take batteries off that list? I don't think I do. Kind of nice. All right, well, we'll put that there. You're going to make accumulators, so it can help with our power storage. And what you're going to do is you're going to make me stare at this going, how can I make this better? So we're going to move that accumulator, or the lightning thing right there. I can't build there. Look, man. Oh, I can put it over here. That's what we can do. We can say, hey, you are going to pick up batteries from now on. And I'm just going to shove a bunch of these in here. And then whenever you get those, go ahead and chuck them on the other side. So you need iron plates. Okay, so we can go ahead and make some of the better arms. And that'll let us make accumulators and all that. But we're not stuck this time. The ship still lives? Yeah, no, this one I could just jump on the ship and be like, you know, forget this place, I'm out of here. Now, obviously, I need to unlock the stuff on this planet, such as its science, to make any meaningful progress. So that's just a thing we gotta deal with. But the intention here is that I should be able to make accumulators happen. We'll make 2 stacks of these. So that's a thing that can happen. And we are destroying so much material. Also, did we get the water hooked up? So you're set up here. So with this, I need way more pipe. We're gonna get the pipe hooked up over here. And that'll get us light oil going. And then we're going to work on getting the light oil to be petroleum. And yeah, I am absolutely going to get us to logistics bots and abuse it. There is not enough space to set up what it's trying to do there. Okay. Oh, you just don't have power in general. You know what? That's on me. Okay, so that's making our light oil. No problem. So now what we're going to do here is going to go right down here, and we are going to make petroleum. We're not going to do a bunch of fancy stuff. We're literally just going to do it. Okay, so I need circuit boards and all that. So there's the gears I'd need. There's our chemical plant. But with all of that, we have all of our different types of oil. We'll be able to make plastic and whatever. Change this pattern just a little bit. And the reason I want to change that pattern is because then I can put like the next set right here. And it has a nice, easy organization. Okay, so there's 2 tiles there. Cool. And then that plugs in you. And you. And I need more pipe. And meanwhile, we could set you to breaking up petroleum. Deal with this in a moment. We can deal with that. Do this. Cool. And get on that side, I need pipe. So we've got our water, got our water. Get that sorted in a minute. That'll bring the water over. And that'll be our power. Okay, so now I need to bring the light oil. The good news is, because I've got that right here, I could just go boom and boom. Boom and boom. And I'll need more plate. But then we'll get the light oil. And yeah, and I'm just going to go ahead and just leave the chemical plants running at full tilt. And we'll just have to clean up where we have to clean up. That's fine. You can run up here for more iron plate. Because my hope is, if we use a logistic bots, instead of all these weird splitters and overflows and all this kind of stuff, I can probably get away without using half of that. And that'll likely save me a lot of issues. So let's go ahead and get you set up. So that's all of those producing. And same kind of thing we did with the other one. Let's go ahead and get you up here. And down there. Then grab the undergrounds. Okay, so we're now making petroleum, light oil, lubricant, and everything else. So we've got all our different primary oil products. So if we wanted to go for the electric motor, so I just need to make an electric engine, plug that in for the lubricant, and all that. So we're going to do this the scuff. I just want this working kind of way. And I'm going to run down here real fast. And just... There's where that goes, there's where that's go. You are going to be for the drone here. You're going to be... Or sorry, you're not going to be for the drone, that's a lie. You're going to be for the electric motor. You're going to be for the regular motor. We're going to turn that way. Jam a pipe between the two of them. Bring some power over here. And then you will have an inserter done that way. Okay, so you need steel. Got it. Gears. Fine. And pipe. So I need more gears and all that. And I can just shove that in there. Let it move on to the next thing. And because I just need to get a couple logistic bots up. And once I get a couple logistic bots up, I could start going through and be like, make the tier 1 belt. Make the tier 2 belt. Do the other thing. You are waiting on iron plate, and the reason you're not getting any to fix my power problems is because I'm taking it all. There should be gear on the belt, so we can just go ahead and say, hey, would you give me all of that? Okay. We can go here and say, yep. Uh-huh. Pipe. And you're going to need green circuits. And then you're going to need the batteries and all that. So basically, I just need to get the electric engines out of there. We can get a couple set up, and it'll be good. And then for the drone port itself. Watch, I'm going to build the drone port, and then immediately run into a problem. It's going to be something ridiculous, too. Like, I'll build the drone port, and, like, the moment they lift off, they'll start getting fried by lightning or something like that. Like, just instantaneous, or, like, it'll just say, no, the atmosphere's not thick enough, or whatever. Alright. Okay. But yeah. Because with that, what I think will happen is we will need to get, like, the passive and all those providers and just have that going on. And the catch we're going to run into that is going to be a problem is the drones, if they fly out from underneath the cover of the lightning rods, are just screwed. There will be no saving them. Okay, so you've got everything there. You ran out of power. You've got what you got. You're gonna get done there. That should be enough for a couple of logic bots. I'm gonna call that enough for right now. So we're gonna grab all that stuff. We're gonna run back over here, grab some of these batteries. And like I said, we're gonna get a couple logic bots up, and we're gonna start the logic bots just making like basic conveyor belts, basic this, basic that. I'll probably put them down near the bottom where we have our lubricant and all that. And my only fear is that area. I might just take the risk of them flying across and just getting the zapped the crap out of. It's fine if it happens. Okay, so there is a singular logic bot being produced right now. And the RoboPort I'm struggling to find. Pretty sure it's here. There you are. You need gears. Gears are easy. Okay. So, RoboPort. Let's see what happens if I put up a RoboPort and put a logic bot in it. And if we get that far, then I can start doing things. Yeah, so let's put it right down here. Because then we can get our scrap here, we have our oil there, and we can just see what happens next. Okay. We can put down the RoboPort here, and we can put a logic bot in it. Alright. So let's start going through the process of making things not crap. So the good news is, I don't need to make gears. We're doing that. Also, for right now, stop that. Let it just loop around for a minute. Let's get some scrap happening. And we are fast burning through our scrap. Okay, so I think the first step is going to be making it so we can make the bots. And the good news is the bots are just the flying frame of the advanced circuit. Advanced circuits are literally popping out of the scrap. We don't need to worry about that. The frames here are going to be the steel, the batteries, the circuits, and that. The steel and the batteries, we get just out of this infrastructure. I don't have to do anything extra for that. They do require lubricant. So I'm just going to do just like we did before. Now we just shove this right like this. And you put a requester chest and a provider chest. And we say, okay, give me these things. So that is going to require green circuit boards. It is what it is. And we can go here, and I need more gears. And that's part of the reason I stopped this, is I don't mind if it backs up for a minute. I want to get more gears and all that stuff that we are deleting right now, and not delete them. We'll need our RoboPort, that's fine. A fast inserter will cut it. And power's an absolute struggle. So grab you, only keep one stack. Alright, so we'll need to make green circuit boards. I also need to manage to get that thing in range. So you're not quite in range yet. We'll need another RoboPort, which means more gears. I need passive and then that. Okay, you're still fine. Cool. So that's in the network. So now we need to get the green circuit boards going. This is where things are going to get weird, where I am going to want to use gears as my means of... Stop running out. You're messing up my plans. We're going to use gears as our means of getting iron, but I want to control how much that happens. Why are you still running over there? Oh, you're trying to repair and we're running into this crap again. Hey, do you... Where's our artillery? You got shells? You do not have any shells whatsoever. Neither do you. What is going on that none of these things are doing? We don't have a train backup anywhere. Oh, right. We're still consuming every last bit of our materials just building all these. So we are getting more and more ore on these belts. We haven't quite gotten to the point where it's connected to the train station, but most that's done. That's fine. Alright. And while I was looking the other way, we have one of the last salvaging drills is done. Let's see, a large infinite deposit of gears and wires on the planet. It's not infinite. It's like ore, except for instead of ore, you get all this junk. Okay. So I needed to get the circuit boards online. So I'm just going to put those right over here. And so you have the requester and the passive chests. You are going to make circuit boards, green circuit boards. And we have... Honestly, you know what? I could just salvage the better circuit boards for this. We are getting wire... Well, I know, because we just destroy gears. It's fine. I may want to do this differently. No, I was right. Yeah, so you're all set up to be on the network. And for right now, we get wire over here every so often. Let's go over here. Okay. So for the moment, I need to stop this from sending stuff back at all. So we're going to go right around here. We're going to break that. Because I need to get these things continuing to put salvage in. You all can go in here and burn for a minute. But what I need to do is I need a couple provider chests. Because what I need to do is I need to get... Well, first of all, I need to get more plate. Cool. For fast inserter. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the wire off of there and put in a provider chest. Because I think the goal here is going to be to make sure we pull everything in the provider chest and put it to use. Because even with the bots... Okay, no, stop. Use filters and wire. Give me all this. And we can put the wire in there. So all the wire is getting pulled into here, and it's going to start bringing that over. Cool. Next thing to do, let's go ahead and grab this, put it way over here, get rid of the spot in the middle. We need more circuits. Which actually, right now, pop those in there. We can pop our ice up here. Because I'm not sure if it's the more accumulators. It's not as clear here. Unfortunately, we're really not getting any plates up there, so I'm going to go ahead and hijack these plates. And just drop the plates in this. And we'll start expanding our accumulator bank to try and smooth this out. Because I figure naturally we will start covering up more and more of the area. So from here... and go ahead and get some more of these things set up. So I need more green circuits. Okay. So one little Logibot's trying their absolute best. Yeah, so you're making... Yeah, you're trying to make these, so we're going to need to get the engine units online as well. But the green circuit's got to happen, so we got to make the engine units happen. And we're going to be struggling. Let me guess, I'm losing more construction bots forever and ever because they're trying to go from that side of the map to this side of the map, and it's just not working out. And I wish there was a way to program them to just not do that. Because it is incredibly frustrating. And I mean, the answer is I need to clear this area and wall that whole area off. We had cleared up this area way farther than it is, but they've spread while we've been busy. How are things going on here? We haven't checked in on you in a while. Let's make sure you're fine. These drills are doing fine. That drill ran out of resources, but that's okay. We can go ahead and just say, hey, go ahead and put down 2 more, and that'll be fine. We can go down here. You're all doing good. The rocket's all fine. How's Hope 1? Hope 1 is currently stopped. Almost full of the science. Epoch is doing fine up here as well. Ammo's looking good. Novus is eventually going to be not what it is right now. Because all science has ground to a halt because I'm breaking things. It's not really putting around. I'm breaking things. Let's see here. You're not getting like any meaningful number of steel plate or iron plates through here. That's fine. We can get one of these. So there's a requester chest. Okay, so I need to be able to make the motors. So that's you. And we can just go here and put that in the requester. And then the next thing on the list is going to be for the pipe. We do want to go up here and say steel. And the other stuff, so we'll deal with that in a moment. Actually, put you like this. I need you to start grabbing the steel for me. And getting that in the network. And then I'm also going to need one for the gears. So little by little, we're bringing stuff online. Okay, and other than the pipe, which I'm going to have to make manually, we got all that. Okay, so for more of those, I need more electric circuits. Which means I need more iron plates. Which means I need to be still continuing to scrap gears. Okay, we've hit that point now where I just do not have any more. I'm going to have to go and deliberately recycle gears and all that. And grab more electricity here. Cool. So we more accumulators. Let's go ahead and put a couple more of the lightning rods just in here because we can. Because we're having power problems, I don't really know what's at fault, so I'm just thinking just more lightning rods, more batteries. Okay, so let's go grab a stack of the gears and chuck them into the recyclers. Hey, Avik, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. I'm assuming more Factorio and all those. Hey, Leafy Pew, good to see you. But, how's it going and all that stuff? But welcome in, Raiders. I'm going to go ahead and get a shout-out for Avik real fast, who is another that's not the right command. Another fantastic content creator. Been playing a whole lot of Factorio, if I'm not mistaken. So let me go ahead and do that shout-out. Yeah, I've been playing a whole bunch of Factorio, also plays RimWorld, a bunch of that kind of good stuff. So if that sounds good, you can find that all over there. But welcome in. We are currently dealing with garbage on this planet and trying to make it not awful. It's been... I'm enjoying this planet. It is super cursed and pretty much awful in every way, but also pretty cool. Okay, so give me all of that iron plate. And let's get that onto our bot network. Because I am just like, I am not fighting, trying to get like a proper logistic network here. And just trying to think. I think it's gunning for Gleber. Gotcha. Had a great stream, a long one, 11 hours or so tonight. Yeah, no, yesterday I think I did 12. I don't think I've done a stream under 11 since Factorio DLC came out because, look, man, I got problems. There's not a way to put it any other way. I got problems. Their name's Factorio. Okay, so that's gonna get iron plates on our bot network so we can start trying to make these things happen. I'm basically trying to just abuse logistics on this planet. Let's see, just finished building your first actual spaceship, though you didn't have a chance to launch it yet. Gotcha. Yeah, I won't spoil anything. I will say the first trip was not a smooth one for me. That's all I will say. The first trip, not the best results. Circuit boards, let's have you have no more than, honestly, on this planet, 2 stacks. So that puts those on the network. So I need to get more of everything. This planet is forced sushi belt planet. And I love and I hate it because it's making me do things that are a whole thing. This has been the most consistent week for you catching Ovic streams. Hey. But it was fun to watch for us? Yeah, well that's good. Oh yeah, no, that's a thing. Yeah. We are on, this is our 3rd planet now. So we have like the starting planet, we did the volcano planet, and now we're doing this planet. And I'm very much enjoying this one a lot. But it is definitely one of those ones you're like, oh wait, I have to sushi belt? Ugh. Why? Because it's just common out, like it's a common thing being like, you know what you don't do ever? Sushi belt. And for those who don't know what sushi belting is, it's when you don't bother like sorting your belt, you just shove everything on your belt. You just, no filtering, just everything goes on the same belt. So you look at all this, it is just a big pile of mess. Oh, I need to put, I see. So I'm trying to get to the point where it's sorted. But sushi combinators all the way. I mean, we're working on it. My plan is to basically try and set up the logistics as best we can. And just lean on the logistics. Right now, I'm trying to set up the logistics to be able to make logistics. That is the immediate dream here. That once I can set up the logistics to be able to make its own logistics, we'll be in good shape. Oh, I think I know how I can manage to make it make the iron plates for me without a hassle. Okay, and are you actually... Yeah, so we've got some electric motors over here. Cool. So with those, I'm going to go and pocket craft some more logistics drones. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Alright, so the gears are right there. That is workable. So what I'm going to go ahead and do to make this work is I'm going to put another inserter on this, and I'm going to set that inserter to only be active when this thing's near full. Let's see, the logistics is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding logistics. Yeah, no, absolutely. Here, let me snooze that so we don't get hit with an ad. But yeah, no, it is just one of those things with this particular planet, because it's all sushi belted. You can see what I was starting to do. So we would go, okay, take the ice cubes off of here, and then you put them on this track. If this fills up, this is an overflow belt. Feed it right back into this area, and just doing that with all of it. But the problem is that just gets too big. So it's like a ribbon factory if it was all like a sushi belt ribbon factory and you just had to clean it up. The other thing that this planet has is solar sucks. It just straight up garbage tier on this planet. So what I'm having to do is to work around that using the lightning rods. And if I don't have the stuff under lightning rods, it gets zapped and gets destroyed. So I need the lightning rods covering everything. Dear devs, build von Neumann base. Honestly, if you could get it where it would programmatically put down more base stuff, you could von Neumann base. We should have a couple logistics. So there's a couple logistics spots there. Yeah, so right now the logistics spots, we don't have enough of the completed process for them to reliably run. Recursive blueprints, you can gray goo the world. Yeah. So what I want to do is I'm going to make, not a requester, I mean we will make requester chests. So what I want to do is make ourselves another inserter over here. and then just have it so anytime anytime this box gets too full, instead of disabling like how much capacity it can have, I will have another inserter that yanks the stuff out of the box and chucks it on the belt to be put in the scrapper. Go ahead and start making more metal plates. I forgot what is even crafting a second ago. It's fine. Oh yeah, more logistics bots. Okay. There you are. We are going through this scrap pile way too fast. Like, way, way, way too fast. It is genuinely a problem. All these blue and... all these shiny, fancy circuit boards. Okay, so we got some more. Alright, so let's make some more of the arms. Meanwhile, we just can grab some crappy belts. Doesn't matter what they are. We're gonna go here. Oh, right. There's still that weird little spot of oil right there. Okay, so we're gonna turn you, and before we do anything, we're gonna have you check the contents of that box. And if, gear-wise, it is over, for right now, let's say actually, let's just say 500. If you are over 500, the arm turns on and just starts hucking gears over the fence. Now let's go yank all of that up, which is almost entirely just gears. And just chuck it in here. And so now it starts dumping all those gears onto it, which will become metal plates. And those metal plates will then get fed into here. And we will start seeing some kind of progress. Obviously, I still got this mess because of what we're doing up here of just throwing everything through the factory. But we're working on it. Which that should let me get more of this stuff going. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our next thing set up here. I will need a requester and a passive, and then 2 more inserters, which is going to require me more gears and more iron plates and more everything. This is my curse. Ooh, hey, actually, there's nothing getting through here. Why is literally nothing getting over here? What hath broke? Oh, you're probably full. Yeah, you're full of solid fuel because, like, solid fuel is nice. We should probably take that. Well, in neither way can I pull that. We're gonna do the, I'm only fixing this for 30 seconds. Sure, you could just be that box for a moment. We'll make this box instead. And I can put that there and that here. And pick this box up. Drop all this fuel in. Grab here. Drop this here. Drop all the fuel in. And a band-aid fix has been made. Alright, cool. Let's also deliberately slow down the belt going through here. Give me all that fast belt for later. That way those have time to go. Obviously, I don't want to keep this going the way it is. Cool. So we've got our logic bots. They're logicking. From here, we need the frames. So we have requester and provider. Alright, so we've got that going. That should be able to get everything. Ooh, batteries. Hey, you know what? There is your batteries. You're good in batteries for a while. And have the steel as well. So you can make those. I need to get more gears. There's a real shocker. There goes the power. Also a real shocker. Let's see, solid fuel is nice until you have 100,000 of it filling up all your chests, so your factory's at a standstill. Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of what I would even do with it, because, like, there's not enough water on this planet to use it for steam. If we got to the point of trains, of course, it would be great for trains. I don't even want to think about dealing with the train network on this planet, trying to avoid having the tracks constantly blasted by lightning. One stack of those. That's the thing I gotta watch out with this. We gotta be very careful to not let any of these things produce too much, because materials are gonna be scarce. So with that, we can go ahead and grab one constructor bot and some more Logi bots. Okay, so we're almost to the point that our bots... Oh, we are not under a lightning rod over there. Good to know. I need steel for that, so let me go ahead and grab a couple stacks of steel back. Then go put those down. Probably need to automate those. Okay, and just like that, we are getting our logic bots and all that automated. I also need to get more of those, which is going to be more green circuit boards, which is going to be more wire, which we are grabbing off the line, so that's good news. I'm really not seeing any wire anymore. Oh, I mean, that's because we're grabbing it all. Duh. Are we getting copper plate? No, we're just getting wire. If we want copper plate, I'm going to have to do something fancier. So the plan here is you and you. So let's need to grab... stuff like this. I'm gonna have to break down red boards. That hurts my soul in ways I don't want to explain. Okay, so we are getting so much blue circuits. All right, so 1, 2, but I need stuff to be able to make the bulk inserters, which is green circuit boards. That's what I need. Maybe some solar would help during the day. The planet specifically mentions its solar is crap. Like that's part of the gimmick of the planet, is that its solar is crap. Okay, so we're gonna tell you, if you see a red circuit board, get it on the network. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Then go for the blue circuit boards over here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Getting more materials. Oh, you know what we ought to do? We already have a chest. Oh, I don't... Okay. I see something we can do here. So you're going to be grabbing the green circuit boards. Let's grab the green circuit boards off that line. And you're going to be grabbing the blue, and I don't care what else. It's going to be another thing. So give me these. So basically, let's keep trying to grab materials of value. Because, honestly, grabbing those directly off, I can use the same method we're using here that says, hey, if you just have too much red circuit boards, start deleting them. Okay, and you're going to be for the blue circuit boards. Check those in there for now. Alright, so with that, I'm just going to go ahead and retire you. You're a waste of materials. Stop doing that. Unnecessary. Because we're just going to pull these off. And I know it's like, well, you're not going to have all these red circuit boards going. But, counter argument, we will. What I'm going to do is the same thing I'm doing here, where it says, hey, once you're over a certain amount, just start chucking it on over. Right now we say, if you are more than 500, do that. So that's going to take time to do. But that'll be another thing. And honestly, I'm going to probably need to do that to the blue circuit boards as well. And that feels like it shouldn't be okay. That there isn't a world where that should be permitted. But, hear me out, it's going to be. Okay, so we can go ahead and get you set up. Where we go like this. Get you power. No logistics storage. What do you need logistics storage on the network for? I mean, I guess you could build one and find out. Okay, so we're getting the Logibots built real fast now. So from there, we need another requester chest. Let's see, what do you call a cookie that tells the truth information? A Factorio. Tells true information, Factorio. I can dig that one. Yeah, so it's grabbing all those. What else do I need to grab off this line that's worth us grabbing off this line? Probably not the ice here. You're already grabbing the gears. Oh, we can go ahead and this one will be the light frames. Cool. So I can grab the light frames off of there. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and feed all these back into salvage later. So the goal is, as you're seeing here quickly, we're just one less thing and one less thing. So the batteries also need to be put on this list. So you can go ahead and get that soon. So you want me to have storage. There's the storage. I don't know why you wanted me to have that tiny fraction of wire. But okay. And we're going to go here and get your connection there. You are going to request Logibots. So you'll put the logic bots in there. And then what's going to happen here is you're on enable disable. And we're going to say, hey, tell me what the logic bot situation is. The total, not the total, available logic bots is 8 or X. So if X, where are you at? If X is less than 10, dump more bots in the network. So that way it'll automatically scale up the logic bots as needed. And we're going to be good for that. Going to pick you back up. Make another requester chest. Make 2 more provider chests. And tell you to grab construction bots. And then I will need more green circuit boards for you. Which we're basically using as fast as we're getting, but that's not super surprising. Here, 1 second. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so the idea is here is eventually this will start to overfill with the red circuit boards. No, it won't. We're using them. But eventually we'll start overfilling on some of these circuit boards and all that. And as we overfill in these materials, I will fit them back in, and that'll give us our
Take a
lower
sip.
materials like plastic and all that.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. And I'll keep you here. And just like we had the other one, I'm going to put logic here. You're going to accept the construct those bots. So total available construction bots is Z. And so we'll tell it, hey, if Z is less than 10, drop the bots in there. So you can go ahead and get the provider and a requester chest for the construction, or the constructor bots. We'll do that. And then we'll get the next thing figured out for the whole logic network. Oh yeah, so I still need to pull more materials off of here. So let's go here. You are going to be set for batteries. Basically, I'm trying to pull everything this thing can produce out of here. And then we'll start fixing what we get on the other side. Okay. So we've got pretty much all of that going. And the only thing passing by it right now is stone, concrete, solid fuel, and all that. Everything else is going into the logic network. Pretty soon, I am going to just grab everything we can off of there. And all of that. I'm also realizing there is another material on there we do want to grab off. So let's keep making provider chests and arms. So you're going to be set to grab that stuff. And there's your provider chest. And with that, I'm going to go over to... What machine? So honestly, this is probably not the best approach. I'm going to tell you that you want what's required for this, which are those two. And all that. And I need a couple of drone ports to connect up. Let's say, do you have an output, do you have output for concrete or reinforced concrete? Not yet. Like, we are producing it, but I don't have, like, on the network kind of thing. Okay, so that should get this in range. Oh, right. I'm the one carrying this. So with that, it'll start taking that over there. And go over here. And grab you and say, alright, you are going to grab the, yeah, you'll grab the concrete block. So yeah, so we just have a handful of things going by here. You're getting stuck on all this, which should start getting better. And this whole gambit here, that's going to have to get fixed anyway. I'm just trying to make this work for right now. But what should happen is over time we should start being able to pull this stuff off and feed this into the scrap and get rid of it. Alright, we're probably getting to the point that I can afford to plug this back in. So anything that gets this far is stuff we don't care about. Just start deleting it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we can also look here, and the ice is another material that has been good, but we probably want to move over to this thing. So move you there, get rid of you. Move you here. Because honestly, if I pull the ice off of here, and then the stone off of here, literally the only thing left is the fuel. And then it'll be, everything will be on this thing. So let's go ahead and just the precautions do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And for more of these, I need mostly just green circuit boards, which we are consuming as fast as we're getting them, making our logic bots and all that. That's okay. Alright, so I need a little bit of steel. And there's our requester chest for that. Yeah, because once we get that, we can start messing around with other stuff. Okay. Because, yeah, I'll make... Actually, you can also... Yeah, you're already set to also be stone. So, really, if I just get a passive chest here, that's for stone. And another passive chest, that's for ice. We can just plug that up here and deal with that. And like I said, the problem we're going to run into is as these boxes fill up and all that, or if I make the conveyor faster, we're going to end up missing stuff, and then the whole thing will break down. We're going to have to come up with a better solution for that, but right now I'm just trying to get where it'll automatically produce some of these things I need. Just all the blue circuit boards. And the idea of taking those blue circuit boards and breaking them down to just get stuff, it hurts so much. Let's go ahead and run up here real fast. And we're not getting any accumulators, nor will we ever get another accumulator. That's fine. You're making a lot of that plate. This concrete will probably never be produced again. No, wait, why aren't you? Oh, you're full. We could just put the reinforced... no, we'll come back to reinforced. Most of this stuff is on our stuff down here now. So we can move that over, and that's just solid fuel. The most true hell planet so far. It is... I very much appreciate the type of chaos it is, though. Okay, so you are going to be for the stone. And then you are going to be for the ice. And with that, there should be literally no material I'm not picking up. And if we run into it, we'll deal with it then. Alright, so now I need a requester chest up here for the ice. And that's going to require more green circuits. This drill just ran out. And we can now clean up these belts. They're literally not doing anything. Oh, I'm wrong. We do have one more good on here. I have the solid fuel. And as things fill up or we end up needing materials, I'll start adding things that say, hey, if you have this much, huck it over the fence to the other side and start deleting. Alright, so we've got the basic logistics stuff set up. I'm going to end up deleting a lot of this and reusing those belts and all that. This is no longer going to be used anymore, and I don't care about emptying that. We can deal with the rest of that later. Okay. So, things we're also going to want to put on the network is let's get the constructor bots Actually, you know what? I don't really care about the constructor bots right now. So let's switch you over. You're going to be for accumulators, because we're going to need a lot of these. So let's get our... accumulators. That's right, accumulators are there. Because that'll be our steel plates and all that, so get that configured. Cool. And get that going. Because that'll help us stabilize our power grid. Put that down there for a bit more power. And then we're going to start trying to get stuff like inserters online and all that kind of thing. And I'm fully expecting with the solid fuel that is going to need to go in the delete pile. Same with a lot of these. And the delete pile is literally just going to feed them right back into the recyclers. Okay. And other stuff we need to be making. So right now we're still hurting on the circuit boards. And those should start to stabilize once we get the rest of this out of here. We can put the green inserters on here. That'll require the fast inserters. The fast inserters require the regular inserters. So we do have to go up the whole treadmill of inserters. That's fine. Keep those producing scrap. That is gonna be a problem when I run out of scrap. When I run out of scrap, we're gonna have issues. What is your problem? You can't reach your destination. Ah, I see. This should be an up lane, so you're in the wrong place. So the good news is, it does look like it got this stop fully online, finally. Alright, so we got our new iron mine online. Good. And this is all continuing to produce, and they are gradually replacing all of these belts with the blue belts, and everything else going on. Everything is taking entirely too long, which is okay. It is what it is. Because we were upgrading everything. How is the green circuit boards going? So the good news is most of the green circuit board, like this belt is getting replaced, which should help with the throughput of the green circuit boards and all that. Unfortunately, none of that is resulting on us getting the yellow's science back online. Because it's yellow is waiting on blue, is waiting on red, is waiting on green. And the green won't get better until we, Actually, that's a lie. Blue is waiting on green. And that's not going to get better until we get those upgrades. Because they did upgrade literally everything at once. Which is definitely one of those things like, this isn't going to go well. Cool. Alright, and put the batteries in here. I'm just trying to clear my own inventory. Alright, so you've got all that going on. Just the thought of deleting these blue circuit boards upsets me so much more than it really should. Like, I get we're just finding them en masse, but they're so rare everywhere else that the idea of just being like, well, they're surplus. I need those to get crappier materials. Just hurts. Yeah, so you're waiting for materials. We keep having our bots getting killed. We're just not getting more ammo out of these to clear stuff up. More ammo in these to clear stuff. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like we're just steadily getting the belts that are just taking forever to get them done. The big problem we're running into is our bots are dying because they're going up here, as you can see for this one. So it'll go up here and do something, and they'll try and go anywhere down there, and it'll die. Hopefully that'll be a lot less now that this is built, because I'll only need to go over here to repair, so I hopefully won't see many constructor bots over here. How many constructor bots are we having? I'm starting to worry our constructor bots are getting killed. No, we still got about 300 constructor... Yeah, 390 constructor bots. Our total logistic bots are almost all gone, which is weird. How did we get... How are we running out of logistic bots? We are producing those, I believe. Yeah, and they're waiting on our flying frames, which are waiting on our electric motors, which are waiting on our regular motors, which we have. We have the regular motors, they're in their box, a whole stack, and you're just waiting on them. Oh, it's because they're just basically stuck full timing the gears. I understand. It's whatever. Okay, that's fine. They'll slowly get it resolved. Alright. Oh, okay, so we overflowed and that gave us new materials we weren't expecting, which broke things. That's fine. We can resolve this. These are the types of problems we're expecting. So basically we're getting plastic, and plastic is a material that we didn't have access to before, but because we're breaking down some red circuit boards now from overflow, I do need to be able to remove the plastic. A use filter, plastic. Give me that. Drop off those. Drop off these. Okay, so plastic is now on the network. Alright, we're gonna make a path here. And move those accumulators. Accumulators, there we go. Alright. Cool. So that still gives us more materials we didn't have before. And we are making our bots, which is fine, and they are just sitting in the box. Yeah, so pretty soon the logic drones will be there. We are getting more accumulators, that's good news. I am going to very much need to get our situation where we'll be able to not have to go through a huge hassle for all this. So I think one of the next things we're going to need to have them automatically produce is getting through our inserters, so I don't have to keep pocket crafting them, because that's going to cause lots of problems if I keep doing it. But with that, I got to go from that inserter to the blue to the green, and that's all going to require more resources. But every step of the way we do manage to get, the better. Alright, only one stack of you. And you will need these. Which, of course, means more green circuit boards, which I will be stealing real fast. Oh. You don't need to have nearly that many anymore. Go drop those in the box. The thought of also taking the batteries and potentially scrapping those for more materials is another one that's like, nah, man, that's not okay. Okay, the batteries are... Power's hurting. Oh yeah, when that power goes off, that breaks all of this. I didn't even think about that part. Okay. So now this is all broken, so I gotta run up here and go. Okay, it's unstuck. Chuck the stone in there. Alright, if the stone is over, let's say... Yeah, no, 1,000's plenty. If the stone is over 1,000... Start hucking. Why are you not hucking? Oh, over. There we go. And that's just gonna destroy it. Alright, so we got all that. Oh my god, the amount of concrete I have in my inventory. Take all that, please. That's fine. Okay. So we're getting all this stuff set up. And again, we'll have to go through and see what else I need to go and put through and say, hey, if you get over a certain amount, just start torching it. Which I already know another one that's going to be on that list is going to be the solid fuel. So another one that says, hey, if you are over solid fuel, if you are over 1,000. Actually, let's say solid fuel. If you're over 1,000 for right now, just start torching it. Because I just need those to not get blocked up. The batteries are going to be there pretty soon. And again, our power has dropped. And I can't really tell if it's a problem on the accumulator side or a problem on the lightning rod side.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Or not for the follow. Sorry, it's getting late and I'm getting focused. Yeah, so that's 400 megajoules of power storage. And, like, the power production, you see it jump up to megawatts, and then we also see gigawatts mentioned here. Okay. Like, I don't know if they can only be so close or so far or any of those kind of things. Yeah, they do seem to almost fill up the accumulator, so I guess it's accumulators. You're finally in space. How do you see your platform power consumption? If you hit M and you go to all your platforms and click on the actual, like, main hub, there's a little lightning bolt, and they'll show it up there. So it's the little lightning bolts on the main hub. And Epoch is just chilling out here, doing its thing. Hope 1 is doing its thing where it ferries back an obnoxious amount of science. You need a lot of accumulators. I'm seeing that. Luckily, the game practically hands you batteries. So that's one thing. The big thing I need to do is fix this for where the power flicks on and off. That gets sorted. So you need more green circuits. which we are consuming. Let's double check, make sure you have a limit. Yeah, so right now we're just converting everything. Yeah, so you have a limit on how many of those. So what should happen is we should start to hit the point where the bots, we've got plenty of them for, like, at the time. And it should start stabilizing out. Until we do, it's going to be rough. Efficiency modules on this planet could be really great. Yeah, I was honestly thinking more stuff like the production modules and all that. Because you only get a certain percentage of this back, but I could see if we were just getting more yield of the stuff. I'm genuinely thinking that this planet is like the place to get like blue circuit boards and red circuit boards and all those kind of things. Just fill up rockets with circuit boards and that kind of stuff. And like batteries and like all those rare materials. This place seems like it'd be absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Just more and more accumulators. Yeah, so the batteries, if we get too many, they'll become a source of that. Okay, we're still good here. So we can go down here. You've got that. For more of these, I need more circuit boards. Which means I need more iron. Honestly, the biggest thing is just these materials I'm struggling with. Oh, we have lots of iron. I'm struggling for no reason. Okay. Because let's get our regular inserters going, to get our fast inserters going, to get our stack inserters going, so I don't have to pocket craft this garbage anymore. It is interesting that I won't have any reason to have any of the circuit boards on here. We'll also need to get the conveyor belts on here. Okay, so we've got you. Only make one stack of you. That's the big thing I need to do with literally all of these. Only one stack. Never more than one stack. If I'm pulling more than one stack of any of these things, it's a problem. Maybe end products could be more than one stack. Just red circuit boards being deleted. Feels weird. Cool. So the next one will be the fast inserter and this one. They'll need 2 requesters, 2 passives. We'll get the requesters and the passive chests on the network as well. The one I'm going to be curious about with all this is when it's all said and done, just dealing with, like, the junk. Because we're already a good chunk through this one. That's 100,000, that's 200,000, that's 200,000, that's 300,000. Oh! 15 million! Okay. These are all not created equal. I don't know how we get that to us, though. 4.2 million. How do we get the... I mean... I could bring it with the logic drones, but they get zapped by lightning constantly, and I think they would die. But I can't build bridges on this until way later tech. Like, that's what things the game is like, yeah, you're not going to get to build a bridge anytime soon. You're wondering where you're going to notice that smaller islands have much more? Yeah, no, that's a whole thing I didn't expect. Oh, you know what I should be doing? I might as well have a radar dish on. Elevated rail? Does the wouldn't the elevated rail still get struck by lightning? That's my concern, is more the lightning, more than anything. But yeah, no, the elevated rail would be the way to get between areas. I mean, we could find out. What's the elevated rail required to make? Reinforced concrete. No, it doesn't? Okay. I mean, either way, we're going to test it, so... Alright, so we are going to get the reinforced concrete into production as well. That's fine. Okay, I see you complaining about me standing out here where I'm going to get zapped. Alright. Start getting these put down. Alright. So we're gonna have everything we need except, like, the green circuit boards seem to be our big bottleneck. But we are getting those gradually as we get a surplus of the red circuit boards fed in. And it's gonna hurt so much to put those blue circuit boards in. I know I need to, and I keep putting it off. But it needs to be done. Same with the, thinking past your usual stream time. I am way past it. I need to go to bed. It is a real problem. This hurts so much and I hate it. I hate it so much and I don't like it. But it needs to be done when we hit 1,000 blue circuit boards. Whoa, 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 wrong way. I mean, it's fine that those are on there, but don't do that. I keep forgetting it starts at less than. So, enable greater than. Concrete is over here. Just start torching it all. Yeah, no, we're way past my normal time. Let me just get this configured. So we are actually getting our inserters made. Stop. There's gotta be a way to disable that. Like, to make them go around, because this is just absolutely driving me up the wall. And the worst thing about all of this is the closest thing I have to a solution to that problem. Oh, you know what? We might be able to make this work. Put you up here. We'll need to daisy chain the power. And then we can grab another one of these artilleries. Okay, if we ever actually make artillery shells again, I don't really know what's happening. It's just the logic bots don't have the capacity. We actually are getting lucky, we're getting some higher quality ones. You're running out of calcite. Oh, you know what? We have that on the network here. Where's that calcite? Is that coming in here? Oh, am I out of calcite? No, that can't be a thing, right? We were so backed up with that for earlier. Well, crap. Okay, well, hang on. Hope. So you are going to have new requests. So you are now going to go back to requesting 5,000 calcite and 5,000 tungsten. Oh, you don't have that much. 2,000. 2,000. Okay. Because you are stopped here. That should have these. Yeah. So now they're absolutely just dumping all the ore in there to get those things going. Because they ran out of material. Oh, do this. Okay, I would like a stack of inserters as they happen. And I would like a stack of accumulators as they happen. Alright. We must have had our power fail again. There. That'll be so you can easily spot if things get jammed. You need to take that a step farther. And if they get jammed, just like they did. Oh, we have iron ore is happening. Right. What is giving me iron ore? Oh, it's going to be our concrete, isn't it? You know what? Stop feeding the concrete in there. That iron ore is a problem. And how are gears getting by? I mean, we're gonna have to use the splitters ultimately. That's fine. At least that'll keep it from jamming up. Scale to 1 to 10, how addicted? 2 addicted. What I am gonna do though is I need to stop. I need to stop. So we're gonna go ahead and take this from mistakes were made. We're gonna go ahead and go back to our normal save so far as what we're saving. But I need to be wrapping up. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Because for me, I have been streaming 12 hours. It's almost 7 a.m. and I got stuff I got to do tonight. Sun coming up? Not quite, but we're anytime now. Anytime now it'll start. But with all that said, I'll be back not tomorrow, not like this next day, because Thursdays and Fridays are my days off. Look, man, Friday might happen. Friday might happen. Don't forget the inserts on green insert production. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that one last thing. Okay. All right, now I'm gonna save because I will not remember that. But with all that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly. And if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because we're gonna go ahead and pass this raid forward to someone else on the platform to see who we can say hello to.